Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
What it do, what it is, good morning, good day, good afternoon, good night, whatever it is. I hope it's good. It's great to be here with you today. Thank you for joining us, guys. It is Saturday, May 10th already. Welcome back to the cafe. It's great to see you all again today. I hope y'all had a great night and are having a great start to your weekend, your morning, and your day. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome back. Great to see y'all here today. What's happening, everybody? Thank you for joining us. Looks like we got 27 peeps in the house. 18 likes, you guys are getting there. Thank you guys so much for that. And thank you for joining us today. Mama Bear is not feeling well, so she will not be here today. Come on in and grab a seat. We got plenty to talk about. Still looking into the 2 missing children out of Nova Scotia, Canada. There's plenty of other stuff to talk about in regards to the episode of Dateline that went through last night on the IDAHO4 situation. So we probably will spend some time there today. And got some new stuff coming your way tomorrow. I'm hoping that maybe you guys will join us tomorrow morning for our morning show. We're going to be running something new. Mikey and I are going to be running a trivia game. Would love to see everybody join us for. Should be a lot of fun. Something new I want to try to implement here. A lot of people have asked about trivia, and a whole lot of people have showed interest in trivia, and I love it. So we got a couple people, part of the team here, that think that they know they're the champions of the trivia stuff. So we're going to see what happens with that. Mikey brought that to my attention the other day, so I'm hoping. I don't know how to run all this stuff, but we're going to learn. I've been trying to get to other games to try to play it, and I don't ever get notifications when people are doing it. So I don't know. I've missed out on a couple games. Miss Taylor has a game she runs or plays too. I was trying to get over there. There was another game I was trying to get into, but I can't, or I missed it all the time. So I need you guys to let me know when it's going down, because I love trivia myself. I'm pretty good at it, I think. At least I've been told I am. So I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully that works out. We'll see how that works out. Mikey's going to be helping me. We're going to get together and try to set that up for tomorrow morning, for our morning show tomorrow morning. So we're going to go with that. Tonight, if everything works out well, we'll be back with the weird, creepy, unexplained, and scary Saturday nights, guys. We're supposed to be looking into swamp monsters tonight. For those of you that are into the paranormal, strange, unexplained, creepy stuff, be here for that if you will. So we got plenty going on over here at the cafe. Keep everybody busy. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat if you will. Box. That was good. I like that. That was good. Come on in, guy. Who we got in here already this morning? Looks like Alicia J. Welcome back to you. Miss Taylor's in the house. What's happening? What's going on? Good to see you. Miss Denise, welcome back to you. Alicia J. Tandy's in the house. Miss Seahawks fan. Fox Rooter. The last 24. Speaking of Mikey, there he is right there. Miss Sherry, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Kelly Coker's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Eddie's in the house. What's going on, brother? Good to see you today. Thank you, Alicia. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy, Mama's in the house. Welcome back to you, ma'am. Good to see you. Elizabeth Wagner, welcome back. Great to see you. Moonlit Baby's in the house. Digital Maniac, dancing around in here. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Let's see. Philip Hughes, my friend. Wonderful to see you today. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling good. And if you're out doing your thing, make sure my wife is taking good care of you if she's dealing with you, okay? Grace Renee Elegance, wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Miss Jen is back in the house today. Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones, absolutely. Wonderful to see you, Miss Jen, and thank you for joining us today. God bless. Trish Crow, great to have you. And Walt is in the house as well. Come on down, guys. Come on in. Grab a seat if you will. Looks like we got Papa G, Appa P in. Well, damn. Already dropping 5 new memberships. That's awesome, Papa G. Thank you, bro. Thank you very much. And it looks like Digital Maniac received one. Tish Rhino, Aries Fire, singing live stream. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. We got one more coming. And Miss Helen received one too. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce to all you new meatballs. And Papa G, God bless, brother. Thank you so much for that. As always, much appreciated. So very generous. And guys, again, that goes to anybody that does anything in that aspect, donating anything to this channel, whether it be memberships, donating to the Cash App, the PayPal, or the Venmo, or Super Chat, Super Stickers. We don't expect you guys to do that, but I'll be damned if I can't tell you how appreciative we are, because it does keep our channel rolling, keeps me out here every day hanging out with all you beautiful people. So I am beyond appreciated to all of you guys for that. Thank you so much, Papa G. God bless, bro. And welcome to all our new meatballs. And there's our tomboy flying in. This is one of our professed trivia peeps. We'll see what happens tomorrow with her. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much, Papa G. Carolyn Prestige, good to see you. Stuart Jones, welcome back to you. Busy Cakes in the house. Good to see you. Morning, morning. Miss Denise, wonderful to have you here. And I gotta say, I love all these new faces and all these new names, guys. We are growing. The lovely Miss Wisdom Speaks in the house. Welcome back, dear. And I appreciate you, Papa G. I really do. Absolutely great to have you on board, Digital. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the source. And guys, we're growing. We're growing. We're at over 10,000. We're about to hit 10,300 just in the past couple weeks. That's amazing. So welcome aboard, everybody. All the new community members. I don't like the word subscribers, so I call you guys my community, our community, and our family. So welcome to all of you. Welcome to the community, and I hope you guys enjoy it here. We enjoy having you here. Circus Music's in the house. Good to see you, Circus Music. Thank you for being here. The Done One. I love that name. Welcome back. Good to see you today. Miss Gina with GC Reed. Good to see you today. Thank you, Papa G. I appreciate it. You're helping doing that, bro. So growing. Is that a fat joke? I'm like, oh my God, Tandy, get out of here with that mess. You know better than that. Miss Taylor, yes, very helpful. I appreciate you too. One maiden nut, Eddie. Great to see you back, bro. I wondered if we were gonna see Jesse. But he's been sleeping. Yes, we do very much appreciate you, Papa G. Let me see. Hopefully Mama Bear's headache goes away. She got some kind of sinus thing going on. I've had that bouncing around too, so I get it. It's crazy weather stuff going on, I guess. So welcome in, everybody. Find a seat if you will. Please make sure to hit the like button when you come through that door. Share it out. Let everybody know what we're up to today. We appreciate that so very much here at the morning show, guys. Hopefully we can help you guys to get your day kicked off and roll out that weekend. Yes. Sounds good. That's awesome, Miss Tandy. Good for you. Hopefully it helps. Mom Bear said she's got to move out she'll be heading out to CVS sometime today. So hopefully whatever it is, she'll get it. She gets these horrible headaches all the time. Miss Gina says the footage on Dateline has my head exploding. We're going to talk about it, Gina. I'll go ahead once we get through the other part of everything that we're going to run. First and foremost, we're going to look into Jack and LILLYSULLIVAN again, and then we'll roll into the Idaho stuff to see what's going on and bring some peeps up here if you want to join me to talk about it, because what I saw and heard, there's some stuff I question. I'll say that much, but nothing that makes me think that he any different about the murder itself. Now, did he do some other stuff? I don't know. Did he? He could have. You know, I never said Brian was a great guy, so don't get me wrong. I just don't want them putting somebody to death that didn't commit these murders. I want to make sure they have the right person so that we know the truth about what happened and that it's true justice. That's all it's about for here. And with us, guys. A lot of it is still. And here's the thing, guys. Dateline. There's a gag order on this case, and Dateline got this stuff. And I gotta say, in my opinion, I don't see anybody else being able to hand over the information that they got from this, except like maybe the FBI. And that's kind of crazy to me if that's where they got it from. And I think, thank you, Alicia, guys. Please check out our Wisdom's channel, please. Subscribe, hit that notification bell. You don't want to miss anything she puts out, and hit the like button for her. She does so much amazing stuff to help find the missing Indigenous and missing people in general. Please support and show some love over there, if you will. I really appreciate that. Just as much as we need you guys supporting Mikey's channel, The Last 24, and all the great stuff that's about to start bouncing out of there. We appreciate that so very much, if you would. Backwoods said migraines are like your brain throwing a surprise rave. Lights, noise, zero consent. Been on the guest list my whole life. Hope she gets filled. Yeah. Good point, Backwoods. I like that. And me too. Thank you. Okay, Taylor. Just send me a like a notification or a message or just something to remind me that like right before, so that I can kind of pre-plan to be able to be there. I love to check these out. I love trivia. Appreciate it. That was my question. And I was like, it's so I scanned through. Jules did a video last night too, and she made the same statement. She's very smart. I've always respected Jules, and I believe that that's probably right. She said the same thing about the FBI. So that had to be in a federal. They're the only ones that aren't under the gag. So where else would they get that info? At the federal level, in my opinion. But how does that play out? That's not okay to me? You know what I mean? Oh, I got you, done one. I got you. I agree with you. I understand completely. Thank you so much for that, Denise. Yeah, they said recently some stuff was unsealed, but I haven't either. Not that I know of, Wisdom. Unless they're talking about the stuff that we've already looked into. The only thing that makes any sense. Let me see something here. I think we've seen everything that has, every time something opens up or drops, I try to show it to you guys immediately, but Yeah, there's nothing new that I've seen. If I go, all I see is stuff that's been sealed, nothing unsealed. The defense phase 2 mitigation witness list was sealed. The reply in support of the motion for examination of defendant pursuant to the 207 order, that was sealed. The witness list, of course. Motion to seal the phase 2. That's it. And then besides that, all we have ready to roll. And the witness list was sealed for the defendant's phase 2. Of course, May 15th, the pretrial conference is at 9 a.m. They canceled June 2nd. They had the jury trial. We know that they relocated or they vacated that and they moved it to August 11th. July 30th, there is a hearing scheduled at 9 a.m. as well. And then, of course, the trial, like I said, August 11th. That's it. That's all I've seen. Now, is there something else that's going to drop over the next couple of days that just hasn't fallen in? And I went through the case summary too, and I didn't see anything back there besides that that's new. So we'll see. I don't know. So yeah, you're right, Wisdom. So we'll talk about the stuff that they talked about and how ridiculous most of it is. Got some little things we can check out on it. Of course, I can't run it because they won't let it. But we can run different clips of it. There's another interview that was put out. I'm in a little one via News Nation with Mr. Gonsalves again. Yes, there he is. There he is. I was wondering, I hope you got enough sleep, bro. We're more on your timetable now, so it's probably what, 11, almost midnight where you're at now, so you're still not too bad off. So hopefully Jesse will join me up here today once we get to that point. Maybe Eddie if we get lucky, and we'll see what we get into, guys, with what we've seen and what there is. Thank you all for joining us last night for that show. It was pretty interesting. Appreciate that very much. So yeah, there's plenty to talk about. Come on in, grab a seat. 76 beautiful peeps in the house. 41 likes, guys. Come on now. Let's make that just a little bit more matched up. Pretend like you like me for just a little while, guys. Please and thank you. All right. Oh, boy. Jeff did a show last night, too. Oh, yeah. Let's see. And again, guys, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Let's see what we got. Of course not, Jesse. We love you over here, brother. Everybody over here loves you. All right, let me see. See what updates we have on these two kids. Of course, this takes precedence over everything in my mind. So we'll jump through. We'll go through that. See what we can put out here. And then we'll move into what's going on in the Idaho situation. So be patient with me, guys, please. This won't take us too long.
1 week. 7 days since 6-year-old
Welcome,
Lilly
Miss
and
Lacey.
4-year-old Jack Sullivan
Weedbird, good to see
disappeared,
you.
last believed to have wandered into the woods behind me. And despite an intense 6-day search, there's still no sign of them. They were seen last Friday morning. For 6 days, there were boots on the ground, drones and helicopters in the sky. At a nearby RCMP detachment, the community has built a memorial with flowers and stuffed animals.
All right, we watched this one last night, guys. Sorry about that here. They had it listed under a different link, which was weird to me. So hold on. Let me get the new one up. I think Michelle ran something new on this too. There's just not enough going on here, and we're not getting the answers on this that we probably should be, and it bugs me. Really does. And I know they can't do nothing unless they can do something, unless there's something going on, but it still bugs the hell out of me. And I got a lot of questions with this, so I just hope and pray that these kids are safe. That's all I'm saying, which unfortunately I have a bad feeling, and I have from the beginning on this. All right, here, hold on. I think Michelle, yeah, she did put something out new a couple hours back. It was like 3 hours ago, so thank you, Michelle. See if she's got anything new in here for us to see. And here we go. Let me know if the audio is okay, everybody. And again, thank you all for tuning in, joining us. We're reviewing and seeing if there's any updates in regards to Jack and Lily Sullivan being missing, if there's anything new. Once we get through that stuff, we're going to be moving into some new conversations and all the stuff that came out with the Dateline stuff last night. To go over that in Idaho. Hold on. 1 minute, everyone. I guess there's also, I was sent, one of my mods sent me a new 911 call from there as well that's been ultra enhanced. Thank you, Tomboy. If that's what you were talking about. I seen that a little bit ago. Welcome, Gianna. Good to see you. All right, here we go. Let's see what's going on with these kids.
My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Saturday morning, the 10th of May, and it's a beautiful day here in Northern England. But in this video, we're going to Pictou County, in particular Lansdowne Station in Nova Scotia, Canada. And the search for 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan has now passed the 1-week mark. They were reported missing around 10 a.m. on Friday, May the 2nd, and they have just completely vanished. Not a sign, not a sound, not even Lily's white backpack with strawberries on it has been found. They have just vanished into thin air. Yet people don't just vanish, do they? Until they do. But where are Lily and Jack Sullivan? And what do we know a week in? So stepdad Daniel Martell has been talking to the media again. He's been talking to the media almost on a daily basis. They only play like little clips. I'd like them to play the whole interviews if you wouldn't mind. This always happens. You get these little clips here, little clips there, and you try and piece it all together. We're also going to look at what people have been saying. So the bus driver, Lily and Jack's bus driver, has spoken out. And there are various family members that are chatting online as well. Loads of people are asking about BioDad. I know his name. I've got a picture of him. But as far as I know, he has no involvement in Jack and Lily's lives. His name is out there. Whether he's in jail or not is an open question. Originally, it was thought that he was in jail, but now it's thought that he's been released. So I really don't know. But his great aunt has been talking. So let's go.
And yeah, their last day of school was Tuesday. There was a free day. They didn't have school Wednesday. So the last time they were seen by anybody through the school or whatnot was Tuesday. Thank you so much, Gianna, for that super sticker. God bless. $4.99. I appreciate you so much, dear. Very much appreciated. Welcome, Karen. Good to see you. I believe so, Karen. I do believe so. Anybody I made, Kent Kearney, welcome back. Good to see you. Gianna Gambino again. Great to see you. Anybody else I might have missed, I will catch up. Miss Lacey, great to see you. Ricky Tran, thank you for that, Jesse. And welcome. Same to you, my friend. Same to you. Yes, very much so, Gianna.
Let's start with this short clip from CTV. They've been covering this case extensively.
There's less activity in a wooded area in Lansdowne Station, Pictou County this evening, but the stepfather of 2 young children still missing vows to continue the search, even if police scale back. But worry has only increased. CTV's Hafsa Arif is in the area with the latest. Hafsa?
Todd, it's been 1 week. 7 days since 6-year-old Lilly and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan disappeared, last believed to have wandered into the woods behind me. And despite an intense 6-day search, there's still no sign of them. They were seen last Friday morning. For 6 days, there were boots on the ground, drones and helicopters in the sky. At a nearby RCMP detachment, the community has built a memorial with flowers and stuffed animals. People here are holding on to hope, and so is the family.
The last of RCMP in the area that I've seen, they were at Lansdowne Lake, and they told me that they scoured the lake, divers, and sonared the lake, and there's no evidence at all. If they were in this area, would have found them. My family's still searching.
At one point, 160 people were out here searching. That help is gone, but the family isn't giving up. On Wednesday, RCMP insisted the search is ongoing. The family says this has been an extremely tough time, and on top of everything else, the rumors on social media has made it even more difficult.
Yeah, there are a lot of rumours. It's difficult to find the facts, but RCMP are very tight-lipped. Apparently, they're always like that. We're not going to get anything from them, I don't think, no, unless there is a significant update. So as rumours continue to swirl, I'm trying to piece together fact and leave alone the fiction, but it's not always easy to determine which is which. Lots of people are saying that Daniel has done something, but I think focus actually should be on Malia, the mother. Last Saturday, so a week ago today, actually, I'm recording this on Saturday, May the 10th, there was a kickoff at the property. Malia's family and Daniel's family. And Daniel's mother had to kick them off the property. Malia went with her family, took their little baby that her and Daniel share, and has left the area, completely left the area. She did speak to the media last Saturday, but then that's it. And her mother, Cindy Murray, says that they've been told not to speak to the media. Okay, that's your choice. I've got more questions about her, honestly, than I do about Daniel at this stage. But that's just me. And it's clear that there was a lack of attention being paid to those kids on that day. Lilly had come into the bedroom a few times. Daniel has reported in the media that they were told to quieten down because the baby was sleeping. But then originally they said they were feeding the baby in the bedroom, but then it was the baby sleeping and they need to be quiet. And then everything went quiet. He went to check and they were nowhere. They were just gone. There is a gap in the fence. They could get out. But the RCMP, they're not discounting anything. I mean, their working theory was that they'd wandered into the woods, but they're not discounting anything. All right, I'm going to read this article here because it's got a little bit more from Daniel. It's been 1 week since 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack disappeared, last believed to have wandered into the woods near their home in Lansdowne Station. The intense ground and water search lasted 6 days and involved 160 people from Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. On Wednesday, RCMP announced it was scaling back the search, saying there was little chance the siblings could have survived in the wooded area. The children's stepfather, Daniel Martel, said the past week has left the family exhausted but still determined. I'm fighting to stay awake at this point. I'm just so drained. But the fight goes on. The fight will always go on. Martel said the last time he saw RCMP in the area was Friday morning near Lansdowne Lake. I've talked to the last of RCMP in the area that I've seen. They were at Lansdowne Lake and they told me they'd scoured the lake with divers and sonar in the lake and there's no evidence at all. I don't know what to think. If they were in the area, they would have found them. My family is still searching, and we're never going to give, I assume that means give up hope. We're going to continue to look, and probably continue to look for the rest of my life. Oh, that got to me, that when I read that last night. I was like, oh, listen, I'm not discounting anything. People can appear nice and calm and lovely, and then they're not. So don't come at me saying that I'm believing the step. I'm not believing anybody. I've got a completely open mind. But that comment got to me last night. He shared his frustration over social media rumours and strangers showing up near the family's home. I just try not to read it. It's just opinions of people that don't know absolutely anything. They don't know what's going on. Driving by slowly, some people
Welcome,
stop, some
Kaylee.
people snap pictures, people just almost have no
I agree,
respect.
Elise.
Driving by and taking a picture, well, it's a public road, but I hope people don't start harassing them, and it doesn't help. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. With the search stretching to a week now, he said he's doing his best to remain hopeful. I don't know what to think at this point. It's hard to stay positive because I'm just not hearing anything positive. I'm working closely with the RCMP and major crime units, trying to get everything we can, all the information. Those guys have been really good to work with. Since the children have been reported missing, a memorial has grown outside the Sullivan RCMP detachment with stuffed animals, candles, and handwritten notes from the nearby community. Martel said the growing memorial is painful, but a sign that people care. It's sad that there's a memorial, but there are people out there that care, and that's the most important thing. There's people out there online commenting, but there's people that actually care, and that's beautiful to see. It is. It is. Now, Lily and Jack's bus driver has spoken out. Now, this is in the Globe and Mail, and I've seen a lot of people say that they can't get this
Thank you,
without
Lee.
having to subscribe, but I got straight to it and I can read the whole article. So I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm in the UK. Maybe they've blocked people from the USA. I don't know. Anyway, but he said a little bit about what Jack and Lily are like, and we don't really know very much about Jack and Lily. So I like this. This is from Mr. Ward. Disappearance of 2 children has rocked rural Nova Scotia community. Every day this week, the children aboard the big yellow bus peered out the window as they passed the white trailer on the side of Gairloch Road. Have they found Jack and Lily yet? They asked bus driver Brian Ward every afternoon. Not yet, Mr. Ward says, he told the children. The police are doing everything they can. Lily and Jack's seat in the front to the right are sat empty. Their names are still taped above it since April 29th, when Mr. Ward last dropped them off at the end of their dirt driveway after school. So April 29th was the last day they were in school. Now, this has been a big contention. So April 29th was a Tuesday. So they were in school Monday, Tuesday. There was a day off anyway. School was out on the 30th. And then Lily had a cough, so they didn't go to school May 1st and May 2nd. Then obviously they disappeared on May 2nd. So Tuesday was the last time anybody that we know of outside of the family saw them. So just make a mental note of that. I'm absolutely devastated, said Mr. Ward, whose children, Nicholas Carr and Troy Carr, are friends with Lily and Jack and often sit with them on the bus ride home from school. I can't even sleep at night. There's so many people who actually know Jack and Lily have been devastated by this. On Wednesday, RCMP called off the search, as we know. On Thursday, major crime investigators arrived at the rundown mobile home to speak to Daniel Martel, 33, who described himself to the Globe and Mail as the children's stepfather. They were there to ask for electronic devices to help corroborate timelines, he told the Globe. Earlier that day, an RCMP helicopter flew overhead, scanning the family property, which backs onto dense forest. The RCMP has defended their decision not to issue an Amber Alert, arguing the investigation didn't meet the criteria, which includes the belief a child has been abducted or is in grave danger. Well, don't you think 2 little kids out on their own in the woods are in grave danger? Do you think? The Mounties also declined to discuss the stepfather's claim that divers were called in Thursday to search nearby Lansdowne Lake or confirm a report that tracking dogs had followed the kids' scent to the end of the family's driveway. See, they're not going to tell us anything, but we know they were in Lansdowne Lake. We know that. We also know that the search dogs did track them down the driveway, but The Lansdowne Lake search can be corroborated by somebody else other than Daniel because locals actually saw the cops there. As for the tracker dogs, look, Lily and Jack walk down that driveway every day to get on the school bus. So, of course, the scent is going to be there. I'd like to know if the dogs picked up their scent anywhere else, like anywhere off the property, off the immediate property, so off the driveway or at the back. We're not hearing that they got any scent at all, which is curious. Find curious. To ensure the integrity of the investigation, no further details will be released at this time. Okay. Both kids attend Salt Springs Elementary, a small rural school, about 20-minute bus ride. It's about 18 miles. So if Lily and Jack had tried to walk to school, maybe Lily packed a backpack and they decided to walk to school, not realizing how far it was, well, the school is to the north. So just noting that. Serves 86 children from communities across southern Pictou County. The school has been provided with psychologists, counsellors, and other school board support staff to help staff members and students with questions and providing calm coping strategies during this difficult time. Oh. Mr. Ward said he headed into the woods on his ATV to look for Lily and Jack as soon as he heard the children had been reported missing on the morning of May 2nd. RCMP said they believe the children wandered away. He described the kids as full of life, always smiling and laughing. Lily would let out these high-pitched squeals, he said. I'd get after her all the time. Lily, you can't be doing that. Well, this is what that scream sounds like. And yeah, it's ear piercing.
Thank you so much, Gianna. I did receive that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless. Again, never ever expected, but so appreciated. Thank you so much, dear. I did. Thank you again. God bless. So very much appreciated.
He also described her as a bit of a drama queen. If she has a sore foot, she'd say her foot was broken. He said,
thank you again
Jack
so much.
sometimes fell asleep on the way home from school, but more often than not was chatty. He'd say, bus driver, hey, bus driver. If he was trying to talk to you and he couldn't get your attention, the little bugger would take his boot off, throw it at you. Jack is famous for throwing his boots at me. It sounds like a fun bus rather than anything else. So they are verbal, they can talk. So that's good to know that somebody outside of the family has confirmed that. Inside the family's trailer, paintings and awards hang in the small, well-worn kitchen. In one piece of art, Lily says her mom makes cupcakes, plays with toys, and watches movies. I love my mom, she wrote neatly in pencil. You see? Also, a red painting by Jack of an insect. Family members have said he loves to dig for worms and turn over pieces of wood to look for bugs. So he would like it in the woods, wouldn't he? Is that what we're seeing here? I don't know. Along densely wooded sections of Gerlach Road with no immediate neighbours, the only traffic is usually logging trucks. The children's mother, Malaya Brooks-Murray, and Mr. Martell moved into the home about 2 years ago. She left on the weekend with her and Mr. Martell's 16-month-old daughter to be with her mother and hasn't returned. Miss Brooks-Murray, a member of the Sepekni Katik First Nation, I'm sorry if I butchered that, previously told her children were both diagnosed with autism and struggled in school. She has declined further interviews, as we know. Her community leadership has urged people not to spread rumours or add fuel to the rampant speculation about the case circulating online. A woman who answered Miss Murray's phone, this is interesting, on Thursday said she couldn't discuss the missing children, but said the mother's relationship with Mr. Martell has ended. Mr. Martell confirmed that he has been unable to get in touch with her and she's blocked him on social media. Well, before she took her Facebook down, she was all over with pictures of Daniel saying that she couldn't live without him. So just noting all these things, making mental notes. Madison Spears, a neighbour who lives about a kilometre up the road and grew up with Miss Martell, said her 3-year-old daughter had attended birthday parties with Lily and Jack. She said she's heartbroken that no trace of the children has turned up. To think that the kids are lost in the woods is just heartbreaking. It's really hitting close to home, really close to home. I mean, literally and figuratively. So sad. All right, so let's address some of these rumors and things then. All right, this is interesting. Now, these are in the public domain. I'm not going to delete any names here. So this is somebody in connection with Daphne Ann Sullivan, who is the great aunt of the bio dad. The mother and stepfather are saying they figured they wandered off out of the house and why wasn't anyone up with them? And the little boy was in pull-ups. Did they even get up with him to change him? Both kind of young to be up on their own. Everybody's saying the same. And it's not judgmental to say that a 6-year-old and 4-year-old are not old enough to get themselves up, get their breakfast, get dressed. Did they change his pull-up? You know, is this pull-up that he has on all the time or just overnight or what? Everybody's saying you can't not think that that is neglectful. There's 2 of them. If one of them needed to sleep, well, okay, one gets up, one sleeps, and then maybe 2-3 hours later they change over. I don't understand. Oh my God, I got a pain in the guts just thinking about them. I just pray that what they're saying is true. And why would they get rid of their Facebook? I would want everyone to know, and the quickest way is through social media to get help finding those kids. I don't know. I got a bad feeling. I just pray they make it back home safe. Daphne says, same here, it makes you think. And then someone asks what relation Jack and Lily are. What brothers' grandkids are these, hun? I pray they are found safe and unharmed. Lord, please be with these kids and all kids who are missing. Daphne says, Jimmy Sullivan. So Jimmy Sullivan is the brother of Daphne Ann Sullivan. And Jimmy Sullivan is the dad of bio dad. So Jimmy Sullivan is Lily and Jack's granddad, bio granddad. So I do have Jimmy Sullivan's information, but I'm not going to share it at this stage because, you know, people who are not connected at all and who have not spoken, I'm not going to share their stuff. But the name's out there. All right, this is scary, but again, take it with a grain of salt. Something that people are saying. Breaking bad news over here. I've got first-hand info that a young 15-year-old girl dated Malaya's brother Hayden. This young teen was locked up by Hayden and Daniel Martell was giving her cocaine. This is a very credible source. Always are though, aren't they?
Me too. And welcome, Bonnie. Good to see you, my love. Thank you for joining us today.
Outstanding jobs and positions. And best of
I hope you're
parents,
feeling okay,
as
Bonnie.
we can be,
Hope
then
you're getting
great
better with
advice
the
we
legal
give our
thing.
children, they will ultimately make their own decisions. Their daughter is a warrior, so I'm assuming that's the parents of the girl that was locked up by Malaya's brother. The daughter is a warrior. She is a resilient young lady. She's a fighter and a survivor. Hayden was criminally charged. Saw your post about missing kids and met them several times, dated their uncle. They are not cared for, and stepfather is a drug addict. Well, we've heard that he doesn't do any hard drugs by someone who knows him. So again, grain of salt. My heart broke for them when I met them and breaks for them now. And then, in the end, Hayden was charged with assault and a restraining order was put in place. Blank is doing so much better now. So that's the 15-year-old. That whole family is a mess. He was hitting her, threatening her, keeping her locked up. So we've got some problems here in this family. Certainly on Malaya's side, we've got some problems. Grain of salt, obviously. If it all turns out to be completely untrue, then there's that. But at this time, determining fact from fiction or half-truths, generally with these things, there's some truth, sometimes there's embellishment. I don't know. I'm reserving judgment on the whole thing at the moment. I'm completely open. I have problems with the wandered into the woods situation, but also I've got no evidence to accuse anybody of any foul play. So open mind completely. I don't have a theory at the moment. So let me know your thoughts in the
jump over to this other one, you guys. I had no idea he was sick. That makes this 300 times worse to me. Yeah, me too, Wisdom.
Good
Me
morning,
too.
everyone. My name is
I had
Michelle.
to say it, but Quentin, Simon, Elijah Boo, these are all the cases that we cover, guys. And anytime a child goes missing, or children, whatever, we're very on top of that. You know, that's one of my things, one of my passions. Wisdom, and quite a few of us in this community are that way too. And she's making reference to Elijah and Quentin's cases, and yeah, I got kind of have the same feelings in that aspect as well. It bothers the hell out of me, truly. Hold on, everybody. I'm so sorry. I'll get back to that thought here. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and let her play.
Well, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Friday morning, the 9th of May. In this video, we're continuing the coverage of the missing siblings over in Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia, Canada. 6-year-old Lilly and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan have been missing now for a whole week. I think it's a little before 10 that their stepdad, Daniel Martell, realised they were missing. In his words to the media, and he's speaking to the media a lot, he said that Lilly came in the room a couple of times. They told them to quieten down. Jack and Lilly were up and about, rambunctious. Lilly came in the room a couple of times. He could hear Jack in the kitchen. They were probably hungry. They were probably trying to get their own breakfast, I would imagine, at that time. And then it went quiet. A few minutes later, he went out. They weren't in the kitchen. They weren't in their bedrooms. They weren't anywhere in the trailer. The only other place they could have been is in the backyard. Now, the backyard is fenced in. As I talked about yesterday, I was surprised. I thought it was all open. But no, it's fenced in. But there is a route. You can see where they go around that little obstacle and there's a gap in the fence. So they could have got through. He estimates it's about 20 minutes from them last being heard to him realising they were gone. He jumped in his vehicle. He drove all around everywhere, looking in culverts, knee-deep in water, couldn't find them. And their mother, meanwhile, Malia Brooks Murray, had called 911. So by the time Daniel got back, first responders were already on the scene. That's Daniel's story. Okay, we've only heard once from Malia last Saturday. She gave a short interview to the media. Later that day, it all kicked off. Malia's family and Daniel's family, it all kicked off. Daniel's mother had to kick them off the property, and Malia and the 18-month-old that her and Daniel share, they went with the family, and they've been there ever since. Cindy Murray, who is Malia's mother, briefly spoke to the media the other day, and she said the cops have told them not to talk to the media. Now, I don't know whether that's true. I don't know whether they've told Daniel not to talk to the media, but if they have, then he isn't listening. He's talking. Look, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm not going to say he's talking to the media too much and it's suspicious, as some people are. Parents and step-parents of missing children can't win. If they don't talk to the media, that's suspicious and you want them to talk. But if they talk to the media too much, that's suspicious too. So what's a right amount to talk to the media? I don't know. But in my opinion, it's not how many times they talk to the media. It's what they say that's important. You know, they could hold a press conference every single day if they wanted for me, because I want to listen to them. I want to hear everything they've got to say. I want to see if there's inconsistencies with what they're saying. I want to do that for myself. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If Daniel's talking, let him talk. In this video, I'm going to talk a little bit more about Daniel, but I also want to talk some about the search. As we know, after 6 full days of really intensive searching, hoping to find them alive, they scaled back the search. Now, that doesn't mean to say that they've stopped completely. Locals have been informing, they've been in my comment section, been in the Facebook groups, been on panels now, saying that the search hasn't stopped. The huge presence, you know, the 150 searchers and law enforcement and dogs and all that, that's not there anymore, but there are targeted searches. So the helicopter was doing rounds yesterday, and they had teams looking in water sources. It's a large lake not too far from their house. I think it's called Lansdowne Lake. I don't know how well these water sources have been searched, but that's what they seem to be doing yesterday. And also, I found out why, well, I think this is why anyway, that no cadaver dogs were used, because I was really surprised at the press conference when they said that they hadn't utilised cadaver dogs. Now, look, in the initial stages of any missing persons case, you are hoping and praying to find them alive. And in many, many, many cases, that absolutely happens. Somebody gets lost, could be a child, could be an adult, gets lost in the woods or gets injured and can't make their way back to safety. And within the first couple of days, that's what you're hoping. But as the days tick by from the magic 48 hours to 3 days to 4 days and so on, the chances of them being alive reduce significantly, especially young children. An adult, as long as they're not injured, but they're just lost, they might have the common sense to find shelter, even make a shelter, to find some food potentially. But people have sustained themselves on leaves and bugs and stuff like that. I mean, there's some stories of people surviving for a long time out in the wild when they're lost. But you're not going to die after a week of no food. A week of no water, completely different story. However, 2 little kids, not going to have the knowledge, the common sense, the capacity to do anything like that an adult might be able to do. So when they say that there's strong chance now that they're no longer alive and it's no longer a rescue, it becomes a recovery. And when it's a recovery, then there's no rush, is there, to be frank? And the investigation phase, like the criminal side, the major crimes unit, they step up a gear. And they look at all the original interviews. They want to do further interviews. They want to collect as much surveillance, and they'll be going through that surveillance, not just once, but multiple times. They'll want to look at cell phones. Now, people have said that there's no cell coverage there, but how do they call 911? Do they have a landline? Or do they have Wi-Fi and they can call over Wi-Fi? I don't know. I mean, look, this is sounding more and more and more like Canada's Summer Wells case, because searchers in that case, they had to bring in mobile cell masts, and they have done in this case. I don't know whether I've got the photo, but I saw a photo of a mobile cell mast being erected. Anyhow, I'm glad that the searches are continuing. I want to play you just a minute or so of this. This is from CTV. And this is someone called Chris Lewis, CTV's news public safety analyst. It's kind of interesting.
Staff sergeant in charge of the investigative side of this said just things he couldn't say. At the same time, it's very, very intense and very thick area that they're searching, very difficult to traverse, even for trained adults, let alone children. So they've obviously made the decision that they don't believe the kids have got further than their perimeter, the area they've already searched. So they want to go back and research it. And he also specifically said there's areas that they want to revisit. Mm-hmm. So why is that? It's disturbing to me that they think the children may not be alive, but the RCMP are really good at this, big searches and investigations, and so they know something we don't, and we have to trust them that hopefully these kids will be found alive, and they'll, if possible, they will do so.
They're bound to know things we don't. You know, they've interviewed the key people, but more than that, in relation to the search itself, cops have way more knowledge than we do. Now, I found this on a Facebook group last night, and I thought this was really interesting. Somebody screenshotted the search map that was displayed. So the center is the home, and then you've got the rings out. I think they said 2.2 or 2.5 kilometers, which is about 1.5 miles in all directions. Now, look, they didn't go in all directions, did they? Now, we don't know what day this was from. This could have been from like just the first couple of days. They may have filled in the rest of this. We don't know. But if this is an initial search map, look at the direction they were in. Look at it. So a bit to the south, bit to the north, but mainly west. And virtually nothing going east. Now, is that because Daniel said that they never crossed the road and they concentrated on the areas that the kids know? We've heard from Daniel that they've built cabins in the woods and things. We know that when Daniel's met with the cops, he's drawn the maps of places to go. Now, somebody made a more easy to understand map using a program called Scribble Maps. Now, this is really good. There's the center. And then 0.5, 2.5, 4, 6, 8 kilometers. I have to convert it all to miles, but we know they did. I'm sure it was 2.2 or 2.5 radius. So just zoom this in a little bit more. And what you see is that it's this woods behind the house. And I think this is the gas pipeline coming down here. I think it is. The gas pipeline, if that indeed is the gas pipeline, is just 3/4 of a mile from their house as the crow flies. So 0.7, almost 3/4 of a mile. So not that far, even for two kids, not that far. And it is possible to get there. There's this road. You know, if they got to this road, you're up this road to that far, and then there's a lot of open areas. I mean, there's a lot of really dense areas, but there's a lot of more open areas. Even the open areas, though, might be hazardous. You know, the stuff around here that looks fine to walk in, and you get there and it really isn't, because it's like overgrown and you can't tell on a map. But if that's the gas pipeline, there was a rumour early on that on Saturday, children's boot prints were found on the gas pipeline. But there was also a rumour that the footprints were found closer to the home, like near the driveway. So I kind of discounted the gas pipeline thing, but looking at the search map, I'm thinking, is that why they focused in this area initially? Thinking that they've gone to the gas pipeline, walked along the gas pipeline and maybe tried to get home, but they obviously don't know how far they'll have walked the pipeline. But what if they walked the pipeline this way? What if they got out of the search area? Like walking on the pipe, that's going to be easy to walk, isn't it? Easier to walk than through the woods. So there is a possibility that they did wander off. Why they wanted to, why they went, were they looking for food? Were they on an adventure? You know, Lily packs her backpack. They want to head out because they're bored. I have no idea, but it is possible. We have to keep that in play. Don't throw that out, like saying, oh, they would have been found by now, because it's incredibly difficult in terrain like that. Things get so easily missed. Evidence, even bodies get so easily missed. But I was saying about the cadaver dogs, and then I went off on a tangent. There's actually only 12 cadaver dogs in the whole of Canada, and only one in the province. So perhaps they don't use cadaver dogs in just searches. The main dogs that are important in the early stages are the live scent trackers, you know, tracking live people. But generally in this country, and generally in the United States as a I've seen, cadaver dog teams are used as well, like to run over the property, to go through the house, to go through vehicles, to go through specific areas that, you know, someone may have been potentially murdered or
Sorry about that, guys. Um, I was muted. My apologies. So yeah, to answer Denise's question, the neighbor did say that it was either Wednesday or Thursday. She wasn't 100% sure that there was a party going on and that the driveway was packed with cars, and that the cars were so all the way out the end of the driveway, even parking on the road. So can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now? I hope. Yes? No? Okay. Good Lord. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, so that's the deal with the party scenario. It was either Wednesday or Thursday. She's not 100% sure. Kids were last seen in school on Tuesday. Didn't have school Wednesday, and they hadn't been to school because of being sick, supposedly, and that was it. So, again, we don't know the exact, in my opinion. They say it was Friday. We don't know that that's true. So, I'm just saying.
Or something happened and they run the cadaver dogs just in case. But
Welcome,
they
Rachel.
haven't in this case. At their press conference, they said that they'd not used cadaver dogs. Like, the working theory was that they'd wandered off. Once it was realised that if they wandered off, they're no longer alive, then that was it. But again, the search hasn't stopped. It's just been scaled back. But if there's only 12 cadaver dogs in the whole of Canada, then they probably have to use them sparingly. So that must be the reason why. I want to just talk about Daniel for a little bit. Daniel is still talking to the media. There's all sorts of theories and rumors and things like that going on at the moment. He says that they're flying someone in to give him a polygraph, that he's asked for a polygraph. There's none in the area, so they're flying someone in to give him a polygraph. Listen.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
I've got news for you, Daniel. If you're completely innocent, you doing a polygraph and passing is not going to stop the internet rumors. It's not. Look, we know polygraphs are not admissible in court for a very good reason. You can fool a polygraph. The polygrapher can ask the wrong questions. You can pass when you're guilty.
He does, Gianna. But I'm gonna tell you guys what. Out of the two of them, he's the only one that I've seen. It's come forward. He's spoken quite a few times. The only one that I've seen even remotely shows something that looks like emotion. And he's out here doing this. So I have to give him that for right now. I don't know what else is going on. I don't know if he's doing it because he's trying to prove something different than what's true, or if he's just being real. The mother's the one that I've kind of looked at side-eyed a little bit, okay, because of the way that she's acting, the way she spoke, the fact that we've never seen her again, she left here, so on and so forth. All those things are making me question her to that point. Welcome, Peaky. Good to see you. Yeah, the whole property is a giant hazard to the kids, in my opinion, too, but it is what it is. So, all right, here we go.
Can fail when you're completely innocent. People aren't going to believe you, even if you pass a polygraph. So if you want to take a polygraph just for that reason, then I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to tell you. But somebody went into the Facebook groups yesterday to defend him. Posted anonymously. I'm just going to put this out here. I know the stepfather for a very long time, and never once has he shown me any signs of anger. He was always good to the kids and does not do any heavy drugs. He's a kind, polite guy. I'm not just saying this because I know him, but I don't think he had anything to do with this. He has been following all police orders. He let them search the property over and over. He offered them a drug test, a lie detector test. He also gave them his laptop and cell phone to be looked at. He has nothing to hide. When all this comes out, he didn't do it. I hope a lot of you are ashamed of yourself. He took care of those kids more than the mother did. Sometimes the nicest people can be monsters. I understand that. but I can honestly say I don't think he would ever do this. I think he was just probably threatened really bad. If he says something, he may die, or he just really doesn't know what happened. He's out there looking for them hours and hours. The mom isn't even caring to look. Now, people rightly said that we don't know who this is. It's an anonymous person. It could be Daniel. It could be somebody from Daniel's family to bolster his reputation. I take it with a grain of salt. I just find it interesting. Some of the comments are also interesting because this person comes back and says, you guys all don't know that more than twice she, so Malaya, has got drunk and attacked him. And he didn't even raise a finger back to her. He wasn't an aggressive guy at all. You could be a woman and push him over and he would just stand there. It's food for thought, isn't it? That when she's drunk, she attacks him. Wow, that is food for thought. Was she doing this to the children as well? Did he see this happen firsthand? Does the administration of the page know who you are? Anonymous participant, why are you posting this?
That could possibly explain the scratch on his face or whatever that is, unless it's just a scar, but I'm not saying that's what it was, so I don't want anybody to go crazy with that. Just saying, if she did to like that, you know, it couldn't make some sense. Who knows?
It's anonymously that. Anonymous participant wants to know why this person's posting anonymously. Oh dear. But no, look, seriously, I thought that was interesting. There's two sides to every story. There's a reason why her family were kicking off. And what's this about? That if you say something, you might die. I mean, what's that about? I've said from the jump that there's stuff here that we don't know. Now, maybe the cops know. Maybe the cops have discounted some stuff. Maybe they're following up on certain things. Maybe there's the leads that they're not talking about that they mentioned at the press conference. Maybe there is family stuff that we don't know about that is of importance in this case. We don't know what we don't know. So let's keep a truly open mind about everything. I don't have a number one theory yet. Like normally by this point, I'm starting to develop a theory of what most likely happened, and then I'll have my second theory and my third theory, and I follow the evidence. But at this point, we don't have a great deal of evidence. But that search map's really interesting. All right, guys, let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, folks.
All right. So yeah. And don't feel like that, Gianna. Like a lot of people, you don't know. You know what I mean? It's not your fault. Because you feel a certain type of way from certain situations. Just saying. Let me see something here. So Deception Detective, we looked at him yesterday. He put out another video on this too. Like I said, not everybody follows these things. I'm just looking for anything we can find on this to see everybody's feelings and opinions, and also to see if anybody comes up with anything new. That's the other side to this, because we're not getting a lot of info on this, sadly.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations.
That's Daniel Martell, and I think he knows more about the disappearance of his missing stepchildren than he's letting on. And it's not just because he's somehow able to dismiss every online accusation, including those against the mother, who's statistically the most likely culprit except for himself, as crazy. So in today's video, let's analyze that recent interview and one of his earliest interviews and count all the contradictions and red flags. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation. If that's your thing, hit subscribe. For exclusives, early access, and other cool perks, consider becoming a channel member. Link in description. Even if you're familiar with this case, you might not be up to date with the most recent important developments. So before we grab our deception decks and start analyzing Daniel, here's a quick recap.
4 days into the search for his missing stepkids, Lilly and Jack Sullivan, Daniel Martel is pleading with the public to keep their eyes peeled. Martel confirmed that when the two children went missing from the home behind me, Lilly was wearing a pink shirt and pink rain boots. She was also carrying a white backpack with strawberries on it. Martel says although he didn't see Jack that morning, he is believed to be wearing a brown shirt, brown pants with a pull-up diaper on underneath, and blue rain boots with dinosaurs on them. According to Martel, his side of the family are currently the only ones at ground zero after Lilly and Jack's mother left the county Saturday. But still, he remains, begging anyone with answers to come forward and bring his children home safe.
This is my third video about this case, and every time I play a news clip to set the table for new viewers, there's another glaring red flag. And at this point, it's a Russian parade. First, we have Jack and Lilly, who were reported missing on a Friday, but we've since learned that they were out of school the entire week. We have Daniel, a non-biologically related adult male, in the house of small children, which is heavily correlated with neglect. As of yesterday, we have the police winding down their search for Jack and Lilly, suggesting that they have reason to believe that they won't be found alive. And finally, we have the biological mother fleeing the area while her kids are still missing, suggesting she has reason to suspect that too. I won't rehash every red flag from those videos. I'll link them at the end so you can check them out after this. For now, here's a quick clip from the last one because it's important to the analysis we're going to do today. Innocent parents tend to do 7 things when they have the opportunity to get on TV. For instance, parents of missing children, if they're innocent, if they actually have no idea what happened to their kid, talk about their kid in the present tense. Secondly, we can expect them to be cooperative. So if the police or the media are asking them questions, they answer fully and candidly. Third, innocent parents are inconclusive about what happened if there's no evidence to suggest one scenario over another. In this case, if they actually found 2 boot tracks showing the kids walked into the woods, there's no way to say for sure that they must have been kidnapped or that an animal dragged them off or any other scenario. They should be considering all possibilities. And that brings me to the 4th item on the checklist. If all possibilities are open, a kidnapping is also open. So typically, innocent parents look into camera and beg any kidnappers or anyone who might have their kid to please return them. Finally, we can expect innocent parents of missing children to directly ask the audience watching on TV for help because that's the only point of doing the interview, to get help, to get information out there. If they do anything other than that, like try to push a narrative or try to construct their own alibi, we need to be suspect about that. That's the rundown of my missing child presser checklist, and those are the 7 things we're going to listen for Daniel to do in these interviews or not do, along with any signs of deception or leakage. So without further ado, let's watch the interview he did 3 days ago, and then we'll watch the one I played in the intro, which he did 24 hours ago.
We were searching. We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day, we did. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can, and just until my throat hurt. Running through water that was up to my waist. And as soon as I got back, I wasn't allowed back in the woods until a man dressed in military outfit said I could go back into the woods.
4 days into the search for his missing stepkids, Lilly and Jack Sullivan, Daniel Martel is pleading with the public to keep their eyes peeled, but he has begun to lose hope they are anywhere in the vicinity.
Oh my God, I'm muted again. I'm so sorry. The stupid microphone. There was a warrant issued for the home. They went through the home more than once and everything on the property. and everything on the property that they went through, from my understanding. Sorry about this mute. This microphone's a pain in the butt, guys. Sorry. I don't know that he was arrested. I know he was taken in for questioning. They had him in for 4 hours, questioned him, so on and so forth. Okay, so it's not a reservation, it's a different province. I did hear him say that, so I didn't know. I don't know where the reservation was coming from either, but I was just going based on you guys. It's this microphone thing. I have to get a new cord for my other mic to use it, guys. So my apologies. Please bear with it. Where are we at here? They do. They live in the middle of absolute nowhere, Gianna. It's literally out in the. They don't even have decent. The radios weren't working out there because they live so far away. It's a mess. Yeah, I believe her family lives on the reservation. That she went to stay with them for. It's in a different province for a period of time when they had their fight Saturday night. Those are the details that I do know. So that's all I can answer as far as that goes. Sorry, guys.
They hate being wet and cold, so they immediately would have came right back into the house. The only two prints are right beside the house facing the road, and then that's it.
Martel wants the search to be extended to include provincial borders in case the children were abducted.
Thank you, Paula.
A reality,
Please
he
hit the
says,
like
is
button,
becoming
Wayne.
more and more likely.
Post any officers they can get at the New Brunswick border, PI border, and get them at every airport possible.
Martel confirmed that when the two children went missing from the home behind me, Lilly was wearing a pink shirt and pink rain boots.
As I said in my last video analyzing Daniel, he's actually doing a lot of the things on my missing child presser checklist correctly. For instance, in this interview, he's allowing for multiple possibilities. Maybe the kids wandered off, or maybe they were abducted, but he's not allowing for every possibility. And when I say that, I mean he's not suspicious of the mother. And when I said that, I got lots of comments, I'm assuming from new subscribers, saying, hey, DD, do you really expect these two parents to start suspecting each other or bashing each other on TV? And my answer is yes, that's what innocent people do, because all options are on the table until proven otherwise, even suspecting your spouse. And it's not at all unique. We see it all the time on the channel. For example, with Gannon Stouch's mother, Kyron Harmon's mother, or Sebastian Rogers' father. In fact, as we saw in the intro, we're even starting to see signs of it in this case with Daniel. He didn't just say he wants to be polygraphed to exclude himself. He wants everyone to be polygraphed. But before we get too excited about his prospects of being innocent, we still have to finish watching this old interview from 3 days ago. So let's see what else he says here.
He also refuted the claim that the two children are nonverbal, saying while they are on the autism spectrum, they are quite trusting and say hi to everyone. According to Martel, his side of the family are currently the only ones at ground zero after Lilly and Jack's mother left the county Saturday. But still, he remains, begging anyone with answers to come forward and bring his children home safe.
Anybody who has any information, or you think you've seen something or hear something, or any messages from friends about hearing something, just contact your local police services. Anything, guys, anything.
It's the end of that interview, and as you can see, Daniel asked for help, which is a great sign, but it doesn't outweigh all the suspicious stuff, like him not suspecting the mother at all after she picked up sticks and left town while her kids might still be out in the woods. And then not only do we have a contradiction about the children's talkativeness, remember initially they were supposedly nonverbal. Now we have him telling us how they say hi to everybody and they're super talkative. Coincidentally, or maybe not coincidentally, the mother said the same thing, which makes me think that this contradiction is a contradiction of convenience. Here's how I explained it in my video analyzing the mother.
We're looking outside, we're looking everywhere, yelling for them, and I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both.
That's my biggest problem with her, is the way that she did her interview. It's like she's reading a story to everybody and at a textbook or something. It's strange, very strange. So I don't know 100% what it's about, but yeah. Biggest thing that caught my attention. What's up, Cap? Good to see you, brother.
Both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone.
I don't like how she's leaving all those little breadcrumbs to sort of suggest or imply to us that the kids must have been kidnapped or gone off with a stranger by telling us how talkative they are and all that sort of stuff. It's unnecessary, and it's pretty blatant if that's what she's doing. To be clear, I think the mother, Malaya, was definitely pushing a narrative when she was going on and on about how talkative the kids are, because it was unprompted. And for such a brief interview, it took up a lot of time when it had nothing to do with getting people to help find where her children are now. It was strictly theory pushing, which is the red flag for a hoaxer. Remember, they get on TV to push a theory or to build their alibi. Innocent parents get on TV to ask for help. As far as Daniel goes, I don't know why he's saying it. Maybe they scripted that they were going to say this beforehand, so they're on the same page. I'm not quite ready to go all in on him, even though I'm ready to go all in on the mother. So let's see if this most recent interview tips the scales.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations. And
Well, what doesn't make sense about her side of the family not believing him is she was there with him. She can attest to anything that he may have done or not done. They were there together. So how does that work out? Explain that one.
everything else.
All right, so that's the clip, and I'm actually happy to see that things are breaking down between them because it could suggest that Daniel's innocent. Or if they're both guilty, I'm glad they're turning on each other. Finally, I'll wrap up this video the same way I wrapped up so many others like Don Wells and Chris Proudfoot. Daniel, if you're open to an interview, contact me through the DD forum. At the very least, I'll get your story out to a bunch of new people. At the very best, if I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll be your biggest advocate on YouTube. If you want to continue this series, let me know by liking, commenting, and sharing. Till next time, stay.
Well, that's what she tells us, Taylor. Said she was drifting in and out, so on and so forth. So that makes me wonder, was she completely sound asleep, passed out? That would make more sense, but that's not what she told us. She said she was drifting in and out of sleep. He did seem to know more about the kids than she did from that morning. So I don't know. I don't know. Something's not right, but we'll see. But good point, Taylor.
Stay true.
All right, hold up, folks. Give me 1 minute. There's not a lot of updates here. Hold on. Hang on, everybody. All right, guys. I was looking. I don't see. Sorry about that, everybody. And my son spoke to me for a minute again. Okay, nothing else besides that I can find update wise. And it's this kind of reminds me of little boy Dylan we were looking for too. Between that and Summerwell. I know the microphone is messing up. Sorry. I can't help it. My apologies. So anyway, moving on. There is nothing new as of today, sadly. There's other creators that are putting stuff out like Dolly and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna run anything they're putting out. They probably have no more news than what we do, sadly. This is bugging the hell out of me. Let me see something here. Nope, that's it. Okay. So gonna do it for right now with that case. And just again, pray to God, you guys, that something good happens in this. I mean, I can't think of anything at this point. My stomach is just in knots over this one. I wonder if it was. Nope. Doesn't say anything new there. They went to a Q&A expert and asked questions, but it wasn't. With everything they've used, they should have found those kids if they're anywhere near or on that property. And I'm real curious to see what Major Case thinks on this too. And there's nothing there. It's really sad. God, it's driving me nuts. So anyway, moving on. Oh, thank you, Wisdom. It's been, what, 8-9 days now we're going on? Oh, wait a minute here. I did find something different. Give me a second here. I did find something new that came out just an hour ago. As another creator put out. So see what she knows. Sorry, guys. Channel is Kailu, I think the channel's called. Let me know how this works. Thank you so much, Wisdom, and thank you anybody that chooses to support us via the wish list there through Amazon. God bless. That's awesome. Again, something we don't expect, guys, but very much appreciate. All right, hold on.
6-year-old Lilly Sullivan and her on May 2nd, 2025, 6-year-old Lilly Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack Sullivan disappeared without a trace from their rural home in Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia. Their story has shocked the nation, sparked widespread concern, and left a community desperate for answers. In today's video, I'm going to walk you through a clear and thorough timeline of events as we know them and explore the family's statements, the official search efforts, and discuss the speculations and unanswered questions that continue to surround this heartbreaking case. It was Friday, May 2nd, 2025 at around 10 o'clock in the morning when Lilly and Jack's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, called 911 to report that her children were missing. She told police over the phone that she had heard them playing earlier in the day before falling back asleep, but when she woke up again, they were gone.
What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911.
We're on day 8, guys. Yesterday was day number 7. They went missing last Friday. So it's been a long time. Are you leaving, Gianna? Oh, okay. Enjoy the grandbaby. They're such a joy. Thank you so much for being here, Gianna. We appreciate you so much and hope to see you again soon. Thank you so much.
I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing.
Immediately, people started questioning what the mother had
So glad
said.
to hear,
It's very
Gianna.
bizarre that in her statement, she doesn't know that the children were outside, couldn't hear them open the door, but then knew that they were outside. The way she talks about the door opening, she's not talking about it as if it's a possibility. She's talking about it as if it happened, yet at the time she didn't know that they went outside. I personally find this to be interesting because if your children go missing and the last place you saw them was inside of the home and you never heard them leave the home, why would you start telling the story that they were outside playing if you didn't know that they were outside playing? That's the first time people started questioning the mom because she knew so much while saying she didn't know anything. From May 2nd to May 4th, more than 160 trained searchers were involved in looking for Lilly and Jack. They covered about 4 square kilometers of dense wooded terrain using everything from infrared technology to helicopters and drones. The interesting thing about this is what they're saying is that the terrain is so difficult for even trained adults. So how would a 4- and 6-year-old even be able to get out there unless they had help or someone take them out there? Them searching a terrain that they know that a 4- and 6-year-old wouldn't be able to do themselves definitely tells me that they have concerns that they were not alone. On the 5th of May, the RCMP stated publicly that there was no evidence of foul play or abduction. That same day, many began questioning why an Amber Alert hadn't been issued, especially given the children's ages. Now, the only evidence that they have found of the children at all is one footprint on the edge of the woods. Some people are questioning if this footprint was planted there. Now we have to talk about the stepfather. Daniel Martell has done interviews and people immediately noticed that there was a scratch under his eye.
Last few days have been very stressful. I mean, ever since the Friday morning when we noticed that the children were gone. Immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there.
If you look at past photos of him prior to his children going missing, this scratch is not there. When you have two missing children, you have a wife that is giving weird statements that don't exactly line up, and then the husband has a scratch under his eye. This raises red flags for people observing the situation and these missing children. When he conducts interviews, he's also said some very bizarre things. He's describing clothing that they were wearing, shoes they had on, backpacks they had with them, yet they didn't know that they were even outside. So how would he know what they took with them when they went outside if they didn't know that they even went out there?
Took their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white, and it was white, strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods that it'd be probably brown, but I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up on for that long after it got soaked from the very first day. We only found the 2 boot tracks outside of the house.
Whereabouts?
Right beside the house, probably 10 feet away from the backyard.
In the backyard, okay.
Nothing new other than the helicopters are still in the air, and they had dogs. They took around the dogs today, and as of last night, they had 8 more drones going up on infrared. I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to. And Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends.
There was a moment where he said that he was surprised that they didn't find anything, not a pull-up or even a backpack.
I'm still holding out hope. I don't know why they didn't find anything from Jack's pull-up to her backpack or any of her belongings at all. They just haven't found anything.
It is so unbelievably strange that this man keeps talking about why didn't they find a pull-up and a backpack. He mentions it in 2 different interviews. It is oddly specific items. He even says in one of these interviews that he suspects if they find a backpack, it's going to be really muddy now, and says that after getting soaked the first day, he would have taken his pull-up off. It's really bizarre to me. It's almost like he knows there's a backpack and a pull-up out there to be found.
I imagine now if they're in the woods that it'd be probably brown, but I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up on for that long.
Some people are even questioning, is he mentioning these items because he planted them and he's shocked that they didn't find anything like that? I honestly feel like if
I agree,
they do
Mike.
find a pull-up and a missing backpack, that
Yeah, these pictures and the other one, they look fresher. You know what I'm saying? They look more vibrant as compared to what they look like now. They definitely look like something's changed. You know what I mean?
that he needs to be arrested. But as of right now, there's no evidence that he actually did anything to his children. There's just a lot of bizarre behavior that definitely raises some questions to if he was involved. And then to make it even more disturbing and strange, after the children go missing and the mother did the interview, Malia Brooks Murray ends up leaving the husband and going to stay with her family. They've been together for 3 years, and suddenly right after the kids go missing, she leaves. Not only that, she deletes her Facebook after a video is retrieved from it of her daughter screaming at a birthday party.
6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack are still missing from Nova Scotia, Canada. Other than the press conference of yesterday, we do not currently have any new updates, but I did find a video on FB that the mother had posted of the family prior to deleting her social media, which kind of shows the family dynamic. This particular video I'm going to show you has nothing to do with the actual case, but does show the dynamic between Lily, the stepdad, and the mother. That's Lily.
Some people think that this video is strange that she's screaming like that and that nobody's reacting to it. But me personally, I don't find it strange at all because it has been expressed that the children may have autism. So in this moment, the daughter may have been overstimulated by them singing happy birthday and been screaming because of the noise.
We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds.
Originally, it was stated that the children were nonverbal, but later on it was stated that that's not the case. They weren't nonverbal. They just struggled in school. The father also stated that they would get into a car with anybody, which is
That was my point. Maybe she was just excited and was just screaming because it was loud and everybody was yelling, you know. But that doesn't mean much of anything. I've seen other kids do that. So she's just a baby. She's a little one. It is what it is.
It's completely unsafe that you haven't taught your children to not do that. But he said that they're so friendly and love people. They would have gotten into the car. Somebody could have offered them candy and they would have hopped right in.
Awesome kids, very, very kind. They'll talk to anyone. They want to go with anyone. There's just looking to have as much fun as they can.
Now, this is where the yard comes in because aerial photos of the property were released. And when you look outside of the trailer, obviously a lot of people are making statements about the living conditions of the home. There's a camper that has a tarp over the top of it. And so people started wondering who lives there. Come to find out that Daniel's brother lives in that home with.
Here's another big problem I have with this, you guys, is according to what's been stated, Daniel's brother and his mother live in this RV. So even if the kids went outside, these two didn't see or hear anything. Kids make noise when they play. Nobody saw anything. This is my biggest question. How did 4 adults on this property not know where these 2 little kids went? And I struggle with somebody grabbing 2 kids at once, too, as an abduction. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, that seems a bit dramatic for me. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying there's some things off with this big time.
Their mom. So that means there were 4 adults on the property at the time that 2 children disappeared without anybody noticing. Not to mention the fact that the backyard is completely fenced in. So how would a 4 and a 6-year-old have climbed a fence to get out? And why would they have even done that? Not to mention, it was said that the kids had been out of school for around 10 days because the daughter had a cough.
Person for the Chignecto Central Regional Center for Education tells us the 2 children were students at Salt Springs Elementary School. Their stepdad told us they'd both been out sick all week before disappearing on Friday.
It's really disturbing that that fact was mentioned because that means that they could have went missing after their last day of school and been missing for a week before the police got involved. So I also
Bingo. That's where my mind went when I found out that they hadn't been at school for a week. We don't know the exact timeline on this, okay? We know what they said. If we believe them, then okay, we believe them. But they were on the bus on Tuesday. They were dropped off at the end of the driveway. That was the last time they were seen. So how are we to know that Friday is the day they went missing? How are we to know that that's the truth? You know, I'm not trying to say that they're lying, this and everything else, but at the same time, I don't trust these situations. Tuesday, last day, then there's a party supposedly Wednesday or Thursday, and then they say they're missing on Friday. Something's off. Something is definitely off here somewhere. Yeah, that's true. Donna said that only Lily was last seen on Monday. I'm sorry. they were seen and dropped off on the bus, from what they said at the end of the driveway, Denise, on Tuesday. Yeah, it was both of them, Donna. Sorry. I misunderstood what you were saying. Yeah, it's true. So there's that, guys. But we're like the 10th of May now. So the last time they were seen was the 29th. Is that right? That's crazy. Way too long. Way too long. Something happened. That's all I can say is something happened. Yes, 11 days since proof of life. Exactly, Stitches. That's my biggest problem right now. 100% backwoods. 100%.
I find that detail interesting, that they were allegedly sick and hadn't been in school for over a week, but they feel good enough to go play outside and potentially climb a fence to walk way out into the woods where even trained adults are struggling to search for the missing children, and it just doesn't line up.
The police were called last Friday, not yesterday, but last Friday, Jody, around 10 a.m.
Makes sense at all. And then the mother was saying that they never even heard the screen door open, but is saying that they went out there. It's very strange that she's first saying that she didn't know that they went outside, but they also seem to know that they were outside. This could be one of two things. This could be that they were being neglectful parents and weren't watching their children because they said they were taking a nap and they were in there with their baby. Maybe the mom was just paranoid of coming off like she was being neglectful when she was telling her story. And that's just playing the devil's advocate, because I'm going to be real, everything else about it is bizarre. Because if you truly don't know that your children were outside, you're not going to then say that you knew they were outside and went out the sliding glass door. Especially considering whenever you look at these aerial photos, it looks like there's two doors that lead outside. So how would she have known it was that door and not the other back door or even the front door? How would she know that they were in the backyard if they never heard them? It just doesn't make any sense. She said that they got up and started looking when they realized that they didn't hear anything at all. So then does that mean that you heard them playing outside? But you're saying that you didn't even know that they were out there. It honestly sounds like people that didn't get their story straight before they started telling it. And I feel like we're all just trying to believe the benefit of the doubt when it comes to this case, because we don't want to believe that they did something to their own children, and we don't know if they did. On Tuesday, May 6th, some potential clues were found. They ended up uncovering a child's shirt and a water bottle. Jack and Lily's stepfather, Daniel Martell, said that those items did not belong to the children. That left investigators and the public with even more questions, wondering, okay, well then whose were they? The family urged the RCMP to widen the search beyond the province and to nearby airports, suggesting that there was a possible abduction and that it couldn't be completely ruled out. I'm under the impression that they believe, even though they've said that they don't think that there's any foul play, that they think that maybe there was. I kind of feel like they're searching for bodies at this point and not for live children. Naturally, when something like this happens, people are going to want answers, but that's led to the growing speculation online. One major area of concern involves this family dynamic. Lily and Jack's stepfather, Daniel Bartel, has publicly expressed frustration. He said that after the children went missing, their mother left to stay with their family in another part of Nova Scotia and has since blocked him on social media. She's also refusing to do any more interviews. Meanwhile, some relatives from the mother's side have made public statements questioning Martel's role or knowledge of what happened. Some people are also speculating, is the family kind of pushing towards the narrative that the father did it because the mother had something to do with it? I've seen videos where people are saying that the mother's response to her missing children sounded a lot like Chris Watts.
Did anyone else catch this? Listen to Jack and Lily's mom and then listen to Chris Watts.
Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
Now Chris Watts.
It was tearing me apart last night, and I needed that. I needed that last night. And for nobody to be here last night and to go into their rooms and know that I wasn't going to turn the rain machines on. I know that I wasn't going to turn the monitor on. No, I wasn't going to kiss them to bed tonight. It was it was, that's why last night was just horrible. I couldn't do it.
If you don't see the parallels there, I cannot help you. I cannot help you. He is laughing because he actually unalived them on purpose and got rid of them on purpose and had that duper's delight, like, I got away with it smile. This mother, I believe it was an accident. I believe this was not intentional, but she's covering up what really happened.
It is very bizarre when you see them in these interviews because at first they don't really show a lot of emotion. People who are parents, just like myself, it's hard to imagine that your child would be missing and you would even be able to form a sentence at all. This is very bizarre that a mother has 2 missing children, age 4 and 6, and she leaves the search area. She's no longer helping look for the children at all. So obviously people have been questioning, why would a mother leave during an active search for her missing children, and why has she remained quiet publicly after that bizarre interview where her statement made no sense? On the other hand, their stepfather, Daniel Martell, has been much more vocal, but not without controversy. In interviews and Facebook posts, he's been openly critical of Malia, hinting that she may be hiding something. The blame shifting has created a deep divide within the family, and people are wondering what happened. You have 2 missing kids, and now their 2 parents aren't speaking to each other at all and aren't working together to find the kids. It feels like there are details missing in this case. Now, it has been over a week since the kids have went missing, so they put out a statement where they said that due to the conditions and the children's ages and the terrain, that they do not believe that the kids would be alive.
Based on the experts and the review of the facts, the inclement weather, the time frames, and their age, the likelihood that they're alive right now is very low.
We're transitioning from a full-scale search to searches of more specific spaces that have already been searched by our teams. We want to circle back to increase the probability that all clues have been found. And when transitioning from an active search to a scaled-back search, the probability of survival is taken into consideration. I want to assure you that our missing persons investigation continues. We're not packing up, and we're not giving up.
Thanks for joining us.
At the same time, it's very, very intense and very thick area that they're searching, very difficult to traverse, even for trained adults, let alone children. So they've obviously made the decision that they don't believe the kids have got further than their perimeter, the area they've already searched. So they want to go back and research it. And he also specifically said there's areas that they want to revisit. So why is that?
This is one of the only times that we've seen the stepfather break out in tears. He's also come out and done interviews saying that he has requested a lie detector test be not only performed on him, but other family members as well. Because as you know, Malia's behavior has been really strange with her leaving the property and not helping search for her children. But there's also 2 other family members that were on this property.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online.
So it makes me wonder if she's lying to her family about things and making him out to be the bad guy, per se, to save face with her family. That is something I've been wondering for a couple of days now. I'll just say that.
I'm making crazy accusations and everything else.
At the end of the day, the children are still missing. They're suspecting that they're now searching for bodies. We can only hope that they find the children alive, but if they don't find them alive, I hope that they find them so that they can put them to rest. I'll be keeping up to date with the story, so subscribe so that you don't miss any of the updates, and thank you so much for watching today's video.
I can agree, Backwoods. I think you're on point with that, bro. So this is really sad, you guys. And I'll be honest with you folks. I don't think they're on the property. And if they are, they're buried on the property. They're not. I don't think they're anywhere in that area, that vicinity, unless they're buried somewhere. That's my opinion at this point now. You know, what happened? Do we know what happened? No. Yeah, I don't think that with everything they've done, I'm looking for those kids on that property and that the wooded areas surrounding the property and all this stuff. They're not there unless they're buried there somewhere, guys. That's my opinion now. Oh, what a mess. What a scary, sad mess with these kids. It's so sad. Unbelievable. So that's all we got right now, guys. I will continue to try and keep everybody up to date on what's going on with this, as much as, of course, as we get updates. Hopefully there'll be more coming soon. Well, not necessarily, Denise. We don't know. Like, he could have been asleep at some point and she was awake. Something happened. She goes in, lays back down like she'd been sleeping the whole time. Then he wakes up and says he sees, you know, who knows? I don't truly know how to like figure this one out as to what they were doing, where they've been, and what happened. So I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, I think they need to bring cadaver dogs in if they haven't yet done it. I truly do. All right, guys, my heart hurts for this. It truly does. These kids, every time we have these kids.
And this house just steps from campus.
It just bothers me. Just bothers me. Something possibly WB like that, or something with maybe the party. Something happened during that party that maybe he was passed out, she wasn't, or vice versa. I don't know, you guys. I don't know which direction to go with this. All I know is that I have a really bad feeling about this, and I have since I think the moment that we started off with this. They said that they were going to start to bring them in. At least said they may have at this point. Who knows? You might be right. It could be, Mike. It could be. Yeah, it could be. But they've used FLIR cameras at night, multiple helicopters and drones. There's nothing. So at this point, something's not right. Somebody either took the kids off property, or she did. Something happened to them, or they're buried there. Those are the only two things I can see being at this point. It's pretty wild, though. Yeah, they need to have a better timeline put out, because we don't know if the timeline's right or not. Last we know is that they noticed the kids were missing around 8:30 a.m. Friday, according to them. Tried searching for them and made the call around 10 a.m. that they were missing. And things went from there. That's what they say, but we don't know for sure. Yeah, LA's been on top of this one from day one. Like, they've been going pretty hardcore. I mean, they had to relinquish the search after 6 days. At some point, there's nothing else they can do. And it's just really sad. I kind of feel like they did, yeah. I don't know. I mean, with the terrain and area, like I said, they searched nonstop. I think it was 6 days is when they started to back down. They had the locals still searching, but all the researchers that came in, they went home. So I don't know. Yeah, agreed. WB, agreed. Here's my biggest issue with this whole thing, and this is to both of them. They should have both had their asses up, or at least one of them with those kids. Physically, not just listening to them from another room half asleep. They should have been up with those kids, period. Especially if they're hyperactive, possibly. No, you don't just let them do their own thing. Not at that age, sorry. So, again, these are my opinions, guys. So, just a bother. Just a bother. Anyway, I'll just pray for them and hope that something positive comes out of this. And I hope to see something, maybe a miracle. Who knows? They're 4 and 6 years old, Jody. Yeah, I'd like to see both of them get a lie detector. I know they're not admissible, but just to see how they do on them. That might tell us a little something. Just a little something. Okay, on we go with this new stuff. Yeah, Alicia said it more than once. Yeah, you should have had the instinct to be up with your kids. That's what the instinct should have been. You didn't have that, though. Agreed, Donna. Agreed. Bothers me. Anybody else have any questions about this or anything else as in regards to your thoughts or feelings? Thank you so much, WB. I appreciate that very much. Says accurate timelines are badly needed for public from, oh yeah, 100% from the very beginning. Very beginning. Thank you so much, WB. God bless. So very generous. We appreciate you so much. Welcome, Gaya Gucci. Good to see you. Wonder who's getting angry letters from Hitler for leaking all this media. You know, I don't know where this comes. There's Willie. What's happening, brother? Good to see you. I'd like to know where Dateline got all this info, supposedly. Is it from him or is it from, like, FBI? I got to wonder because I think FBI is the only one that doesn't have the gag. So I'm curious. So let's roll this, and then we're going to get some peeps up here if they want to join, and we're going to talk about what was stated last night. Welcome back, Willie. Good to see you, brother.
Early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Gernodal, and Ethan Chapin, were stabbed to death. Their accused killer, Brian Koberger, faces trial this summer. He's pleaded not guilty. For the last 2.5 years, Dateline has been on the ground, reporting, gathering, and learning from people with direct knowledge of the case. We've obtained things that have never before been seen publicly, like these security videos from a camera on a house near the murder scene, videos that show a white sedan, a car that investigators believe was driven by Brian Koberger, making repeated passes at the King Road house that night before the murders. With evidence like this and our reporting, we have assembled.
That does not look like an Elantra to me, you guys. I think that's the BMW that we saw in the other video. I truly do think that's what that is.
The timeline for the weeks, months, and days before and after the murders. Starting with a pool party Koberger attended in July, just after he moved to the area in pursuit of his PhD in criminology. An exclusive interview with a woman who exchanged numbers with Koberger, then did not return his text.
You know, the universe intervened and for whatever reason just distracted me from further engaging in that interaction.
We'll also reveal records from Koberger's cell phone that are in the possession of law enforcement and Google searches regarding the serial killer Ted Bundy. We have also seen these. Dozens of photos in Koberger's cell phone, browsing history, women from Washington State and the University of Idaho, including close friends of the King Road victims. Dateline has also obtained records showing the details of what an FBI cell phone expert has claimed to be in the months before the murders, 23 occasions, when Koberger's phone connected to a cell tower, providing coverage to within 100 meters of the house at 1122 King Road. And in the hours after the murders, details of the timing of phone calls Brian Koberger made to a phone linked to his parents just before the controversial selfie he took. And we'll talk to the mother whose daughter was supposed to be staying in the house the night of the murders, but a change of plans may have saved her daughter's life.
How soon was it that you thought, my God, she was going to be there?
I didn't think about that right away.
Oh.
All I could think about was the kids.
Makes you sad too, doesn't it?
It does. Sorry.
So many damaged families.
Bingo.
Angela Nevejas told us that her daughter, Ashlyn, Maddie Mogan's best friend, moved away from Idaho and now refuses to come home to visit because of the trauma associated with the murders. She's hoping some of that may change and Ashlyn will start to grieve after Brian Koberger's trial. Back to you. Greg and Savannah.
Such a heartbreaking story. Keith, thank you. And we know we'll have more on Dateline. We'll look forward to that. I want to turn now to NBC senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, who's here. You follow this very closely too. And now we're starting to see some of the case that the prosecution plans to present. What do you think is the significance and how compelling will it be to a jury?
Yeah, there's no question. You can't watch that and not think the prosecution has a very strong case here. But there are defenses that Kohberger's team can offer. It's just a question if the jury finds them convincing. So on the white sedan, for instance, nobody sees Kohberger get in and out of that car. Nobody even sees him leave the house. All you have is a surviving roommate seeing bushy eyebrows, but not actually IDing Kohberger there. On the cell phone tower, they can put up an expert to say cell phone towers are not that accurate. We already know that they're going to say he liked to drive around at night, and so there's nothing that suggests that he was actually casing the joint, as that's basically the prosecution's theory there. Googling Ted Bundy, that does not look good, right? Objectively, that does not look good, but he's a criminology student. It's not a crime to Google serial killers.
Laura Jarrett doing her best defense attorney this morning. And you know, you find in trials, you know, any particular piece of evidence can be batted down, but sometimes it's the totality of the evidence.
Of course, the biggest piece is that his DNA is found in the crime scene, and the defense is going to have to try to explain that, according to prosecutors.
What about motive, Laura? The fact that even now, a couple years after the murders themselves, no motive has been presented.
I think I've always found that curious. Jurors like to attach to a story, and I think they're going to want to at least hear what the state has to offer on that. And I think by the time we get to trial, prosecutors are going to have something. Was it stalking? Did he target them? They're going to want to understand what the prosecution's theory is. Why did he pick these particular students?
But they don't have, do they have to?
No, they do not have to offer a motive. We should be clear about that. That's not a part of the case, but I'm just saying as they're laying it out to flesh it out, they might want to.
Makes sense, Laura. Thank you so much. Sure. And Craig getting his court TV on. I love it.
I love being sandwiched between two lawyers.
I know, and I'm proud of you. You're like, motive is not an element of the crime. Well done, my friend. Okay, reminder, you can see Keith's full report tomorrow night, all new Dateline 9, 8 Central, right here on NBC.
Hey, thanks for watching.
There's a link posted in the chat, pinned at the top, if anybody wants to jump in. Hold on here. This is another contention. So now they're trying to make a big deal out of this stuff right here, you guys. And a lot of it is stuff that is pretty normal, in my opinion. Maybe not all of it, but some of it. I'll say that much. Here we go.
Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger's internet activities have come to light. The 30-year-old, who has been accused of fatally stabbing University of Idaho students Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin in November of 2022, was active on Google in the weeks before and after the killings, according to records from Kohberger's phone in the possession of law enforcement obtained by Dateline. In addition to searches on infamous serial killer Ted Bundy, the records indicate Kohberger made online inquiries for pornography with the words, quote, forced, passed out, drugged, and sleeping, per the phone data. But that's not the only activity discovered by law enforcement on his cell phone. In court documents, authorities said they found a selfie of Kohberger, quote, taken from his phone on November 13th, 2022, only hours after the homicides at 10:31 a.m. In the photo, which was attached to the filing, Kohberger, dressed in a button-down shirt and with Bluetooth earbuds in, stood in front of what appeared to be a shower as he smiled at the camera and held up a thumbs up. And according to the court documents, the state intends to introduce the image of Kohberger because of the witness, who was only identified as DM, says she saw a male in the student's home wearing a ski mask that only revealed his nose and eyes. She also told police she remembered his, quote, bushy eyebrows. According to docs, the state also intends to share Kohberger's driver's license, which lists him as 6 feet tall, to compare against the witness's description of, quote, male, white, skinny athletic build, a few inches taller than DM, who stands at 5'10", not someone she knew, with bushy eyebrows. The statement reads, quote, whether or not Brian Kohberger can be described as having bushy eyebrows is a factual determination to be decided by the jury.
Oh my God. So now his internet searchings, he searched up Ted Bundy. He was on internet porn. Well, he's a young single guy. Okay. I don't know too many that haven't done that at least once. Thanks, Mike. Beep, beep, not Barbie's Jeep. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Love your name. What's up, Willie? Can you hear me, bub? Maybe not. Maybe. Hey, you're muted, bro. And you're gone. Fill out the window. Let's try it again.
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, sorry that I didn't I put Willie and then I re-clicked the link and I don't know why I didn't mean to bring up the last name, bro. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
That person's just a bitch. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing.
Beautiful Saturday here.
Did you watch any of that at all?
No. I watched like from beginning to end Jules' reaction. So like I saw, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Everything that they wanted to accomplish with this little hit piece, they did.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Now they have it in people's minds now that he's some creeped out pervert on internet porn.
Yep.
I mean, that's what they wanted to do, and that's what they did. That still doesn't mean he committed this crime. Okay.
But the funny thing is, like, people really think that like all this stuff that they put out that the state's actually going to use.
They're not.
I don't believe it.
No, all this was more of a propaganda train to try to run him into the ground. Period. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and then I'm sorry, but to me, him calling his mom so here's the thing, right? My mother has lived in Arizona for the past freaking 5-6 years, right?
Yeah.
So my mother gets up early as shit. So she'll call me sometimes, or my daughter sometimes, from Arizona at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, because here it's 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's normal. So
my mom does the same thing every day.
You know what I mean? So when I heard that he called his mom, or he called back home an hour after committing this crime, basically, dude, there's 0% chance that he called his parents and were like, I did this, I commit, freaking. He would have been freaking out, dude.
100%. He's not going to call his parents. That would almost make that selfie that they're trying to say was the murder selfie make some sense, that he called his mom and then sent her a picture and said, here I am. Look at me, mom. Look, she said she wanted to see him or something. That makes make sense now.
It's just a simple fact of you're not thinking after taking 4 lives, your adrenaline's pumping through the roof. Dude, you probably need at least 24 hours to calm the hell down, right?
I agree.
And he calls his all amped up. He calls back home where your family knows you more than anybody. So if there's any kind of hiccup in your personality or your normal, you know what I mean? Your parents are going to know.
Yep. That's true.
That's all I have to say about, that part of it, as far as like them trying to make it look like he's guilty for calling back home. I don't look at, he didn't call somebody else for an hour and, like in the area, and they just, like that, would be like, okay, well, then who the hell is he calling? He called back home, for Christ's sakes.
There's nothing wrong with that. And like I said, that if he called his mom, and I can see his mother because my mom has said it, I haven't seen you in a long time, son. I miss you. He's been there. He's been out here for a couple months now. Send me a picture. I want to see how you look. That's normal. That would explain that next morning white button down shirt picture. Therefore, like everybody thought, he was probably sending a picture to his mom.
But at that point, it's a Saturday, so it's a weekend. So, if you're not calling your parents all week, they're working, you're doing yada, yada, yada. Yep. Then you plan every Saturday or Sunday to have a call back home in the morning. That's normal, dude.
Yep. Welcome, James. Good to see you. Absolutely.
I don't know.
And again, this next thing Gonsalves did another interview with Banfield yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
About the stuff, the photos. Guys, listen. The dude's single. Okay. You saw the one woman that gave the phone number to him. Now, mind you, also come to find out that the Asian girl that the rumors were about, she wanted to date him, and he kind of pushed her away. It wasn't the other way around.
No, imagine that.
That ain't a fucking incel. Sorry. Sorry. He said, no, I ain't into this right now. More like maybe he's worried about his career, his schooling, or he just wasn't into her. So an incel, no. Come on now. Give me a break. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. There's proof.
Yeah. And then I see that car whipping around like Speed Racer. Like, so you're telling me somebody who just took 4 lives is going to try to like bring attention to themselves by driving like the only jackass on the street?
Nope.
I don't know, man.
That's the BMW in my opinion too. There's 2 cars, like I said, Willie. There's a green Elantra that I feel is the one that was seen because of the way it looks in the IR cameras, and that BMW is the only white vehicle that was out there that night.
Yeah, which makes sense because that same green Elantra was creeping past the crime scene when it was getting like demolished. Remember that?
It was absolutely there the whole time. So yeah. And the green thing, when you look at that green car, we looked at it yesterday. I'm sorry. When you look at that green car on those IR cameras, it looks like it could be, it comes off like a light gray color. Well, that's how the white car, it can be mistaken for white. But
especially in those black and white cameras, dude.
100%, bro. 100%. So that's what I think they're seeing is this green car, who I think the guy delivers. Maybe I don't know what he delivers, but he delivers for somebody, which is why he was out around there all night. And all night long, we heard that BMW zipping around that area, that little soup can motor, zoom, zoom, zoom. You know, I think that's the car that we're seeing in that video of the car pulling into the driveway and backing out. That's what I think the car was. It didn't look like a damn Elantra based on what I saw.
Hell no. I think it was moving.
And it's too short to be an Elantra, in my opinion, too.
And taking a turn like that, dude, in a Elantra, like I don't know.
It's a sedan. It's a family car, not a little racer. So what's up, Eddie? Good to see you, buddy.
Yo, Eddie.
Hey, Daigle. Hey, Willie. How are you doing today?
Good.
Doing good. How are you, bro?
Good. I sent you an email earlier.
Okay, good. I'm gonna pull it up real quick and check.
It's the green Elantra. A good frontal view of it during the demolition.
Oh yeah, cool. I got the
and they stopped and spoke to somebody that was there. Remember that, Eddie?
Yeah, and this shows it.
What is the title on the email, Eddie?
I sent it at about 10:45.
Okay.
Would have been about 11:45.
I gotta come down here then. Sorry, no problem.
Because what's her name is also all over that too. Lana. So once I saw her start talking about it, I was like, all right, well then maybe something's up with this.
We talked about it last year, like a year ago when I was over there with Clue. We talked about that. Somebody pulled it up and we're like, look at this car. You know, there was talk that it was a wrap, whatever on there, blah blah blah. Somebody said they found facts that it was wrecked and then it was painted that color after the wreck. So that would make some sense too.
Well, from what I heard that car was originally white.
Yeah,
that could be false. I don't know.
I heard that too. Then somebody told me gray, and then it was wrecked, and then they painted it green. Either way, it's still going to show up in those IR cameras as a lighter color that looks white.
So that's me. So how many? If we actually did it, how many colors, different shades of colors for that specific vehicle would show up white that come in stock? You know that comes in a stock color. Let's just stick with that on that vehicle. So it would be what? Silver, yellow, obviously white.
Anything that's not like black, dark blue, things like that are going to show up dark, and anything else is going to come off as a lighter color per se.
I just don't know, like with that year and stuff, how many different color options they have. I'm assuming at least 3.
Probably 3 to 4. We could probably figure it out. But yeah. But like I said, originally gray. If it was true, but that green, we looked it up and it comes up and it looks like a lighter gray color, like you'd see it in the Linda Lane footage. I was showing my wife last night and I said, look at that car. Does that look white to you? She goes, no, but the car over here does. And there was a white car there, and that you can tell is white. This other car, it looks like it's a
so you can tell. Okay.
a light gray, which people could have mistaken as being a white car because it is a black and white camera.
Yeah. I just figured there's like a filter that you know, these technology people can play with to dictate if it's actually a white car or because of the shade, if it's maybe a, you know, but
yeah,
I don't know.
It didn't come through, Willie. Or wait a minute. Or I mean, Eddie, not Willie.
Never came through?
I don't see anything from you around that time at all. Wait, let me check something up here.
And then like the whole like him searching stuff like after the crime happened, dude. If we're searching shit, right, and we're like thousands of miles away from where this happened, imagine being a TA in the university like 10 minutes away, and you hear like a quadruple homicide happens basically in your backyard. I'll be searching shit too.
Well, considering what he does, what he goes to school for, why wouldn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably interesting to him. Like, oh, really? This happened right over here. I'm gonna go look. I know you would. Eddie would.
Yeah.
You can't tell me we wouldn't.
And then like, you know, this whole thing like, oh, he went on Amazon to like repurchase a knife, but then didn't. Why? If it's just a click away, right? And we know how easy it is to order something off Amazon. Why even go to the extent to go to that page and then just be like, and then you never order it?
Okay, the timestamp on that, Dago, is 53 minutes.
Tree. Is this the? Oh yeah, here it comes. Comes creeping too. Creep. It's chilling up there. Dago, you're muted.
Yeah, it's just kind of sitting there right now, and it slowly comes on down, and it stops and looks at what they're doing there, and so on and so forth. So yeah.
Come on, bro. That's not a coincidence.
Yeah, Mark B was the channel. That's right. He popped into Clues last year when we were looking at it, and we know that his car is not green. That's the point we're making, GM. That seen on those black and white cameras, it shows up as a lighter colored vehicle than what you would think. And
do you guys still talk and stuff?
No, I don't. No.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh no.
Anyway.
everything's we do our own things.
Okay, good. That's why I did that for a little bit, not gonna lie.
No, a lot of people did. I understand.
So that's just an approximate time stamp for you. But if you back it up just a little bit, it'll be interesting to watch, you know, what happens, the way he comes into frame.
Yeah.
And then what Willie was mentioning moments ago about, you know, then somebody approaches his car.
Yep. Yeah. Watch in the background over this area, folks, right here for a little while. I'm gonna let this play. And just watch how these things progress. It's interesting. Here we go.
I want you to also notice the lack of insulation.
Yes, and that's something we pointed out last year when they did this, which will tell you, like I said, how thin these walls were and how easy it would be to hear everything going on room to room.
Yeah.
Or period.
Because I actually did that for a little while. I used to sell, it's basically like you stick it in a wall and it's like foam that like fills up your whole wall and then seals your house.
Yep.
And like, you know, I can tell right here when they take that wall down, dude, there's nothing in that wall.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. There's nothing. And it was a very scantily, the addition was a very cheap ass build that they added onto this. They didn't go to any extreme to do it.
I see it right there. You see like the yellow piece of fiberglass right there. So that tells me that it's all fiberglass horse shit.
Exactly. So I know, this is why I knew, and I said this last year, I said that right there, watching this house come down, tells me how easily they probably heard everything going on.
Yep. And that's probably why they didn't want in a trial, because remember like the body cams and stuff that we saw from the house, we could hear people partying from the outside.
Right.
So imagine if like, you know, the jury was there, people were screaming inside to see if people can hear from the road. You could probably hear it all. Everything.
100%. Tara says, how is the green car relevant? Because, Tara, that is the car I believe that was driving around that night that was mistaken for his car. Because seen on camera, it looks like it could be white. Okay? I do believe that that's a very good possibility right there. That's why it's relevant.
Now, is this Hyundai newer than Brian's?
I think it's the same
it's in the
generation.
same realm. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I think so. So that is the same car that we can see in the state's response to the defendant's motion in limine number 12, make and model of suspect vehicle.
Yeah, and Tara, you do realize that that car literally lives right here. On the corner there is where the apartment to the person is. And that car drives around all the time. And I do believe what's driving around.
To me, that's too much of a coincidence that like an Elantra was using this crime, and then we have an Elantra here creeping in the back. Come on, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And
it could be any other car.
I believe, based on what I know, it was moving that night pretty much on and off for a while. In the period of time that they're saying that this all happened. So that's why it's relevant. That's
well, I see a lot of guilters, and they keep insisting that Brian went back to the scene the next morning. I thought the state said that was horseshit.
What? Say that again.
That Brian went back at 9 something in the morning. That was a big thing for a while, but then I thought that was debunked. But they keep bringing it up that Brian visited the scene the next morning at 9:30 or something. Is that still the state's take?
I think they're trying to state that he was in that area at 9 a.m., but I don't think that that's true at this point.
Tara, that green car was there.
Yeah, they were there in
November of 2022.
Yes, it was. Absolutely, Tara. That's not a fact. We've already gone back and proved that like a year ago.
Also, just to reemphasize, in no way are we saying, we are saying that this is that car in the state's response. Right. I just mentioned, what limine that was. But I have it pulled up if we need to go refer back to it. But in that motion in limine, those photographs, that is the car. See, the difference between putting generic stock photos and saying, hey, this is Willie's car versus having actual pictures of Willie's car is, even though someone may own the same year, make, and model, vehicle, and color as yours, to put the person who you are suspecting, to put the photographs of their actual car, the distinction is that their car is going to have a personality to it. Maybe Willie changed his wheels, and it's going to be different than a stock photo. Maybe there was a rust area on the fender. Maybe there's a dent or a crack, whatever. There's going to be a sticker, bumper stickers, parking stickers. There's going to be something that distinguishes it. So this car, we can actually tell by the license plate in the front.
Yes.
So, and anyone who's arguing, well, that's a green car and Brian's is white. This brings us back to the discussion about the nighttime camera and what tendencies the nighttime camera would do to the, how it would distort the color. Now, of course, keep in mind, the state is never going to say, yeah, that's a green car. So it is going to be a point of contention, and the experts at trial are going to have to, battle through this. And to further that point, can you imagine? This is the car. So know that the owner of the car has been spoken to.
Yes, and I know
by law enforcement. And if you're following this case and you know what you know, well, then you also know that the owner of the car is never going to admit as much. In other words, Ann is not going to have him on the stand and he's going to say, yeah, that's my car at that time, even though it is. So hopefully their experts have a way to establish that it is his car and trip him up during examination.
Yep.
Now, is this his way? If you were to watch, some of these videos are an hour and a half, some are 4 hours long of this demolition. I've sorted through them this morning. And I pulled out this one timestamp. But can you imagine, how would he know, is this him trying to say, even though I'm sworn to secrecy about, my driving at that time, that night, I can never say, is this his way of saying it?
Yeah.
Is this his way of communicating that? Is he trying to speak out without using words.
It's very possible. Very possible.
But anyway,
that makes sense. That makes sense, Eddie. Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Just, I don't know, maybe 2 speed. I'm not sure if you backed it up too far. You're at like 50.5 minutes. 53 is going to be really close, within probably a minute at the most, maybe a half a minute.
What's up, Jeffy?
I'm at 50:33. I was going to give it a few minutes to go ahead and roll forward slowly so that we can see how everything kind of breaks out. Yes, MB, that is the
Well,
car.
you could still, I mean, you could still be playing as we're talking. We don't really need the volume here, right?
That's true. That's true.
We're just kind of looking at.
Yeah, but here's where you're going to want to watch, guys, is back here. You'll see it pop out. You'll see somebody approach the vehicle. Then you see him start to creep down, so on and so forth. And again,
creep, creep. Now, what room is that that's exposed right there? Anybody know?
Say that again.
I was just wondering, like, what room that is right there that's being exposed.
This here, I'm going to get. This would be, if you can see my cursor, this would be where Xana's room was right here.
Oh, okay.
All right. A bathroom, I'm guessing right here. And then down below, there's the stairwell right there. See that in the middle?
Yeah.
And then the front door. Let's see. I don't know why you're. Hey Heather, good to see you. Tara, I don't know what you're upset about. And many people that have seen this car that it was there in 22, that he was driving around on a regular basis. He lived in that apartment right there, diagonal from the house. I don't understand what the issue is.
Lana has established, through crash damage, when he purchased the vehicle, when it was repaired, when the paint was applied.
I think the bump in the license plate, how it's wrapped around.
Yeah,
is,
you said it wasn't there.
You're never going to see on any other car, right?
No, it's wrapped down right around the bottom of the bumper there. There's nothing else that looks like that. Absolutely.
But if you're offended about somebody pointing at a random car and insinuating you know whose it is, well, I agree. I am 100% offended by such things.
Likewise.
Yeah. Yeah, we know
Because
who owns it.
To me, footage of a car is just footage of a car until you have a plate number, a visual of the driver.
Right. Right. There he is there. If you guys can see him now, pulling up, backing up.
Creep, creep.
Now, he could have just been watching it. It's not even about who he is, okay? It's about the car itself.
Yeah.
Seen that night, you guys. That's the issue.
Yeah, and to reemphasize, no one is saying that because it's his car, then he's the perpetrator. No,
So now
he
who's
lives
that?
in that community,
Right
and
on.
they're using the fact that it was his car to liken it to their Fall Guys
Oh,
car.
of course.
That's what I mean. Yeah, 100%. It showed, like I said, who was that guy that just walked over there? Because it sure looked like somebody that I.
Yeah.
So that would be a detective.
That's who I thought that was. That's exactly who it looks like. Right there. Bingo. That to me looks like Detective Payne, folks. Bald head and all.
What are you possibly going up there to talk to somebody about?
Well, why is he there for a demolition, and why are you talking to him? That's interesting.
Wasn't there a bunch of YouTubers there, though, also lined up and filming it?
Yeah, I believe there were, and that could be a good reason why PD's there, just to keep things quiet.
And he might just be telling him you can't park here, basically.
Yeah, that's very possible. And the kid could be there just watching it because he lives there and he's watching the house go down. So yeah, I get that.
Yeah, but then he doesn't move.
Yeah, he just kind of stays there. So
Well, I got to point out that this isn't this isn't the only case of him being parked in front of the house or slowly doing drive-bys. I remember these live streams with, like somebody saying here with JLR, somebody just said Backwood Beats and Outlaw. JLR was streaming, a bunch of other guys were streaming, and he was just going back and forth. And it sort of fits the narrative of him being a guy that drives around and maybe delivers things, and he's constantly driving past the house.
Right. And it's not being regurgitated for content, Tara. It's being regurgitated because it brings into perspective a different scenario in regards to what went on that night.
What's regurgitated for content? You're literally bringing up
we're bringing it up from last year and trying to get content. No, that's not it at all. Because it makes sense now into a situation that involves this, okay? As to where nobody really thought about that last year, because nobody really looked into how it looks on an IR camera, things so on and so forth, and how it could be mistaken in the fact that he was moving around that night so much. That's what the issue is. Either way, you're going to feel how you feel, Tara. That's fine. I respect that. It doesn't matter, okay? We all feel different ways about different things. That's all I'm saying. If you don't enjoy, or if you don't like it, not enjoy it, sorry. If you don't like it, I understand. You don't have to. I respect that. But attacking other people or, you know, going at other people because of the way they feel about it, we don't do that here. And you know that already. So
Dateline just did a show. You might enjoy that.
It kind of was, though. It was there. It was in this area in November of 22, Tara. It was. That's a fact.
It lives next door, right? At the Queen Road apartment.
It lived next door at that point. Yeah, that's a fact that was proven before. So it was last year that they proved it, I believe it. So Atlanta has all the, if you don't believe me, go over there and watch her video. She has every bit of information.
Yeah, she dug into that shit. Exactly.
What's up, Scott? Good to see you, brother. 100%.
Jesus Christ. Ugh.
It's playing right now, MB. Yeah, this is at the point where I think he slid down. He went downhill the hill, or is he still sitting back there?
Now there's a dude up there, and there's two people up there now.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no.
He might have pulled down the drive.
Saw a dude in a red shirt though.
And I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on this. Okay. When Rory went there and we were live with him, that he was walking around and saw it, then pointed out the fact that, hey, there's a green one, but it's in a launch route. Those were his words. So that was then, okay, when he was on foot there and walking around the whole area.
I also remember some of the streamers saying that they're highly suspicious. It just keeps on driving by and slowing down and looking. And of all the vehicles that were driving around the area, this one was catching the eye of Rory and other individuals who were streaming at the time.
Yeah, and he was filming around and we could see the car at that point. He was in that area at that time. So I'm just saying. And we were live with it. I don't believe that anybody's going to sit and argue this point without knowing with you, not without having proof of it at some point. Of course, this video is from December of 23. The car was there the year before that. We know that. That's what I'm trying to explain.
What's going on right now?
Wasn't the car there since like 2017 or something?
I think it was 2017 or 2018. I think is when he moved in.
Well, there you go. That's plenty of years before and whatever.
Yeah. No, it was there the whole time.
Yeah, I ran this video last year when they, or not last year, but when they did this, I ran it live and then didn't even pay attention to the damn car at first.
It just goes to show you what we're up against, though. You have this car, which has been identified with unique identifying marks as the car in the security cam footage, and they won't believe that. But when you tell them it's Brian's car with no identifying marks and just the fact that it appears to be white in the same model, that's good enough for all these people. But when you actually break it down and say, well, look at that dimple right in the middle of the bottom of the fender that looks like a license plate could be wrapped around. And here we got a car that lives next door to the house that actually does have a license plate wrapped around. It's the same model, the same year. And all these things fit. And people don't believe it. They want to believe Dateline because the logical fallacy of appealing to authority.
Yep, and the car was green at the time the crimes were committed, by the way, too, because it was very visible. And GM says Tara Bryan's white car was in the area just as much as this green car on 1113. Brian was out and about that night, too. A lot of, not in this area here. He was out and about in other areas, but not here, sadly. That's why we know that this car is probably the one that was mistaken for his car on camera that night. That's the whole point behind the green car issue. Anyway.
Or any car for that matter, before you say it's a certain car, has to have a unique identifier that you can claim that separates that car from every other car the same make and model, which we have creators out there saying that there is a unique identifier for this car, and it's that front plate, which is unlike any other front plate on any other car, miles and miles away.
You can't mistake it, right?
And we don't have that when it comes to Brian's car. They're just saying it looks like it could be Brian's car. They're not saying Brian's car has something that's quite unique about it, and that's how we know. They're not even bothering to say that.
Not at all. Not at all.
Exactly.
No, there'll never be a walkthrough scene, Denise. That was done by Ann early on, and then they went ahead and destroyed this, as you see right here, and they made their ridiculous 2-bedroom model of their version of the house, which in my opinion is the dumbest thing that could have ever happened, because they need
absolutely pathetic. I thought we were getting this whole virtual reality, all this shit that they remember that.
Yep. No, they made 2 bedrooms, which I think doesn't make any sense. You need to have the entire house to be able to understand what went on that night, in my opinion, not just those 2 rooms.
Oh, so him exiting doesn't matter. The way, him where he saw the witness doesn't matter, I guess. Cool.
I mean, exiting, entering, not entrancing, sorry. Entering the home, exiting the home.
Yeah, because we still don't know where what door this person went out. Just because Dylan said that she saw somebody go towards the kitchen doesn't mean, come on, man.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter what Dylan said at this point.
It's absolutely ridiculous, every bit of it. And I just don't understand. I'll never understand this, guys. I don't care what happens.
Yeah, it's because the state's taken Dylan's timeline as the Bible, which is just wild to me.
I do believe so, Gina. The prosecution would be there from the beginning just to build their case, of course. I don't think it's abnormal. Yeah, thank you, Mikey. Yeah, there's good video too, Eddie. I was gonna pull that up, but you had it ready to go, so thank you for that. All right, once again, there he is backing up, and like I said, there's another angle that we watched when we were on Clues, where he comes down the driveway and he kind of sits in the driveway there, down closer, okay, for a little bit too. So yeah, and like I said, that's the whole point behind the premise of this vehicle, is that he was seen that night driving around, and in my opinion, allegedly, speculatively speaking, mistaken for Brian's car, possibly in doing the turnarounds in the back and all that stuff. Because I watched that again last night and I went, damn, I could absolutely see that now. So
no, when he was backing up, it seemed to give a pretty good view of the wheel style.
Yeah.
And although the pictures of the wheels that the state has are very unclear, they do seem to match the green car better than Brian's vehicle.
Bingo. Yep. You are right, my friend. Oh, nope. Nope.
If anyone has a lot of time on their hands, there's hours and hours of these videos. I know Krem 2 was there. There was numerous different media that was there filming this, and they're up online. And again, they vary in length from a few minutes to up to 4 hours. Now, to sort through it all and get timestamps on it all, I mean, there's probably better images of this car. It's just a matter of finding it.
Hang on a minute, Daddy. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Tara, you didn't get timed out because you asked for receipts. You got timed out, and don't question the moderators here because they know exactly what they're doing. Okay, they know what they're doing.
Happened to Tara?
They don't do it immediately. It's because you just kept going on and on and on, and you're saying things to people and poking people. That's why they did it, to avoid a confrontation. It's not because you ask questions. Okay.
Send me the receipts. I'll wait.
If you would calm down and relax, they wouldn't do it. But
you know where I keep my receipts for the green car? Right under the receipts of that identifying as Brian's car.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find the videos and proof of it being there. Lana has it all if you want to go over there and check it out, Tara. But
They have that shit all broken down.
It's there. It's absolutely there.
I mean, this is actually us bringing receipts, spending the time and going the extra effort to try to find the truth.
It is, yeah. And again, no, there doesn't need to be any arguing. Agreed, Raquel. We're all adults, and this is not that serious to us for us to have to argue about something like this. That's all.
Exactly, Raquel. Yeah. Somebody asked me for, nobody, nothing.
And Tara, I'm not picking on you here, but like I do, I got hours and hours in on this case, probably countless, hundreds.
Yes.
And you can too. You can do what I do and bring whatever, bring the receipts along with it and share. We'd love to see it all.
100%. I will give you a platform as much as I would anybody to show anything that you wanted to show proof-wise, because you deserve it just as much as anybody else does. That's how I feel, and that's how we treat people here. So please understand.
The more eyes on this, the better.
100%. So there's that. Let me drop that.
I'm not very good at math, but I'm going to say that you've got at least 1,000 hours into this, Eddie.
I would say close to, sure.
Yeah, I know.
I know I do. Anyways.
Oh yeah.
There's quite a few of us that have that much plus time into this. I can promise you that.
I think there's a content creator called Mark B that gets a lot of credit for kind of breaking this open with the green car.
Mark has a channel?
Yeah, he brought this to the surface.
That's what Lana just dug up his work. It was basically he did all the work. Well, Lana did more work on top of that. But as far as identifying this car, I don't know if he sent it to her, if she just dug it up and found it. But he had done this a long time ago.
Right.
It's old news as far as he's concerned.
Hang on here. I'm going to show you guys something, by the way.
Prior to him establishing that, I would have never, I mean, that's kind of thinking out of the box right there. Thinking that a green car could
ashamed of us,
be the white
because
car.
it was right in front of our face. And I think we were really close. We knew that we should be looking into this green car. We knew that car could be significant. And when I say we, I'm not just referring to us four on this panel, but some of the former friends of the channel were, some of them were really adamant that car had a lot of significance, but it didn't get followed up on, and it just sort of drifted away, which is, it's lucky for us that Mark B picked up and jumped and ran with it.
All right, Raquel, we'll be here. And yes, it is generally old news, but it has become relevant more recently now. And that's, we've got a lot of things from the past that have come back to be relevant at this point. So that's why.
Exactly.
To go along with what Jesse was just saying is, at that time we were suspicious of the green car, but all for the wrong reasons. It was because we were kind of barking up the wrong tree. Everyone kind of went with it's been wrapped, and isn't it suspicious that it was wrapped? Of course, there was no receipts. It was just a theory that it was wrapped. But I mean, we were getting there. It just took Mark B to kind of think out of the box and to finalize and put it all together.
Right. Exactly. This was just put out yesterday, by the way, in regards to this. So I figured I'd show you guys this too.
The trending latest Dateline claims that they have leaked information and all that, but I'm not sure if you're aware of what else is trending in the same time. And this one is a mind-blowing. This is what is happening, guys. Right now, this is why I'm making this recording, to make you aware of what is happening right now, and you might not be aware of it. Okay, so you have Dateline on one side, who now just come out with footage of the car, which is not clear yet. The way they made it look is like they've got the footage, right? They've got something we don't. But have they? Now, they're also claiming they've got Branko mobile phone data and all that. Okay, so we've seen the clip, we've seen the intro. But what's happening, contradictory to that, is you have Mark B, which is spelled M-A-R-C, and his initial of his surname B, which is a YouTuber. He's just cracked his SIM it seems that he just cracked this case wide open. And you can go and find the video. He's talking about 5 things, 5 significant things that he finds, and 100% they distinguish that car from Brad Kohlberg's car, and he proves beyond reasonable doubt that is not Brad Kohlberg's car. But
now here's what Jesse was talking about. If you pay attention right here, the way this license plate is wrapped on that bottom part of the bumper there, not any other Elantra in this town has that look to it. That is the only one. Okay. Period.
Okay. This is not being through the court. But the reason I'm making this recording is to let you know that by now, both the defense and the state are aware of his findings. So that's the one, guys. This is what's happening now behind the scene.
Yeah, knock it off. He wasn't talking to you. He was talking in general, okay? Please, I just stop. It's ridiculous at this point.
Behind the scene, the states are very likely panicking. They are in a panic because they've seen it. They can see it. It's there. It's staring, slapping their face. Okay, so right now they are rushing to their expert, video and image expert, Matthew, I believe his name is, and the others who analysts who help identify the car. And now they are discussing all that rapidly. This is happening, guys, behind the scene. On the other hand, defense is now.
No, the car that you're talking about, Stacey, I believe is the BMW, the white BMW that we found that was over on the Little Lane footage. It has the soup can motor to it that the Elantra, they just don't. So that's the car I believe that you're seeing backing out and then taking off from the driveway.
Wow. The bombshell. Right. So they are now looking at their experts and are presenting everything. And now that's what's happening behind.
Okay. So anyway, that's just presenting what Mark has. And that was just, I just figured I'd check it out since it's brand new, but 1 minute here.
Yeah, it got me stumped. I agree. It could be purposely wrapped around, that valence down low like that.
Right.
They live where there's snow. I know people park their nose into a snowbank and it'll easily bend the license plate. Happens all the time. So that could be part of it too, just damage from normal use. And again, just so we're emphasizing this, so everyone walks away understanding this, is by no way are we suggesting that this is going to be an alternate perpetrator. This person has reason to be in that neighborhood at that time. He lives in that neighborhood. That car should expect it to be driving in that neighborhood and caught on cameras. And again, the state is using this footage to make a story and to make it fit their suspect. This not being the suspect's car throws off the fact that he was ever there, throws off their timeline. It ruins their case.
Basically, yes.
The state is not going to admit to this or go along with that. They'll go down fighting. Their experts are going to have to battle in trial over this, and it'll be interesting to watch that battle. But
right.
Couldn't you almost get this kid in there to just say, yeah, I was driving around that night?
Well, I don't know. They probably,
not in this case. You would, in a normal upside, if it wasn't an upside down world, of course. He knows he was there. He knows that is his car, and I'm sure he's been advised to not do that. persuaded
the,
to
the
not
white
do that.
car, the white car that everybody is trying to claim is the Elantra, is not an Elantra by any means, guys. It's too small. It's got a turbo.
Of course it's
motor.
not, man. They don't have his dude. If Brian left his house at 2 something, they're saying, and they don't have his license plate anywhere on camera in the area that they're saying. Come on, dude. He never hits a main street, a main intersection.
Well,
like,
and not to mention that Twiz proved via Cy Ray in the conversation he had that Brian's car and Brian himself were completely in another area when this happened. The car that we're seeing and hearing, like I said, has that turbo motor soup can sound. It's a smaller vehicle. I believe it's the BMW. That's just me. I could be wrong, but it's
well, if there's any kind of engine noise in that video that, of this thing speeding away, whatever that was, that's not an Elantra, dude. You're not going to hear the exhaust from a stock.
Not at all. Not at all.
Well, one thing we can all agree on is that the camera footage and the quality of the video is excellent, and it's a really nice story, but it's evidence of nothing, and the fact that they get all excited about how fast the car was driving as if that's evidence of something, and how many people seemingly are convinced by that, like, oh, did you see how fast it was going? He's guilty for sure.
Because that's what a killer wants to do is, draw all the attention to themselves in the street. Look at me, I'm speeding over. Like, nah, man.
Right, that's that car, and that it probably is, Heather, because it's a sports car, in my opinion. I lined it up with multiple cars. I took 3 days doing it, okay, until I found one that matched, and it lined up almost perfectly. The ventilation, the little vent things on the doors, you can't really see them in the video there, but you see them in the other video, and you can just hear it. You hear that damn car all night long in those Linda Lane footage videos. All night, you hear it all over the place. An Elantra does not have takeoff speed like that. And Elantra is not going to leave skid marks either. If they're trying to claim there were skid marks or spin the tire spinning, no.
An Elantra.
Even the V6 is not going to do that. The car is not a race car. It's a family sedan. So,
and he had the base set, right? So it's like he ain't going anywhere fast.
It was the base model, I do believe. Yes.
Yeah. So come on.
So
Jesse.
Yes, sir.
To further expand on your question, which is a good one, I would expect that the owner of this vehicle would flatly, when questioned by the defense, deny.
Yeah, he's going to want to separate himself from it for sure.
Well, probably because he's been advised to deny it, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure the defense is aware of this. So hopefully they have a method of proving it other than his admitting so. Because look, let's just be real with ourselves here. If that is his car, the state would know that it's his green car that they're using to suggest it's Brian's car. So why would they leave that door open for failure if they didn't already somehow hedge their bet and know that that would not backfire? They have taken precautions, believe me. And it is going to be a battle. And I'm sure Ann knows it. Didn't she mention that she has 400 witnesses that are uncooperative? I'm paraphrasing the best I can, but wasn't there like she's got to get through 400 witnesses and she's not even begun with 10%?
Well, I think, I'm very interested because she said herself that one of the alternates, and I'm assuming in like a case like this, you're not going to bring up 10 alternate suspects, but the fact that she was able to get her alternate suspect name or however it started from a tip, which tells me that somebody else out there has knowledge on who this is.
It's believed that many people do, Willie. Truly.
I'm just saying that, somebody had called in and whoever took this tip was like, whatever. And it was enough for Ann to listen to it and be like, whoa, we might have something here because this matches this that we, because I'm sure the defense has testing results that, that the state never bothered looking into. You know what I mean? Like, like the blood samples and stuff. And if they didn't look into the blood samples, who knows what other DNA they didn't look into, It's just that's still wild to me, dude. Sorry, no, people still like talk about it like it's normal and push over it, but the fact that there's blood DNA that they disregarded is mind-boggling to me in every aspect of everything.
Right.
Because if I'm in higher court, right, and this goes to an appeal, and like I'm a truly unbiased judge or whoever the hell looks over that, and you hear this, just that in itself, not minding all this other bullshit, that is crazy to me, dude. That they purposely did not look into blood DNA.
Agreed.
If that doesn't tell you everything about this case, then I don't know what to tell people, dude.
Reverse engineered, but I want to respond to Eddie's thing about this car, because I think what you can do, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's a creator out there who's done a map and a route, not gray hues, but the anti-gray hues, I guess, and speculating of how there's a certain route and there's a couple locations where this guy stops, picks things up, drops things off, goes around in a big circle, and he's got it, and I don't know if he's right or not. I've seen it. I think it's interesting. I don't come on these panels and start repeating things that I don't know are to be facts.
Right.
However, you would think if it was me, I'd be going to these locations that he's supposedly stopping at, trying to get him on camera, stopping there, what he's doing there. I mean, if he's actually doing what people suspect he's doing, which is dropping off substances, it's not going to be too hard to catch him doing that. And then once you got that, you depose him, you bring him in, you say, listen, I know what you're doing. I'll offer you immunity. You just got to tell us where you were driving around that night.
We don't care about your this. We don't care about that.
That's another thing, dude. If there's other people involved, obviously, the defense is saying that there's multiple people involved. We all are kind of looking at like, all right, there's multiple people involved. I'm just telling you right now, dude, from kind of knowing the kid, there's 0% chance he ain't flipping on whoever the hell he did this with if he was involved. 0% chance.
Right.
0.
Right.
And the fact that it's still him and only him, and it just tells me that no, something's all wrong here. Something's all wrong.
That's why I refuse to. I can't believe it. I can't make myself believe it.
He ain't that dude that I'm not gonna rat and this, that, and the third. Yeah, okay, dude. He's not that good. He's not that dude.
Creatures of habit. So if this guy was that guy driving around that pattern that night, the chances are he's gonna be repeating those routes.
Yeah, but he was driving around, dude. He was driving around. The problem, the prosecution.
I'm not talking about BK. I'm still focused on the green car.
Okay, but the green car. So with this green car, is the defense going to bring up all this evidence about the green car during the trial?
Sure. I mean, they're probably going to let the state show everybody the footage and tell them it's all Brian's car, and then they're going to counter, and then they're going to bring in their experts to explain that lime green shows up as white on IR cameras, to show that the state failed to mention that there's the same year model Elantra living next door at the Queen Road Apartments, which happens to be lime green, and then go through the route, go through the explanation of the wrapped plate, the unique signatures of this car, by their own, and they'll have
what you should do. So there should be multiple cars that they, should. I mean, just think of how many Elantras are in that area that the state's. I mean, the defense is going to be able to be like, look.
But the thing with this one though is that wrapped plate, because most cars aren't going to have something that's so unique, like a plate that's actually wrapped around the bumper.
So is this person? So do you think that this person could possibly be one of their alternate suspects?
No, not an alternate suspect.
No, well, I'm not ruling that out, but I just.
Which is weird that this person is rolling up, like watching this thing get tore down, and now it could possibly be that person on camera. Sorry, dude, that's just not a coincidence to me. If this person is the one that they're taking as Brian's car, and you got this person here, same car in the back, just chilling, watching everything.
Not by accident. Not by accident. They're not doing it. They're doing it deliberately, because the timeline isn't what you have been trained to believe. You're thinking that the timeline is ironclad, but the timeline is just a fallacy. So yeah, it is the true car at that true timestamp, but it has nothing to do with the crime.
Yeah, but it's just weird that this person that has nothing to do with the crime is now rolling up at this perfect time.
Well, he does live next door, right? So he's
exactly. Why not walk over?
I think he's just watching the house being torn down out of curiosity. And
Are you talking about 11/13/22 date, Willie, or are you talking about December 28th, 23, when he's driving by randomly?
He's talking about when they tore the house down, Eddie.
I'm talking about this dude sitting back. The only car on camera that we see here during this teardown that's just chilling like a weirdo in the back watching this.
Yeah, he might have been doing that deliberately.
I mean,
because he knows that there's TV.
Oh yeah,
you know,
because of the YouTubers and the news crews there.
You could almost say that
we don't know
suggests
his reason for
that he
driving.
wasn't involved, because if he is, he's you know, is he going to be parked there on TV with news cameras and everything?
Right. Maybe. Maybe not.
And it seems like he knew somebody there. I mean, somebody walked up to him like they knew him. He didn't move after that person talked to him.
Maybe they were just telling him to keep on moving, but I think it's too early to get into that conversation. I think this just sort of came up on us, and I think right now
a car
the key
is the biggest issue.
We're like 2 months away from
the
trial.
issue, because if it's this guy's car, then it can't be Brian's car, and
Right.
that's what's significant. And I don't think we and we have enough evidence to say that now. We can say that a plate wrapped around a front bumper that causes a dimple that you can see in the footage that the state's going to show, that is solid factual evidence that we can use. And speculation about whether he was involved or not, I just don't think we have. There's nothing there to talk about at this point. But I'm not. I wouldn't rule it out though.
But yeah,
Right.
Willie, to go along with what your question, that's probably one of the first things I said is, who knows what his purpose, what his reason was for driving by while the house was being demolished. Maybe it was deliberate. Maybe it's his way of saying, without using words,
Thanks, Mike.
that, hey, consider, think outside the box. Consider my vehicle. Maybe it is kind of like letting the truth be known without ever being, able to be punished by trying to get the truth out.
Yeah.
Hey, I
So
got
what
to
you're
go
saying
to
is
McDonald's and get some
somebody's-
breakfast. That's why.
Because everybody's just scared to come out and talk in that town.
Someone questioned him and they stopped him. Who knows what they were talking about up there on the hill? But we saw that someone.
So from my understanding, what I've found out about this guy was living in this apartment complex next door to the house. I think it was anywhere between 2018 and 2019. If I'm wrong, somebody correct me, please. Isn't that what was found out? Atlanta pulled that he'd been there for quite a while, actually.
That rings a bell to me. I think the car crash was in 2017ish or something.
17, yeah, and then it was painted green, and it was green during the when the crimes were committed, and he lived there at that point in time too. So yeah, I just wanted to clarify the date and time.
I want to clarify for Tara, because she seemed to say it's not evidence, but when I say evidence, I mean reasonable doubt. It's something. That license plate wrapped around, it might be it might turn out to be something else, but at this point it appears to be a unique signature of that car, and all the footage of the apparent white cars, there is no unique signature. Nobody's even claiming that they have anything that's different about Brian's car than any other Elantra. They're just saying, we don't like this Brian guy, we think he's a weirdo, he's got an Elantra. Here's a picture that we think looks like they can't even pinpoint it to being an Elantra, let alone having a unique signifier of an Elantra. And here we have a car that we know is from next door that has something unique about it that most other cars wouldn't have, or almost no other cars wouldn't have. So yeah, is that evidence that we should lock this guy away and throw away the key, or case closed? Maybe not that strong, but it's at least enough to have reasonable. It's more evidence than there is against Brian Koberger's car.
Yeah, but and what I was mentioning is Brian was driving around for hours and hours. I think personally that Brian's car is, and it did hit license plate readers, but in my opinion, they're not in the location where the state wants. So I'm very curious if Ann has his car anywhere else in the areas that he actually drove to show where he really was. I'm very curious on that, because you had to have hit at least one. Nobody's perfect where you don't, your car is not anywhere in the areas that you're driving these days.
Agreed.
Right?
Well,
So
not to belabor the point, but the detectives absolutely know that he wasn't around the residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone stationary position near the residence. So it's not his car. And if it's not his
I
car,
didn't
then
even think
whose
about
is it?
that. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That like, because like the Apple Health, I'm wondering. I'm curious what kind of phone he has. Does anybody know?
Well, on the Dateline thing, they brought up a Verizon phone, so I don't know.
Yeah, but that's just a service.
I think it was a 4G phone, or somebody made a comment last night making a joke that he had an old phone or something. But I don't know 100%. I didn't watch it. I just watched the trailers for it and the after effects for it. So
Well, the only reason I'm saying that is because like he was a runner, right? And he was a runner before he went out to. So I'm assuming he has apps on his phone for running and to calculate how many steps and yada yada yada. So, you know, if he's all that should play a factor. But if it doesn't help the state, I just think we're going to see a lot from the defense that, you know, is going to shock a lot of people.
Of course, they have a car expert, Tara. Anything the prosecution has, the defense is going to have the counter. I mean, that's common
It's a death penalty case. She's allowed to do her own everything.
Yeah, it's common
She
sense.
tries to try the case without a car expert, she'll never practice law again.
No, that would just be insanity. That's like suicide to her. You know, it's ridiculous. So,
I was telling Annie yesterday. I said, you know, watching this Karen retrial, right? I'm going to be expecting the same intensity as I'm seeing, you know, from her defense attorneys in this Idaho case, dude.
I wanted to bring that up because Sarge and I were talking about this the other day, and I was comparing Alan Jackson to Ann Taylor and saying that, you know, Ann Taylor doesn't have the same presence where she, you know, where when Alan Jackson walks into that court, it's like he owns the court, right? And Cannoni's a real bitch, and she doesn't like him, obviously, but he doesn't back down. Like if you remember when there was that
like,
fight about there was a fight about the jury instructions right before the mistrial, which apparently seemed to cause the mistrial. The lack of clarity there, but he was jumping up and down, pounding the table, not backing down. But yesterday in the trial, he hands the text messages to Trooper Bukaki, and she says, "Approach the bench, Alan." And she says, surely you're not going to have him read this entire thing. And it's this 70-page thick text chain between the two of them. And he just says, "I sure as hell am." You know.
Oh, dude, a little part of her dies inside every time he says, "Can we approach?" Because every time he approaches, dude, he wins.
Oh man, I thought that was awesome though when he says, "I sure as hell am," and then Bukaki has to read it was like 2 or 3 hours of reading these flirtatious, childish, high school type text messages between Higgins and Karen Reed. It was great TV.
Before Daigle moves forward, I just want to bring this receipt. I had mentioned moments ago about these 400 witnesses. And we learned that on the January 26, 2024 hearing for the motion to dismiss. And these witnesses do not want to talk to the defense. There's 400 potential witnesses, and the defense has spoken to less than 10% of them at that time. So, something to think about.
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, for sure. So, good point, Eddie. Thank you. So Mark went and did a lot of, here we go. This is the one I wanted to show you guys. All right, I want to show this video Mark put out a year ago, April 19th of 24. All right, I want to, hold on. Yeah, I want you guys to watch this thing. Just show a point that I was trying to make. Well, it is important. Not just that I'm trying to make, but it's important.
Different one, from the 1330. The 1320 aims down. Hello, YouTubers. I was watching one of Get a Clue's videos on 1320 Indolane camera. Here, credits to get a clue. That's a different one from the 1330. The 1320 aims down Linda Lane all the way down to Taylor Road that goes east and west. Well, I saw a vehicle heading west, and at 4:21 and 36 seconds, it took a right onto Blake Avenue, which is right in the exact same time frame the PCA states BK sped away. And the sound can be heard from 4:21:18 for about a half a minute. And I think this car on Taylor Road that takes a right onto Blake Avenue is the car creating the sound. And that's what this video is about. So let's start by reading the PCA. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Notice it says seen departing. It doesn't say seen by who or camera. I always assumed it was the camera that saw it at 1112 Queen Road, which is the house right next door, the neighbor's house. Let's look at the next line. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed. Notice it says observed. Again, it's not being clear if it's a camera or person. Is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive, which goes behind the house. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that timeline. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. He says, does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. From what I can tell, the car they're talking about was not seen anywhere. So the sound I'm going to have you listen to is, I believe, the car on Taylor Road westbound that takes a right onto Blake Avenue. Okay, this is the...
And that's what I want you to hear. I want you to hear this and realize that they're claiming that this is an Elantra. If you know anything about cars, motor, anything, I do. I've worked on cars my whole life. I worked for auto parts stores at some point. I know what I'm doing. Okay? I'm telling you, this is not an Elantra by any means whatsoever.
The 1320 Linda Lane camera. Ignore this 1330. That's a back page. Here's the time, 4:21:18. I will show you a different portion of the video where the car escaping, the sound starts at 4:21:18.
Also, that's important. Watch the timestamp as well, okay?
So we're going to play this video. This is 1320 Linda Lane camera. This here's Linda Lane, and this is Taylor Road right here. And about 150 feet this way is Blake Avenue. I will show you that on a map shortly. So we're going to see a car coming from here, and at 4:21:36, it's going to take a right turn onto Blake, and we'll watch it go up at 4:31. At 31 seconds, we'll see it coming through here. There it is. Then it takes a right about there. Now it's going up Blake. And we'll see it right here shortly. There it comes. Right there it is. It's going to go and take a left. Right there, it just took a left. But I'm going to show you a map now. And then I'm going to play the sound of heard from the 1330 Linda Lane camera. See, there is no sound on the 1320 Linda Lane camera. Linda Lane right here. In the actual camera, right about here on the building, there's a building here. It's shooting down here, and here's Taylor Avenue right here. So we saw, and then here's Blake Avenue right here, about 150 feet difference here. So we saw the car coming here, and it took a right on Blake, and then a left on, as you can see right here, Nez Hersey. So it goes this way here. We're looking down Linda Lane towards Taylor Road. The car you see in front, right there, that's the car that goes around the apartment building at 3:30. It's on Taylor Road heading west. And here is the timestamp, 3:29:49. And the reason I'm showing you this is it's the only car that we ever actually see on camera before it gets to the apartments. And the sound that it makes coming in is what I'm going to compare with the 4:21:18 car escaping sound. So I'm going to show this car next. Okay, here it is, 3:29:41. So we're 8 seconds away from the 3:30 car that shows up around the apartment to show up here at the end of Linda Lane where it meets Taylor Road. Right about, you'll see the car coming from this way here, going that way. It'll be right here. Okay, I'm going to start. There it is. Here's the timestamp right here, 3:29:49. Okay, here's 1122 King Road. The PCA says he left here and went Walenta Drive. You can see Walenta Drive right here, which goes behind the house. And here's Ridge Road right here. And then it comes down here. Ridge Road right here turns back into Walenta Drive. And then it comes down Sunnyside Avenue to Conestoga right here. And then down to Palouse River Drive. Let me enlarge that so you can see. Okay, right here it says Palouse River Drive. Also, I wanted to mention down King, Walenta, and over here, this is all uphill. And this is substantially above the house here. This is called Ridge Road. Let me show you here, Ridge Road. And I guess it's kind of like both Walenta Road, but it's Ridge because it's the highest point. Down Walenta to Sunnyside Avenue. This is all downhill at this point. The reason I'm mentioning this, it's really hard for a car driving here, the sound to come over this hill and down to the Linda Lane camera audio system. It appears to me, when the car went on Blake Avenue and left on Nez Percy, this is all pretty much flat ground here. And then from the Linda Lane camera right about here to here is 900 feet. And it's pretty straight and there's maybe just roof tips in the way. These buildings are all below Linda Lane camera. From here to here is about 800 feet. 1320 Linda Lane camera. And here's Taylor Avenue. And here's the timestamp right here. And we're going to see the car that goes around the apartment, the very first car around 3:30. This is the car. And then I'm going to have you listen to the sound of it. You'll see the headlights show up right about here, and then we'll stop the car right there. And that's going to be at 3:29:49. 3:29:38. Again, here's the timestamp. So I'm going to do a close-up here. Right about there. That's where the first light's going to come. Here goes. There it is. There it is again. There it is. Okay, so we stopped it right there. And look at the timestamp. 3:29:49. And the date, 11/13/22, Sunday. So that car there, it's heading go around the apartments and we'll see the headlights show up behind the apartments on 1330 camera at 3:30:56 exactly, which is in 1 minute and 7 seconds. So let's go there now. We're going to hear the sound. We're going to watch it coming in. This is 1330 Linda Lane camera, and it's 3:29:25 here. We're about to hear the sounds of the first car that's coming in to circle the apartments. The sound begins at 3:29:26, and it goes for 21 seconds. At the 49-second mark, remember that's when the car is at Linda Lane and Taylor Road. And then from there, it takes 1 minute and 7 seconds for it to come around and into this area to see the headlights. So listen to the sound. It starts off quiet, and then it gets more intense around the 45-second mark. At 49, the car's at Linda Lane Taylor. Now, there won't be much sound between now and the time we see the headlights coming into the trees, which will be at the 45-second mark.
I think you can hear it back here too.
Later at the 56 mark, we actually see the headlights right there. You can speed through this if you don't want to wait.
It's turned all the way up here, but let me go check my background, see if I can make it louder.
There's almost no car sound from Linda Lane coming across Taylor Road, left on King Road, Queen Road, and up here. Almost no sound at all from there. Here comes the first light right here. Headlights at 56 seconds. Right there. That's going to come around that way. Very good. Now we're going to do a sound comparison between this one and the 4:21:18 a.m.
As loud as I can get it, guys. I'm sorry.
Via Linda Drive.
I can't hear a dick.
The house.
Yeah, I just went in the background, tried to turn it up. He just has it really low for some damn reason. Hold on. That's not going to help to hear the car, but let's see. Can't work either.
You know, I know a guy that could help us out with this.
I'm good.
I don't.
Let me check.
My man Jeff H.
Hell no. He can stick to putting renders of cars on motorcycle.
Yeah, right. He actually did a show last night about this at 2, I believe, too.
Wow.
Hold on, let me double check this part of it. See if I found different things in here that I
missed it.
Different places, right, that I can turn this up. That ain't gonna make a difference. It's all the way up there. And so is that. Let me see if the input devices are plugged up right. Or turned up all the way. No, that's not what I wanted to see. There we go. Hold on.
Bro, remember drinking out of a garden hose and it hit different?
Yes.
Hey, bro, this bottle of water don't do it for me.
It's not the same thing, is it?
No, it's not. It seems like it makes me thirstier.
Too much sodium.
Something.
Yeah, Yeah, that's it, guys. I can't get any louder. It's just he's got it really low. Maybe headphones will help you hear it better. I don't know, guys.
You know what I'm talking about.
Okay, this is the sound of car 1 that circles the apartment, where you hear it about a minute and a half before the headlights show up. So the sound starts at 3:29:26, and the peak sound is at the 42-second mark. So we're going to play it just past that.
Did you hear that in the background already? I think that was coming from him. Anyway.
We're going to switch over to the 421 car speeding away so we can hear the sounds side by side. Okay, here goes. Okay, now we're going to listen to the 421 car.
Thank you, Hunter's Moon and Walk.
Starts at the 18-second mark, and the peak sound will be at 35 seconds. Time difference between the beginning of the sound on both the first car and the car that turns on to Blake is approximately 17 seconds from the beginning to where the peak of the sound is. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here's 421:36. See, that's about the corner of Taylor Road and Blake Avenue. Watch it go forward now. Turning onto Blake Avenue, right there. So it turned at 421:36, and by 421:39 it had done its turn. Now we're going to listen to the enhanced version. Okay, this is the first car again that circles the apartments. At 3:29:26 is when the sound starts. And we'll compare it to the 4:21:18 car speeding away, the sound. Here we go. Okay, now we'll listen to the enhanced one. So this one's going to start.
All you can hear is the car barely way up in the distance.
And it's going to peak at.
I don't know what's going on.
It's just you're listening to a car moving down the road in the distance. It's almost sounds like wind in a sense.
Here we go.
This doesn't have the other car sound on it. I don't know why.
There we have it. The 330 car and the 421 car Both sound similar to me. And the 421 car came from the east.
Okay, so this isn't proving the point that I was trying to prove because you can't hear it. You can't hear it at all. Where is the damn?
Doesn't the white BMW pick up somebody right at that garbage can there at some point in the night?
Yes, and that's when you can hear it. And I don't.
Oh, where's the video of this car, Speedy Gonzalez, that they just played on Dateline? We
Well,
can't we can't get that.
The same car.
Hang on.
Huh? Huh?
I said, hang on.
No, Jesse, I didn't hear what Jesse said.
Oh, probably the same car, right?
I don't know. I just want to see that thing. Dude, that thing was flying. Whatever the hell Jules put on that screen last night that she was like allowed to show because she was watching it and kind of like reacting to it. Thing was moving, dude.
I just don't know what that's evidence of, that a car is going fast.
It's not evidence of shit. I'm just saying that, a car like that taking a turn at that speed, it's not happening. You got to have some kind of like decent suspension. I don't know. I ain't no Elantra. That's why everything I think that they came out with yesterday is stuff that the prosecution's not going to use.
Oh, it was just a hit piece, just a bunch of, it's kind of disgusting. Disgusting, actually.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't, convict them fairly, you're going to have to destroy his image somehow.
Look at the car. Does that look anything like an Elantra to you?
Looks like a whole bunch of white light to me.
I don't see nothing. But why did that cut away like that?
Hold on. There you go. They have it looping. It doesn't look like an Elantra to me at all.
What color are those pumpkins?
I don't know how anybody could tell what the hell that thing is.
They're orange.
Well, they look white to me in the video.
Yeah, everything does.
Well, remember this, right? They watched all these videos of this white Elantra, and they got the year wrong. So you're telling me all these experts watched these videos, and they got the year wrong? All of a sudden, when they arrested Brian, the year was correct? That should tell you right there that no videos are going to distinctly show it's that year Elantra.
This is probably going to stop. Keep talking. I have somebody's at my door. I'll be right back. But keep talking amongst yourselves, debating these things. I'll be right back.
Be careful.
That body is pretty close to a 10. I think Koberger's got some.
Dude, she got a rat when I was watching.
It might take me a couple of minutes, guys. So go ahead and talk amongst it. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
But as far as the Dateline thing goes, they dug up a lot of dirt on him and dumped it on people. Like, oh, he was the kind of porn he was searching for. And even Jules was like, oh, I don't like that. Well, my thoughts are that when you're grabbing a guy for the crime, or you're looking into a guy, you want to find a guy that has that kind of dirt, right? And that's what makes you decide that this is going to be our guy, because it isn't evidence of anything. Like the apparently searching for passed out and forced and various, real nasty, X-rated films. That would be significant if anything like that was part of the crime. But as far as we know, I was
thinking is like, okay, so like, but yet when the crime happened, there was no,
no baby gravy at the scene.
Yeah, there was none of that,
So it's kind of irrelevant. It's just
sense to me. Yeah, well, not just that. Think about this, right? You take everybody, you take 4 people out, right? You're walking out of the house and you see one lone. I mean, let's call it for what it is. Dylan's not ugly, right? So it's like he's walking out and he sees like one person in a room by herself. He took everybody else out in the house in his head. Bethany's downstairs, so I guess can't hear a goddamn thing. And he just looks at her and says, "Have a good night."
Dylan might be the most attractive one in the entire house.
Huh?
Depending on what you're into. I mean, I've of the pictures I've seen, Dylan might have been the most attractive one out of all of them.
That's what I'm saying. Going by the narrative of what they're trying to say, oh, he was into this, into that. Yet he had her by herself, alone, 4 people that he just took out to get to this point, and he just, see ya. Nah, come on, man. They're just trying to destroy his character because they don't have the evidence. If they don't.
Well, then when they get into like the legs being carved and all this stuff, it's like he's going to do that in 8 minutes. You know, like that's he's doing an awful lot of things in 8 minutes, man.
I heard now they're saying, yeah, because I've always said 7-8 minutes, right? Everybody was like, oh, 13. I'm not giving them 13. But now I'm hearing that they've narrowed it down to 4 minutes. 4 minutes is like now the time that he like did this in. And like we're just supposed to be like, okay.
And it was also odd that they didn't say anything about Kaylee, really. That Kaylee was not a focal point in the Dateline thing, and that was odd. You'd think they would be getting a ton of stuff from Steve G, but not anything.
I mean, I don't know why everybody's kept listening to Steve G after he came out and said, oh, you know, Hunter was summoned over to kick a door down because Ethan was slumped against it. None of that was true.
So chat really doesn't like Dylan. I mean, do they think she's ugly because they don't like her character, or? But I mean, if you're looking at when they're all dolled up for their Halloween, like there was one picture of her at a Halloween thing right after the the incident. And she was like, most girls are all slutted out on Halloween, but she looked attractive in that picture, I thought.
That's what I'm saying, you know. I'm not going to sit here and say she's ugly looking. I mean, her personality and what she did is ugly, but, you know, I call a spade, bro, you know?
I mean, Xana didn't look like a, how do I put this? She just looked like a sort of a plain Jane girl next door type. She didn't, you never seen her wearing makeup or dressed in revealing clothing or anything. And it seemed like Dylan and Maddie and Kaylee were more into that kind of thing.
Yeah. What you gotta understand, dude, like the true crime community is like 90% chicks. So like, you know, when we say a chick looks good, like chicks look at other chicks differently, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she's not bad looking.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the consensus was that Maddie's the best looking one, but I never really saw that myself.
And here's my thing, dude. Right? Like, if there's cleanup, right? There's bleach and there's whatever other fucking chemicals that supposedly there's evidence of. How the hell did Brian fucking clean up? How are you
not get anything in his car and not get anything in his house?
I mean, aside from cleaning himself, I'm talking about surfaces supposedly that were cleaned. Then he has to clean himself. Then he has to get in the car and get up on this camera. It's like, who is this guy that you're like, why tie yourself like this to this timeline if it's just so unbelievable? Is it because that you always thought that you were going to get your way with they were all sleeping? Is that why? Is that what they banked on? Because that's what they did their test on when somebody ran in the house and stabbed 4 people. They did it with 4 people just laying in their beds.
Yeah, well, that the original story is blown to smithereens by now with everything that we know now, and that's what really bothers me is nobody properly wants to address that. That to me, that's the key. The car, the Brian, yeah. That's not what I'm focused on. I'm focused on the 911 call, the roommates basically faking I mean, that's a federal crime right there, right? I mean,
that pisses me off, and that's the judge writing all that shit. And then you know, we all thought the 911 call was sketchy. We were like, why does it sound so staged? Because it was. But when you tell people that, they don't, you know, like the guilters and shit, they don't even know that like the judge has already like outed that 911 call basically. Like the judge who thought he was like trying to like, he was actually like helping the state, turned out like making the state look like a bunch of idiots because that's a staged call, dude. All that already happened.
I mean, from the second I heard it, I thought it was a state. I mean, it just didn't make any sense. Right away, I said, you can't have your neighbors come over and have them cooperate with you on a 911 call and then spit out. Just imagine you tell your neighbor, oh yeah, one of our friends is passed out. Can you help us call 911? First of all, any normal neighbor is going to go, well, let's go do CPR. Let's go check on that, on said neighbor that's passed out. Let's, the idea that somebody's drunk and passed out and you stay outside the house on the phone with 911 and don't attempt to do anything. I mean, who's that stupid, really? I mean, I know that a lot of people would like to believe these kids are just innocent and stupid, but and when you get a large group of them too.
That's what pisses me off is we're supposed to look at them like, oh, they're just kids. They don't know any better. I don't like that.
And the other thing is this whole shock phase, or you don't know what you would do. That's another one. You don't know what you would do.
Remember when everybody was trying to justify us how somebody could be in frozen shock for 8 hours?
Well, but the problem with that is we're not talking about one person. We're talking about a group of people, and they're all behaving suspiciously. And when you have a group of people, surely one of them's going to say, okay, if somebody's passed out drunk, we need to clear their airway, stick our finger in their mouth, see if they're choking on their tongue, choking on their vomit, check their pulse, see if there's anything we can,
But let me ask you a question, right? If you say tonight, or hypothetically, or somebody, right? They walk out of their house and say you're that person. I don't want to jinx you or anything, knock on wood. But say you see somebody walking down the street with a gas can, right? Then 2 minutes later, you look down and down the road, there's a house on fire. Would you put two and two together that maybe that person that walked away with a gas can was involved with that fucking fire and something's wrong and it's not just nothing nefarious? She sees a person who we now know does not have their sheath. That means he has a knife in his hand, right? With a mask that startles her enough for them to put frozen shock in the goddamn PCA. And then a couple minutes later has the balls to open her door, run down the hallway, see her friend laying, I'm assuming in a position of somebody being dead, and doesn't connect the two of, wow, maybe this masked person hurt my friend. Instead, it's, I thought she was passed out drunk.
It just doesn't pass the smell test.
Face value, dude.
Well, and that's the thing. Before this case, if you tried to tell anybody that, anybody, I don't care who it is, Jeff H, Sarah, doesn't matter.
Jail, bro.
No, they're just going to laugh at you. Oh yeah. The idea that you're going to call and say that somebody passed out, but yet that's what happened. If you told this story the way it is to anybody, they're going to just laugh in your face about how stupid your story is because it doesn't pass the smell test. And they've all been conditioned by the, what's the fallacy again, Eddie? You there? You with me, brother?
I'm here.
The appeal to authority, the fact that people in authority have told them this is what you should think of this. You should think about frozen shock phase. You don't know how you would act if you were in their position. You've been conditioned to believe that line of BS. I mean, and it is just absolute BS.
I mean, you've all fought with the same people I fought with that were justifying all that. Oh, you don't know what she's been through that could have made her frozen in shock for 8 hours and not know she was in her body and have an out-of-body experience. Get the fuck out of here. Now what? And now because all this comes out with her texting and doing all this stuff, then they pivot, right? Instead of just admitting they're wrong, they pivot into this new sick narrative that they make up in their mind because, like you said, they're being led on like sheep, dude.
Well, and then there's the Dave and Kim, the story we got from them right from the jump, right? And I don't blame people for being skeptical about that. I mean, I think most reasonable people were skeptical to some degree. I tended to lean that way because when something doesn't pass the smell test, I'm looking for something that does. And their stories actually sort of passed the smell test to me. But now you fast forward to where we are now, and everything they said is lining up just perfectly. And what that means is 100%. Dylan and Bethany and Hunter and Emily are guilty of a federal crime. I'm not a lawyer. I shouldn't say that. Whatever crime it is, calling 911 and reporting something that didn't happen, and not reporting an actual quadruple
isn't that a crime? Isn't that a
unaliving.
crime?
Oh, it's a crime. I don't know how to
Reporting
describe whether it's a federal crime or whatever crime. It's a crime. I think it's a crime that comes with jail time.
Because now it's a fact we know that they knew something was going on. Because, dude, listen, if they only thought Santa was passed out drunk, right, then why'd they summon somebody over to the home in the morning?
Well, and I will continue along with what I was saying. So everything Dave and Kim said has lined up perfectly to this point. We still can't quite prove their entire story, but it's everything's pointing in that direction. And if their entire story is true, Dylan and Bethany and Hunter and Emily are guilty. And
thank you.
And that's
and now we know that this, Hunter wasn't summoned over, right? Emily was called. So then Hunter, I'm sorry, if we take out, this person's friends with that person and just call them, people, this person then goes over to the home where 4 people are murdered and has now a kitchen knife with his prints on it, right? You have 4 stab victims here, and you have prints on a kitchen knife of this guy that goes over to the house. And now I'm assuming he checked the pulse of Xana. Now his DNA is on one of the victims. There's more evidence on that person than there is on your damn suspect, just in that aspect.
All of them. I mean, all of them are better suspects than Brian at this point. They were there. We know they were there.
That guy goes along with a staged phone call, and everybody's like, "Oh, I don't really look at Hunter as being what."
I mean, I don't actually think they did it, but I definitely think.
But why would they go
that,
along?
I mean, all the evidence is pointing to the fact that they covered it up, and they.
I'm just saying, dude. If I'm your best, it's like you're my best friend, right? And like somebody hits me up and it's like something happened, he's dead, blah blah blah. Dude, I'm not staging a call for nobody. I'm calling him right away. As I'm going to get a kitchen knife, I am on the phone with 911. Ethan should have called the fucking cops.
Well, right? when you were 18, 19, Willie, did you smoke grass and dabble in some substances and stuff?
Well, I smoked. Smoked and drank is what I only did really back in those.
Because people that get into that, there's dealers and there's people that are up on a higher level that have control, and those people command a ton of respect among the lower ranks, and people are really intimidated.
So imagine like your girlfriend coming to you and being like, "Hey, something's going on over at the house," and you run in and you see your friend's girlfriend, your best friend's girlfriend, dead on the floor in a pool of blood. You see your best friend in there.
But if you think the guy that did it is practically John Gotti, you don't want to be the guy to point a finger at John Gotti. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. So that would mean that he has knowledge in what people are.
And I think that's basically what it is. I think that's what makes the most sense. That's the Occam's razor explanation. I don't think these kids diced up their friends over somebody sleeping with somebody. I'm not going to rule that out.
I'm just talking about knowing something, and that's
all.
But yeah,
but you made the point. You're not going to lie and actually commit a crime and not report this. There's got to be a good reason. But that's the reason I'm giving you is they thought that they don't want to implicate a John Gotti type character, somebody who's big time, bigger, the biggest guy in the town, the scariest,
Yeah, because that's the only thing I'm thinking is they were scared for their life to tell the truth. That's the only thing I will, take as an answer, other than just calling for help, man. And then the person who was contacted the least after Xana goes down with Bethany, and then they both start using their phones and texting and calling and shit, is Ethan. So if you see Xana pass out on the floor, she's not going to answer, right? Why is Dylan contacting Xana like, hey, what's going on? When she's passed out, why aren't you contacting Ethan and saying, hey, what's up with Xana? She's passed out. Is everything okay? Yada, yada, yada. Call Ethan.
Yeah, and all those text messages blow the 911 call out of the water too. Like you're texting Kaylee saying, please answer. So you know damn well that something's happened in that house and everybody's fucked. you know, you could
You know
maybe
they're not gonna
argue that
answer
you
you.
don't.
Yeah.
You could maybe argue that you don't know what happened to them, but you know something's happened to them because none of them are answering. And then you call and say, my friend Xana
Yep.
passed out. You don't even mention Kaylee and Ethan. And just to
Exactly.
not mention those people that you know are supposed to be in the house also and
Yeah.
that aren't responding. I mean, it doesn't pass the smell test. There's
And then
just
they
no
lie
way.
to us, and then they lie to us and say, "Oh, well, you know, Dylan was sleeping and was awoken by all this and shit." And then we find out, dude, at 3:51, she is actively saving a number in her telephone, which means that she didn't just roll over and go back to sleep and then was awoken by regular ass noises happening in the house, because they say she heard somebody talking and say, "I'm here to help you," yada yada. Never screaming, never.
I don't think we can
Somebody
believe
going up and down the steps.
anything she said in any of the what she saw, the balaclava,
But this is what's
the
going to be
vacuum
presented,
cleaner,
my
the
man.
fireman. I think that's all.
I get it. I get it. But I'm just saying, this is what's going to be presented in front of a jury at 12.
For all we know, she saw somebody she knows damn well who it is and saw them do a lot more than she's telling.
She saw one eyebrow.
And this whole story about a one-eyed Willie.
One-eyed Willie. That's funny as shit, dude. That's from the Goonies.
I'm a big Goonies fan. Are you a big Goonies fan?
I love that movie. Oh, yeah. Man. I'm so glad they never remade it. You have no idea. I shouldn't jinx it, but I'm so glad they never remade that movie, dude.
You're too late. They're about to.
Oh, no.
What?
Yeah, I just heard that the other day, actually.
Oh, my. I jinxed it.
I'm tired of them destroying all the good stuff from the past.
I hate that, dude. They got to stop. Nothing's original today.
Nobody can come up with any original new ideas. They got to go back and redo everything.
Even the special effects were better back then, and I don't get how that works. But anyway.
Me and my kids watch 80s movies all the time, and our favorites have always been Stand By Me and Goonies.
Stand By Me is amazing. I love that movie.
But you see how dude, that's such a simple plot, but such a great movie.
It is.
I just don't get how, like, what happened. I don't know what happened, but you know what I mean.
And when I was 12 years old, we'd sit there the whole weekend and have it in the VCR. And just as soon as it was finished, it would go straight to rewind back and over. We'd sit there and watch Stand By Me for 12 hours a day.
Yeah, man.
And then we'd go outside and play like pretend we were the guys.
Well, that's why it's
you know,
hard
get,
for me
get
to
the
like
sleeping
relate.
bag with the cord on it and pretend it's a machine gun.
Yeah, well, that's why it's hard for me to relate with people like my age, because, like, you know, like growing up, my dad, you know, I played Super Nintendo and Sega and all that shit, while all my friends had, like, you know, all the super new stuff back in the day, and you know, the Magnificent Seven, and you know, listen to, I don't know, Pearl Jam and Led Zeppelin, and you know, all that shit is where I grew up, while everybody else grew up, you know, in the present. And that's why, like, today, I don't understand anything, dude. Today just sucks these days, you know, like, and you think about it, these movies have 100 times more the budgets than they had, like you said, back in the, you know, late 70s, 80s and stuff. And they absolutely suck. And then they bomb at the box office. Is it all money laundering today? Is that what, like, movies are today?
Well, you know, I told people, friends of ours, that me and my kids watch 80s movies, and they were horrified. They said, "You let your kids watch that stuff? It's racial and it's not politically correct." I was just like, I don't know. That's not what we're taking away from it, you know.
Now, the funny thing is I've introduced my 18-year-old to a lot of the stuff we used to watch back in the day. And he's even playing, like, oh, they couldn't do that now. They couldn't do that now. There's so many things that have changed. It's so ridiculous. It's crazy.
Well, that might be why all the movies suck today.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, like, that throw out the F word, the FAG word, all that. It was a normal thing in all these movies. They'd call each other that all the time. Whether you know what I mean. You can't do that nowadays, and none of that stuff. It was just one of them things. We just watched a movie. Through the whole movie, he kept doing that, you know. And I'm like, he's like,
exactly.
Why is he saying that? And I'm like, because that's how things were back then.
It's because at one point nobody was, you know, soft.
Yeah, everybody didn't flip out about things. Now, some of that stuff I get it. You know what I mean? You know, you don't want to the hard N word and things like that. No,
but people just moved on and carried out. They didn't have They didn't have hundreds of platforms to go on and go, "Oh my God, did you see this? Did you?" You know, it's because everybody just went back to their normal goddamn life after watching it. Not today.
Right. That's what happened. That's the difference now. So yeah, I get it. It's crazy. It is. It's really, really wild and crazy.
I didn't mean to go off top. I was just saying that because he brought up the Goonies. I didn't want them to remake it, but that ship has sailed.
Yeah, I guess the topic we were discussing was just Dylan's story of what she saw. She didn't see anything. Whatever she saw, she ain't telling us. And what she's telling us she saw, she didn't see, in my opinion.
She's telling us what she's told to tell us she saw, in my opinion, per se. Based on the situation that's happened at hand. I'll put it that way. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Either way, it's a bad situation. I don't think we will ever. Well, we may one day know the truth, but my biggest fear with this thing is that Brian will be convicted of this. He'll go to jail. Something bad will happen in jail before he even gets to appeals or something, and he'll be gone. And won't. And then what's going to happen? Like my wife said this too, that they'll come out after the fact, after he's gone, and say, "Oh, this is what happened." At that point, it's too late, and I could see that happen. I could see that happening because there's going to be people that go after him regardless. Now he should be kept in segregation, in my opinion, but like there again, who knows what'll happen? Dahmer was kept in segregation, and guess you saw what happened to him. So sad possibility. No, you don't. Nothing half-assed. You don't grab a knife for a friend that's passed out. You just don't do it.
Well, the first thing you do is CPR and clear their airway, right? Like stick your finger in their mouth, clear their airway.
You listen to hear if they're breathing. You tilt their head back. If they're not, then you check the airway. Then you proceed to do CPR.
Well, I guess that this is your profession, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, you don't have to be a professional to know that you need to figure out if they're breathing, right? That's the first step. Because I mean, that's the difference between life and death, right? If you establish that they're not breathing, you need to address that immediately. And if you're not making any attempt to address that, you could be costing them their lives.
Mm-hmm. And there's so many people we've had to tell like that. I can't tell if they're breathing. Or is their chest going up and down? I can't tell. Well, then grab a mirror and hold it under their nose. Does it fog up? Or some glasses or something of glass that has glass on it. Oh, okay. No, it's not. Okay, then you need to start CPR. But see, nowadays people don't even know really how to do CPR. So the AIDs, you know what I mean? The Jesus, I can't.
Jeff H is in the house. He's probably loving that Dateline thing yesterday.
He took me off my train of thought seeing him pop in here. Anyway, the defibrillator. Sorry, there we go. They don't even know how to do it, and they don't want to keep up with it, so they just keep defibrillators around, which is crazy to me. So, okay, whatever. And thank God they're regulated so that they're most of the time they won't AED. Thank you, Elliot. I don't know what I was going to say AID for a minute. Start watching too much Chicago PD. You throw off your own train of thought. I get it, Jeff. Anyway, but yeah, they don't even try. People don't seem to want to try to do that stuff. So be it. And somebody in here just asked, where'd it go? Do they even know where that knife is that he had? That's a great question. There it is. Stuart said it. Great question, Stuart. Great question.
Gaia is making me laugh. Gaia said if I say Jeff H's name 3 times, he'll appear just like Beetlejuice, and sure enough, he did.
100%. Hunter's excuse for grabbing the knife could be because he was gonna cut the zip ties off from playing drinking games. Seriously, wouldn't no. That was a joke, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Simply, it's ridiculous, guys. None of it makes any sense, and no matter how they put it to us, it's never going to. Nobody's ever going to accept it the way that they presented it. I miss Sam Kinison. Loved him.
I mean, right from the jump, if you're telling your neighbors, Hunter and Emily should have been told, as soon as they were told, we think Xana passed out, the first thing they should want to do is see her for themselves, right? Well, if she's passed out, let's see if we could, who in their right mind says we're going to call 911 before we even see this, what's going on?
Right.
Who does that? How explain that to me. How does that work? That you know, I mean, and they know Xana, right? Their friend, isn't it supposed to be Xana's best friend or somebody's best friend?
Yeah.
Emily is whose best friend?
Emily was Dylan. I think Emily was Dylan's best friend. I think. No.
Okay.
It was one of them. I can't remember for sure. It wasn't Dylan. It was.
But I mean, the first thing that you're going to do if somebody says, "We're, you know, it's serious enough that we need to call an ambulance," and they're in the house, they might have passed out. The first thing you're going to do, if you're a human being, is go and say, "Well, look, let's see. Can we help her? Can we?"
Right.
You know.
Right.
I mean,
right immediately. Yeah.
Not everybody's medically trained, but they know what CPR is, right? They know it's a thing.
Sure.
You know, you've seen enough movies to know you might just pound them on the chest or blow in, you know, give them mouth to mouth and CPR. We all know this.
That, right? Dago, because you obviously did this shit. Is it normal? Like, because you don't. What if like the person taking somebody's pulse or checking somebody's pulse obviously doesn't know what the hell they're doing, and they mistaken somebody that's not breathing for somebody that's faintly breathing, and then that person is in a hit with a defibrillator and they have a heart problem that makes it.
It's happened before. It's happened before. It has. It's happened.
You know what I mean? Like
you can throw somebody in a cardiac arrest and a BTAC and stuff like that. You absolutely can.
So I just find it abnormal that dispatcher tells her right, like the first thing to do is get a defibrillator.
Well, and I think that I bounced that around in my head for a good 3 days listening to that, going, why didn't she not try to get her to start CPR? But then again, this new generation, a lot of them don't get it. They don't do that. They're like, ew, that's icky. I don't want to touch their mouth. And you know,
so we know there was Hunter and Emily and Dylan and Bethany. And do we know if there's anybody else present at that time? Because don't we suspect there was like a half a dozen other people, or two to four, 6 other people that were actually there at that time?
I believe there was, personally. That's me.
I think there was. Does anybody have any knowledge? Eddie, do you have any notes about that? How many people were in the parking lot when the police arrived or anything like that?
We don't have any clue.
I feel, in my opinion, there were people, but I don't have facts to it.
Do you have an opinion, Eddie, or are you about the facts?
Well, we can try to tally it up. So we know from the call itself, there's the 2
4
roommates.
people on the call.
There's EA. There's HJ. Right?
Yeah.
So there's 4. Now
But they're doing their best to keep EA out of it. Seems like if you look at
but she was there during the call.
Absolutely. I think she was there for it all.
But even if it's 4, you're telling me that not one of those 4 people knows how to do CPR or knows CPR is a thing, and doesn't suggest CPR, or ask somebody, do you know CPR? Or,
Remember, they're just stupid kids, man.
How stupid are they? Because I mean, I don't know. Can you actually find 4 college students that have never heard of CPR?
Probably. But
What are they teaching them at this college?
Don't they teach that in health class in like middle school or at least junior high school?
I didn't think you could get a job unless you had basic first aid these days.
Get the defibrillator is now the new go-to.
Well, it doesn't give breaths.
Exactly. There's a whole lawsuit right there waiting to happen if that goes. I don't know. That's just wild to me. Unless that dispatcher already knew the condition of Xana, which is way different than what she was being explained over the phone. But who knows?
Oh, look at what H says.
Sorry. Automatic protocol, if somebody's not breathing, is to go into life-saving practices, okay? But she didn't say, all she said is she breathing. She didn't say, did you check her airway? She didn't say any of that stuff, which is weird to me because any other 911 call that I have heard via radio traffic or things that I've come on scene for, that's how they work that through. They just don't automatically go to
What else did they ask her, dude? I mean, what what now? I mean,
That was
especially
it.
nowadays, what's normal as hell for them to hit somebody with and bring them right back to life?
AED.
Well, I was talking more like Narcan, right? She didn't
yeah,
ask, like, you know, did she take any, you know, could she have possibly taken any opiates, yada, yada, yada.
But you don't want to give somebody Narcan, Willie, unless you know for a fact that they have opioids in their
That's what I mean.
system.
But the dispatcher didn't ask the question of, you know, did she take any opiates? Like, she didn't even ask that question before saying get the defibrillator.
She didn't. And that's, I thought defibrillator for hearts. It is.
I mean,
it
from
is,
what I
but
heard,
typically
a
when
lot of
you're not
people in that
breathing-
town were doing that shit. That's why I'm saying that.
Yeah, when you're not breathing, Jameson, that means your heart stopped 9 out of 10 times. Unless that's why they would tell her to check the airway first to make sure there's nothing blocking the airway first. If there is, you remove that possibly, or then you move to the AED. It was a little bit jumpy for me. It was a lot like they didn't talk nothing about it. CPR, an ambu bag, breaths, none of that, nothing. They just went directly to the AED, which made me wonder, do you know that this girl's deceased at this point?
Exactly.
I had to because I've been on these scenes, guys. I know certain things. I think there's Curious Rose, you're a nurse. I mean, right there. She would know that too. Like, you know, I'm just saying, I don't know if I haven't been in the fire service for quite a few years now. I don't know how much has changed, but the basics are the basics. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You check the pulse, you check the respiration, make sure they're breathing, check their airways, so on and so forth. But none of that was talked about on that call. It was just, is she breathing? No. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes. Here we go. I was kind of shocked. I've never seen that go into play that fast. But
I mean, it seemed like it took a while for them to come with an answer. She kept on saying, "Is she breathing?" Well, I don't know. Let's go check. And I think if you're a 911 operator, you've probably had whatever experience you've had. You probably never had somebody say, "I don't know. I didn't even check." You know, because what kind of moron calls 911 and didn't check?
Yeah. Right.
Then why are you phoning?
Yeah, Rose just said the same thing. You swipe the mouth first to make sure there's no obstructions in the airway. Then you move to checking the pulse. If the heart stopped, then you move to the AED or starting compressions and bagging with an ambu or, you know, breaths from your mouth. If you don't have a bag nowadays, everybody carries these bags around because they don't want to touch mouth to mouth, and that's fine. That's fine. Or a mouth.
How more screwed up can a case get, dude? This is wild to me. Wild.
911 dispatchers in constant communication with EMS and officers on the way to the scene. They know. Jeff, what are you talking about?
What? God help them.
They do know. Is that what you're asking me? I see what you're saying. Okay, I'm sorry, bud. Yeah, there's radio traffic back and forth between them, talking about ETA, the time that we're going to get there, how much longer. They're telling them what's going on to EMS. EMS never touched these people. Never once.
They didn't go inside.
They didn't go inside the home. They didn't touch anything. They didn't assess the scene. They didn't go in after the fact, after law enforcement called this, which they shouldn't have done. But I got it, Jeff. I'm sorry, but I read it wrong. But you know, none of that doesn't work that way.
Well, what we're saying is you just don't call 911 until you know what's happened. And if you think somebody's passed out, the first step is, are they breathing? Check their airway, finger in the mouth to clear any blockages, take a pulse. And if you're just going to look at somebody and think they might need help, I'm going to call 911, and you're standing there and you're not helping. And I know that Jeff's excuse is going to be, well, they were poor little girls that were scared, but there was 4 of them. That's the point. There was 4 of them, and 3 of them were female and 1 of them was male. And I know a lot of females that are just as capable as males. So let's not use the poor little girl excuse. That's misogynistic as far as I know. Right, Chad? That would be misogynistic.
People may not like my answer to this, and I'm sorry how this may sound, okay? But this is based on my own personal experience. But when someone is dying or is dead, you're not allowed to be scared. You can't, well, I should repeat that. You can be scared. It's not that you can't, you're not allowed. You don't have time to be scared. You have to act. And if you don't, guess what? You either lose that person or they're already gone and you've done no good. So you have to think in these situations. And granted, they're young kids. That's fine. But I know young kids that would act all over this situation, period. That's all I can say.
Absolutely.
I do.
Listen, bro, I'm taking my, it's beautiful. I don't know about you over there, but it's beautiful here. I'm taking my daughter on a bike ride. I'm gonna have to hop down.
It's gorgeous here. It's like 80 degrees here, so have fun.
Yeah,
Enjoy it.
I appreciate you having me up, man. You guys, Jesse, Eddie, you guys have a good weekend. And,
Have a good weekend, Willie.
I'll catch you guys around somewhere.
One-eyed Willie, have a good weekend.
See you, man. See you guys. See you, chat.
Idaho dispatchers are trained and equipped to direct callers on how to provide CPR while waiting for EMS. Yes, just as every dispatcher in America is. Every single one of them busy. Because most people don't know it anymore. They sit and will read a card to you how to do this step by step by step by step. Period. They didn't do that. It's very weird to me that they didn't do that. I don't know why. Maybe because they had the dispatcher frustrated because they were passing the phone back and forth, which is something that they don't like because it confuses them and it distracts the situation from where it should be. So there's that too. But still,
is it possible that the dispatcher just assumed that they would have known how serious it would? They would have checked. They wouldn't just be phoning 911 unless she was in a really bad way.
She can, but for a 911 operator to make an assumption is not a good idea. You're not supposed to assume anything. You're not supposed to do that. You don't do that. You just don't do that. I'm sorry. You can't. Because you can assume one thing and it's something completely different and cause much more problems.
Like I said, I'm just thinking that she's never dealt with somebody who's phoned 911 for a situation like this and hasn't even bothered to check if the person's breathing or check a pulse or have any knowledge. I guess what their story was is I didn't even go within 20 feet of her. You know, I glanced at her from 20 feet away and now I'm calling you, and I didn't bother looking for any more information. So that's all I have. I saw her from 20 feet away. She was laying face down. That's it. That's all I got for you.
And they're going to ask her, did you go check on her? Did you walk up on her? Did you touch her? Did you check her pulse? No. Why?
Which makes no sense. And it makes no sense that 4 people would participate and behave in that manner all this exact same way.
Right. And yes, walking in, you're right. The average citizen doesn't even have BLS, which is basic life-saving procedure training, let alone ACLS. It just doesn't happen, which is advanced care life-saving. People just don't seem to care anymore. Okay. You know that the world used to be, well, the states in the country, a lot of our fire departments and EMS workers used to be made up of what they called volunteers. They weren't paid. It wasn't a job. People would leave their homes. A red phone would ring. People would jump in their cars and off to the fire station they would go to put the fires out or ride the horse down the road. That's how long ago it started. To help in that sense. And do you know that the stats for that, it's so sad that nobody wants to do it anymore unless they're receiving a paycheck. That's sad to me. But anyway, besides the point, but nobody wants to do that anymore. Nobody wants to touch each other anymore because the pandemics put the fear of God in people. And people just don't care about people anymore. And that really breaks my heart, truly, because it's that sad. So there you go. Elliot, good for you, brother. Thank you for what you do. Thank you. I did it for 17 years and it just doesn't happen anymore. And legally blind. Hell yeah, bro. Good for you. That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. So yeah, I mean, I question the call because of a lot of things with that stuff, that part of it. Plus law enforcement, most of them have at least BLS training, meaning they can come on a scene and they can do basic life support, things like that. A lot of them have ACLS too. A lot of places it's mandatory for them to have ACLS. And quite a few, from my understanding, within Moscow PD, I guess one of them was a firefighter and an EMT as well. I don't know which one it was, so don't ask me, but that was interesting to me too. I don't know if anybody that responded, but they still should have allowed EMS to respond and assess the scene, whether they knew what it was or not, carefully without damaging it, although it's probably already tainted. So yeah, that's true right there, DKM. Most everybody knows how to dial 911 and they should. especially 8 hours before a situation.
But I think everybody knows that there's little things that you can do that might be the difference between life and death. Like, for example, CPR. I did take, 30 years ago, I had to take classes just to get a job, even like on just a normal labor job, construction job. You got to know how to do CPR. You got to know a few things, some first aid. But even people that don't, even kids, they've seen enough movies. They know that when somebody falls to the ground and somebody passes out, you need to check their airway. You need, it falls in the realm of common knowledge. And I mean, you would know better than me, Dago, but as somebody who did this for a living, is it better for somebody who doesn't know, isn't trained, to attempt CPR or do nothing?
Depends on who you ask, but I say to attempt it, because to do it in a lot of sense, what happens is you'll crack ribs, and if they crack a certain way, they can cause some damage.
But I mean, if they're practically dying, if they're sitting there dying,
then that's what my theory and my feelings on it is. Just try it. It's not that hard. It really isn't. If you have a basic sense of where to place your hands, you don't want to come up here or on the stomach. You're not. I came on a scene with one time, and somebody was doing CPR on her boyfriend who had overdosed, and she's down on his belly button going like this, and he's like spitting water, and I'm going, "What are you doing?" CPR. I said, "No, hon, that's why it's not working. You got to come up here."
Was she high as a kite as well?
I think she may have been, but at least she tried. I'll say that. But the dude's like, it was almost comical. I hate to say that, but
I'm sitting here laughing. It's not a good thing to be laughing at.
Puke coming out of his mouth, and I'm going, "What the hell is this?" And the operator had walked her through it. She still didn't get it. Okay, that's why I'm thinking maybe she was on something too. But anyway, so it happens. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you do it right, you will break the ribs. That is right, Miss Gina said. And if you got to be careful, because sometimes if you're too rough, they can puncture things that'll cause more damage, so on and so forth. And that's why they don't want certain people to do it some ways. Plus, you got to be really careful if you're doing it on a minor or a child. There's certain ways to do it with children that can cause a lot more damage if it's not right. But rather than watching somebody die, yeah, I would say to attempt it. That's my opinion.
Well, anyways, the story they were telling is they thought she passed out drunk, and we all know what happened to Jim Morrison and Janis Joplin and these types. So you should know to clear the airway. Just is she drowning in her own vomit? So there's no excuse for not rushing to her as soon as you see her, making sure that she's not drowning on her own vomit, clearing the airway, checking the pulse, all that, and to be scared. Well, if you're scared of something, that means you must have knowledge of a lot more than what you're leading on to be. The story doesn't pass the smell test.
I still feel, Jesse, I don't know if you remember me saying it the other day. I still think, based on what she told us, what she actually did was she may have walked on by heading down to Bethany's room, looked over, stopped and looked and seen her and said, "Xana." She didn't respond. Said "Xana" again. She didn't respond. Walked up on her saying her name. She didn't respond, and maybe walked all the way up to her and knelt down and shook her and said "Xana," and nothing happened.
Well, that's if she didn't already know exactly what. I mean,
right? Yeah.
If she was in that house and awake at the time, there would be no need to look at her to find. You would have heard exactly what happened, right?
Right. That's my opinion.
But,
of course, my opinion.
But yeah, the fact that there was 4 people there and not one of them thought to do this, it doesn't work for me.
Amen, Rose. That's it right there, Jesse. This is the best answer I've seen yet. Always attempt to help if someone appears to be unconscious or choking. No one will ever be mad if you break a rib trying to save their life. 100%. Like I said, I've heard other people say, "Well, we'd rather have this or that," but I don't care. Do it. If they're gonna die, then you help them. If you think they're choking, do the Heimlich, or do what you think is the Heimlich. At least try to. Don't standing there watching them doesn't help anything, and that's the wrong thing.
And if you got any friends that are going to see you face down on the ground and walk away without even approaching you to investigate,
they're not your friend. They're not.
Don't hang out with those people anymore.
Yeah, they're not your friend. I absolutely agree with that. Did you see this video yet, by the way? This came out 16 hours ago. It was a shorter interview with Steve.
Oh no, I heard about it, but I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay.
But it's time for me to make a coffee.
Do your copy. Go ahead and get your copy, sir. I think I'm on that same boat with you. So yeah, for anybody in here, just to take a good piece of advice, if you ever are in that situation, absolutely please help them. The worst thing to do is to not try to help them. Brian, what's up, Brian guy? Good to see you. Great to have you here, buddy. I do have anybody wonder where hey, Canadian cat lady, good to see you. I didn't even know you were here. Agreed. Anybody wonder, one of my biggest questions last night with all of this is why would they want a student to use a defibrillator? Isn't that an electric shot? Doesn't sound well, because they can basically be directed on how to use it, Terry. There's directions on it. It's regulated, and they can teach them. They can tell them how to walk them through how to use it. That's all. It's dangerous, but it's not a toy by any means. But it's definitely helpful, and it gives more of a chance rather than trying to do CPR of starting the heart quicker in turn. But yeah, that's nowadays the quickest way to do it, because a lot of people are afraid to do CPR. They don't want to do it. They're real easy to do, and if they, like I said, to use, and they're very self-explanatory. There's directions all over them. Also, they will walk you through it too. Oh, what my question was going to be. Yep, bingo. That's it, Rose. An AED literally talks you through the whole process. Bingo. As well as 911, they will help you too. At least around here, they do. Yep. Absolutely. Thank you, Elliot. The AED doesn't shock a stable or flatlined heart. It will say shocked, not advised, or anything that when it's not supposed to per se. Yes. Because it reads it reads the heart rate and stuff like that. It tells you what's going on. It's computer. Did anybody wonder about where Dateline got all this information based on everything that they've talked about? Because that was my biggest question with this whole thing. And I personally feel that, and Jules, after watching, my thoughts were like, how the hell would they get this? But she was right. The only people that supposedly don't have the gag order are the FBI. So it makes you wonder, did they get their info from the FBI? And if that's the case, wow. You know what I mean? So that was one of my questions about the whole Dateline thing. I watched Jules and she said that too. And I said, yep, that makes perfect sense. I'm sure they do, Terry. I'm sure they do. They pass Narcan out like candy nowadays. It's free to get. You can go to just about any private station and they'll hand you 2 or 3, 4 of them if you want them. Fizzy says it was balanced. Yeah, I can't say. I wouldn't say you're wrong. You never know. They have been doing that, Gina. They've been doing that from the day that they arrested this guy. Nothing but that. Yeah, I agree, Elliot. I agree. Yeah, we have them here too now, Alicia, the dispensers. But fire stations have them. The police have them in their vehicles now. They pass them out to people because it's such a regular thing. Yep, it sure is here too in Ohio. The Good Samaritan law, different laws for specific situations. Yeah, but we still have that here too.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought was sticking the finger in the mouth, just like a simple act like that, like sticking the finger in the mouth and rolling them over. You don't have to know anything. A moron would do that, right?
Common sense.
And that, You know, if
Roll 'em on
if
their
something
back.
so simple like that could save somebody's life,
Yep.
that
Right.
you got a group of people standing around. You tell me nobody thought of that? I mean, I know I'm pretty smart, but I'm not that
No.
smart. I mean, you know.
We taught small groups of like high school kids with different classes we'd have. We taught how to do sternum rubs to try to bring somebody around, which is just a real simple circular motion. You rub at the sternum there, checking the airway, rolling them on their side, just basic stuff like that to teach kids, like, if you see somebody in a situation, this is what you do. And then we've taught CPR classes. We've taught all sorts of things like that. You know, there's AEDs all over the damn place. They're in grocery stores, high schools, supermarkets, clothing stores now. They're everywhere you go now because there's so many issues going on with people that they have to be. So it's a good thing.
I think Lana said that they actually had some Narcan inside 112 King.
They probably did because of the parties they had. I wouldn't doubt it.
I'm not going to say that I know that to be the case, but I believe I heard her say that.
Right.
Or I think what she actually said is that she heard that from somewhere.
Yeah,
she wasn't making a statement.
I'm sure that there's no like proof of it then, but yeah, I have that too. I have a little bag in my vehicle, Tandy, that I keep, even though I'm not practicing anymore, because I'm not going to pass the situation. I keep a med box in my vehicle just in case, just be able to use the things that I know. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a good idea. The dental dams are nice because a lot of people don't like to put their mouth there, and it's just something you put over their mouth to your mouth. That's it. Very easy.
Carpet's not scrubbed in the tank.
Eddie, you feeling okay?
I'm fine.
I
don't spend a lot of time trying to make sense of the 911 call because it's not authentic. It's not genuine. It is staged. They were coached. There might even be an officer there.
I think a lot of people want to understand why they talk about it, Eddie. And the understanding side of this is the biggest part of this that nobody really truly understands.
Well, and it's also what everybody's avoiding, right? So like people are talking about Dateline. Well, I guess Dateline did sort of try to explain it away, but tried and failed. And it seems like everybody wants to draw our attention away from that and draw our attention to other things. And I feel like it's a sleight of hand thing. Like, if you tell me not to look there, that's where I want to look.
Yep. Agreed.
Well, for the entire time throughout this case, I've always tried to communicate that it can't be both of these two things. It can't be that Brian Koberger is guilty and that he requires this level of propaganda, this level of illusion. So, in other words, if he's truly
clearly
guilty,
they're not lying on behalf of him, right?
Say that again.
Well, if both you and I agree that the 911 call was staged, therefore the roommates are lying. They're not lying to save him. They're not protecting him.
No, not Brian.
No.
So they're protecting somebody or something else.
Yes. It's complicated. Earlier, and I didn't want to say anything because I don't even know how to express this at times. But what was it that you were saying about the two roommates that they're guilty of a crime for not calling, so to speak?
Yeah.
Did I get that about right?
Yeah, I said federal crime, and then I backpedaled because I don't have the legal knowledge to know exactly what. All I know is if you call 911 and say somebody's passed out, when you know for a damn fact that there was 4 people killed.
Understood.
You've committed. I know that you've committed a crime, whatever crime
I recall
that is.
that. So, what I would have said in response to that, but I withheld my thoughts because it's like why even try to? I don't even know if I can express this clearly, but I'll try now. would you still believe that if you believed or if you knew that they had no choice but to act and to behave the way they did because they were directed to?
Yeah, well, then you're under duress, and then whoever's putting you under duress it assumes that responsibility, and you're exonerated by that, right? Whenever you're forced, if you're forced at gunpoint or if you're put under duress by another perpetrator, that would remove your responsibility. So yeah, if they were forced to lie about it by somebody who, so I believe and again, I don't have a legal background, but I believe you have to have you reasonably believe that they will harm you if you don't follow what they're telling you to do. And if you have reason to reasonably believe that, then you're off the hook.
Yeah. So in other words, what you're saying is,
like if somebody's pointing a gun at you, that's reasonable. It's reasonable to think that they're serious.
Yeah. So their 8-hour delay would be explainable. They had no choice but to not call until that particular moment for whatever reason. And they are not their own. They're not responsible for their own actions. Someone else is forcing them to act that way.
That could explain it.
Yeah. Of course, at trial, they're never going to say as much. That's why all this propaganda to try to explain away their behaviors, to try to explain away all this stuff. Like, you don't look into blood all over the crime scene because, someone could have cut their fingertip on while trying to twist open a beer can. So, it can't be that you would look into blood evidence in a crime scene where someone has been stabbed.
Right.
It's obviously the perpetrator who walks around with vials of blood and plants it at the crimes. So in other words, they talk about this totality. Everyone wants to talk about, they don't have, much but circumstantial. But when you take it all into totality, well, if you take all this stuff that we've been told and all this stuff that doesn't make sense into totality, then you realize that there's no way he can be guilty, because a truly guilty person does not require this level of illusion of guilt. If he was guilty, you would just go about the investigation in the procedural, normal way and call it a day. But there was no true investigation done in this case. What they're doing also is they're making it unsafe, uncomfortable to stand alone. If you are one that believes in his innocence, you're going to have a hard time. It's going to be kind of a hard line for you to walk. We're talking about this green car. If you are one who believes, and by the way, now is the time for us to get behind that and believe it. You can't be wishy-washy on that. It is the green car. And if you believe it and you hold true to that, they're going to make that uncomfortable. You're going to be a conspiracy theorist. They're not going to, of course, agree to that. The state isn't going to say, yeah, good eye. You got a good point there. It is. No, they're going to deny it and fight that to the end of time. Of course, what else would you expect them to do? But it is truly not Brian's car, and it is the green one.
I did know that.
Sorry, say again.
Vic, sorry, Eddie. I did show the State versus Meister case about 3 weeks ago and portrayed the scenario to everybody. And again, same prosecutor, same situation type thing. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry, bud.
Lana believes it to such a degree that it has prompted her to email Ann Taylor's office with that information. She's not on the fence about it. there is no fiber of her being that thinks that there's a possibility that it's not the green
Because
car.
it makes absolute sense. Yes.
Same with Pavarotti. And
well, like I said,
and that
Eddie,
should tell you something.
the green car has a distinct signifier. So when you're making the argument that it's a green car and you're comparing the video footage to the green car, and there's something distinct about that car that you can match up, there's nothing like that in Brian's car. So when you compare the two arguments, the argument for the green car is far superior to the argument for Brian's car, because all you're saying is Brian's car is an Elantra, it's white. Here we have footage that appears to be a white Elantra, therefore it's Brian's car. That is the official story. There's no further explanation. There's no, well, Brian's car is the only car in the area that has this distinct feature, but we do have that argument with the green car, the plate wrapped around so therefore one argument trumps the other argument, in my opinion.
And I expect Ant's going to present this. That car's going to get brought into this at some point, I expect. Just as much as the multiple alternate suspects are going to be presented. It's all going to get put into play at some point, I believe. That's my opinion, of course.
I guess Hippler could block the alternative suspects, but he can't block a car expert, can he?
No, I wouldn't think he could, truly. But you have to follow up with that. No one thinks the green car's involved. They don't know about, a lot of people don't realize or understand when, as you saw happen today with the confusion in some senses, that people believe that when you say that that's the car, which is why Eddie explained it very clearly like he did, that people think you're saying that whoever was driving that is the murderer. That's not at all what's being said. The car is the object of focus, okay? Because the car being seen on certain cameras looks like another car, and it was mistaken for a different car. So that's what the problem is, okay? And that's what needs to be seen within this. That's what the issue is. Not who was driving.
I mean, at the end of the day, the car is just a story, right? It's a story that the prosecution is telling us,
right?
And that's all it is a prop and a story. It's, you know, we're not talking about a traffic accident. We're talking about a stabbing, and they didn't, you know, the car could very well be just irrelevant.
Well, I think it is, because I don't think that there was a car there. I don't think the people that did this were in a car. I think they were on foot. That's my opinion. So go ahead. You were going to say something, Eddie, and I think it overtook.
Yeah, I would believe that there would be a method to replicate. You could, under the same conditions, using the same security cam and having various colors of vehicles driving past that location.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that it could be well established that vehicles that are not white with that camera would appear white in the nighttime illumination.
Yeah.
So,
well, doesn't this guy still live at Queen Road? I mean, we could we could get him tonight.
I think
driving in and out of that area.
I don't know. I think he may. Don't quote me on that. I think he might. But yeah, it's interesting. It's a good point, Desi.
It would, in other words, it would be up to the defense to establish this every which way that was possible, not just suggest it and say this is what we believe, but have this thing airtight and come at it from every possible angle, such as replicating that experiment, having a camera catch a different vehicle that's similarly colored, because I wouldn't expect that owner of that vehicle would, at trial, admit to it, even though he might want to. I don't think he's going to be allowed to admit to that, because again, the state would absolutely know that is not Brian Koberger's car.
They should. Yeah, agreed. Have you guys? Have either one of you guys seen this yet? Anybody?
Nope.
It says DoorDasher revealed confirmed. Through a channel called Translucent. I've never seen this before. This was just sent to me, so I'm curious if it's just some hogwash or if it's some real information. So I'm gonna play it just to see what they say. So let's check it out real fast because I don't think it's only it's only like 57 seconds long. So we'll see.
Folks, we've got a wild story unfolding. Imagine this, a food delivery gone mysterious. A Dasher account linked to a recent grad named Delilah Betancourt. But plot twist, it wasn't her making the delivery. Her friend named Millie Muldrow borrowed the account, and now we're diving into a web of connections. From university campuses to radio shows and even potential ties to secretive groups. Millie came especially from Federal Way to do the delivery. It's like a real-life thriller movie. Stay tuned as we unravel this puzzling tale. Who knew a simple food order could lead to such intrigue? A recent grad named Delilah Betancourt.
Doesn't that girl looks familiar? I swear I've seen her in pictures. And
I'm not sure. I haven't.
And then that girl, I don't know, but wasn't there one of the people that, whether it was, I can't remember if it was Rory or JLR that went to this Jack in the Box place or whatever the hell it was, and they said it was a dark-haired girl. You guys remember that, or am I like just remembering things that don't make sense?
I do remember that because then everybody said it was Emma Bailey, right?
Emma Bailey. That's why I thought. Okay, just verifying something, but yeah. Anyway, I don't know, but yeah, that was just sent to me. It's a quickie, I guess. Maybe it's gonna lead into something new. I don't know. All right, be careful. Nothing half-assed. Thank you for joining us. Anyway, that's interesting to say the least. But at this point, does it make a difference? Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. There must be something else she's going to come with after that, because again, I don't know. Let me see something here. Oh, this is what I've been trying to show you guys. If you didn't see this, this is real quick too. Thank you. Nothing half-assed. Always a pleasure to have you here, dear. All right, here we go.
Is this Steve explaining the Dateline thing?
He's talking about some pieces of it. It's all about those damn photos supposedly found on Brian's phone. Remember? If you saw that part, yeah.
Haley Gonzalez, who was one of the 4 kids murdered inside 1122 King Road. Steve, there's a lot of blockbuster revelations by NBC. One of the ones I found so upsetting was the allegation that these are pictures of University of Idaho girls on Brian Koberger's phone. Do you have any idea if Kaylee was among them?
I don't know. I find it very telling that there was other students that are supposed to be in their friend circles that are on that phone for sure.
And do you know anything more?
Now, without being disrespectful or ignorant, okay, we talked a little bit about this the other day. I relate this to that maybe he's a single male, is young, may have been on certain platforms, okay, for his own whatever. And it's already been shown to me, pictures have been sent to me of some of their friends in the circle that are wearing certain outfits for certain reasons, okay, that they present on different platforms, for lack of better ways to say this, if you guys know what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Okay. So if that's the case, then granted, okay, I'm sure that you probably could pull phones from 3,800 other males on the campus here. Sorry for that number. And you might find those same pictures. But that doesn't mean they did it either. No,
I agree with what Rach was saying. This is what I thought. I thought you take a picture of, let's say, the yard or the courtyard in a university, and there could be up to 20, 30 different people in that one photo. If it's a picture of a large area with several people in it, because the way that I saw the teasers, they had huge pixels, like they cropped out a little tiny section of a much larger picture to say, oh, he's got girls in his phone, but really he's got a picture of the yard, and there's girls and boys and teachers and dogs and cats and trees and cars, and they just cut out the part that they wanted to show. And really, when you really think about it, that fits in with the entire thing. The entire thing was a hit piece with selective information. Yes. At one point, they said he watched a video with the text. I am not. I can't repeat the text, but something about I am not normal. Will I ever be normal? I'm very depressing. But it was clearly song lyrics. So instead of just saying he was listening to a song or watching a song on YouTube, they made it sound like he's dabbling in psychotic ramblings when he might have just been listening to a Megadeth song or something. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, and I have plenty of lyrics like that I've repeated. So yeah, that doesn't make me a murderer. I played.
How about the MASH theme song? Suicide is painless. It brings
100%.
on many changes.
100%. I played in.
I want to tell you a quick story. The reason I brought that one up, in the old days when everybody had Nokia phones, I can't remember what
phones.
Yeah, they had these custom ringtones, and I changed mine to the MASH theme song. And I'm living in Thailand, right? So my family starts phoning me, and they can hear the custom, ringtone until I pick up, and I'm not answering the phone, and it's the MASH theme song, and my dad tells the rest of the family, oh, I tried to phone Jesse, and there's a message about suicide.
Nice. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I played in two death metal bands back in the day, guys. That the lyrics were very bad. I'll just put it that way. Okay.
I mean, anybody our age watched MASH reruns for till the cows came home, right?
Right. Oh God, yeah. Especially with our parents. Our parents watched it. We watched the reruns from it. So yeah, 100%, and liked it. So, but that didn't make me playing those music, singing those lyrics. That didn't make me any kind of a bad person. That was just, I liked the music. The lyrics didn't really matter to me, truly. I wasn't a lyric guy. I was a music guy. So it is what it is. But some people are lyric people. My daughter is. She tattoos lyrics all over her body to different songs. And that's her thing because they mean something to her.
Rach says it's Britney Spears.
Yeah, the song was a Britney Spears song. So come on. It doesn't mean anything.
And in Dateline, did they even mention that it was Britney Spears, or did
they did? They said it was a Britney Spears song. And I went, yeah. That's crazy scary to me, It's crazy. Crazy. It's all more I'm sure Eddie will agree. Nothing but absolute propaganda to keep the jury tainting, in my opinion, was one of the major reasons for this. Jury tainting and to keep the narrative pointed forward. That's it.
It made me think that they had this information before, we all believed that Brian was on the radar before we found out about it, right? Before the arrest. And, if you're going to pin this on somebody, you got to find some dirt on them to make it believable. And if, the more nasty porn searches you have on your devices, the better candidate you are for something like this. So, I think that kind of is putting, what came first, the chicken or the egg. And I think these things that make Brian look bad are part of the reason why he's where he is.
Right. And Rach just made another great point. I think it's because they know Candace Owens is coming. I can't wait to see if that's true. If she does, old buddy, I can't wait to see that happen.
And Rach, did you know that I predicted that on this show before it happened?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Almost like I can predict the future. It's technically my job.
He's the writer of The Simpsons, guys. That's how it happens. That's how he knows. Yeah, he did absolutely predict that, and I can't wait to see how that unfolds. I truly can't. Just as much as I think the most exciting thing for me at this point, coming forward or coming future, is the hearing that involves the multiple alternative suspects. This is the one I'm looking most forward to seeing, truly, or seeing it presented. I'm really curious to that. I can't stop thinking about that because I feel like it's going to be, I think the names that are going to be brought out are going to be names we're all going to go, I told you, or
yeah, just knowing the names is going to give us so much to work with, right? And how are they connected to Dylan and Bethany? If they're connected to Dylan and Bethany, are they Dylan and Beth, or are they Dylan? Is Dylan one?
Right. I mean, Eddie, can you agree on that? That I think that's going to be probably one of the most interesting things to come when it does happen, because I think a lot of us are going to be sitting here, and if we don't get names that we're familiar with, it's going to make it even more interesting, because who are these people if they're in close relation to these kids that nobody's ever heard of? But if they are names we've heard of, that's going to blow up, I think.
Can I respond to Tara? We've been over this many times, but she says, no, it's the DNA that puts Brian where he is. Everything else is circumstantial. Again, DNA experts will acknowledge this. The DNA found on the sheath, where it was found on the sheath, on the inside of the buckle snap, could only be placed there outside of the home. It couldn't have gotten there at 112 King, because he was obviously wearing gloves. If he wasn't wearing gloves, and very good gloves that would not allow any of his DNA to be transferred into the home, otherwise his DNA would have been found on the victims, on objects in the home, on door handles, on doors. So the only way that we don't find any of his DNA anywhere in the home except for on the inside of that buckle snap is if it was placed there prior to that sheath entering the home. So that DNA actually doesn't put him at the scene of the crime. And on cross-examination, myself, even me, who is not a lawyer, all I am is some sort of a soothsayer, a charlatan, a guy who predicts the future. But even I could cross-examine a DNA expert and make them admit that the only way that DNA arrives on that sheath is if it happened before the crime happened, which means it happened outside of 112 King. It didn't get there at the scene, so it doesn't place him at the scene of the crime. And the sheath is something that can be moved around. Anybody could have the sheath. Now, I'm not going to deny it obviously doesn't look good. I don't want my DNA at a crime scene, but that alone is not good enough to well, in fact, it's not even considered evidence in many countries, and it's not even considered evidence in military court. And most of the people who believe Brian's guilty have acknowledged in other cases that trace DNA is not quality evidence. It isn't an indication of guilt. So that alone is not good enough, and it also doesn't put him at the scene of the crime.
No, not even close to putting him there. And it relates to the fact that let's just go with without seeing a receipt or proof that he bought the knife, okay? That he did. And then in turn sold it to somebody else after holding it in his hand for a matter of 10 seconds, maybe, looking at it, checking it out, walking away from it. And he either gives it to somebody as a gift, he sells it to somebody because it's not what he wanted, or somebody steals it from him, okay? So the only way, like Jesse just explained, that could have gotten on the inside snap of that is that he did hold it in his hand at some point for a matter of seconds, but doesn't own it any longer. So therefore, that doesn't put him in that house. That puts the possibility of somebody who stole it, was gifted it, or it was sold to, maybe being in that house. That makes sense. But being that there's no other connection of him being there, him being in that house with that doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't. So that's why I believe that any one of those things could have happened if he truly bought that cheese.
Well, Tara has a point. I mean, not everybody's intelligent enough to understand how the DNA got there and what its evidentiary value is. So yeah, he might be convicted on it based on the fact that people don't understand it and people put too much weight in DNA, and it's very difficult to explain to people who aren't up to speed that DNA that evidence isn't as valuable as most that some might think it is.
Mm-hmm.
But that the facts are the facts, and the fact is that DNA doesn't put him in the scene of the crime, and shouldn't put him in jail, but it might. You're very right, Terry. It might actually.
It probably will.
Might be his undoing.
Sadly, but it probably will. Yeah.
Well, let me ask this: how is the state going to explain why are they sorting through his parents' trash trying to get his DNA, if not for the IgG on the DNA on the sheath? What connection in the PCA is it that they're going to link their suspect to this crime? Tara.
It's a good question. It is. Oh, let me finish playing this real quick.
More about what that mother, Angela Naveja's, with the daughter, Ash.
What is everybody's thoughts real quick on this too, by the way, of Ashlyn Couch supposedly was going to spend the night there that night and something happened and she didn't conveniently. So she was saved from this per se, I guess you could say. I thought that was pretty wild. Never heard that ever before until this came out, but okay. Just saying.
Ashlyn, who is best friends with Maddie. Do you know anything more about that child's story? I mean, that girl's story. Ashlyn was supposed to spend the night there. It's just so upsetting to think what happened. Why didn't she?
I don't know the details on Ashlyn. I definitely know Ashlyn. I've met and hung out with her. We've done fundraisers together, and her mother. So, yeah, I know that she spent. She used to be a roommate there. So, I'm a little surprised at how at night, but I'm not surprised that she would be over there and hanging out with the girls at all.
Boy, have you had a chance to talk with her since the revelation that she was supposed to be there and wasn't and decided not to be?
No, and I just heard that she doesn't want to come back to Idaho, and I've got a daughter who's going to Texas for college.
There again is another one. She doesn't want anything to do with coming back to Idaho, but they have their guy in custody. He's going to be prosecuted and convicted, but she don't want to come back, just like Bethany. Why? I don't understand what you're afraid of. It was such a great place until this happened. Why are you afraid to come back at this point if they have their guy?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, she wasn't there at the time. I would understand her not wanting to go to 1122 King, which doesn't exist anymore. But I can't see leaving town. I mean, tragic things happen all the time in the town people live in, and they don't leave town, right? You have essays and R's and people die, and but you don't leave town unless you think that somebody's coming to get you.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. And she switched schools. She's going to school in Texas now. Bethany switched schools. She goes to school in Nevada now. Why are they doing all this if they have the guy in custody? The boogeyman's been caught, guys. According to what they're saying, they're prosecuting him right now. Why wouldn't you go back to school? It's all over. Got to question that. That's truly my question. So, just saying.
Now, so I kind of understand how it feels for some of these side victims, that how they feel like.
Agreed, Ella.
They just don't feel safe, and they want to just run, get out of the area. So, her saying that is kind of rang true with our daughter.
The internet search is alleged to be, Ted Bundy and then non-consensual violent sex. You've said that this stands out because of reports before from the Reddit survey that Brian Koberger sent out, as a criminology student, asking other criminals about their methods. Talk to me more about that.
Yeah, we got a letter and it had a phone number in there, and we called this individual, and he said he had been interviewed by Brian, and he got the sense that Brian was getting off on his story, and his story was basically he'd listen to a police scanner, wait for somebody to call the police on a domestic violence type thing, and then the male would be arrested, and then he would go into those neighborhoods, and that would be the house that he would rob. So he said that Brian seemed to enjoy his story, and he said that he had some kind of, he felt like he started enjoying certain aspects of his story where he would talk about drunk females passed out, and he basically said, I could have done anything. I was just going for jewelry, going for money, going for whatever he was. But Brian would call him back repeatedly and want to know more details on that story.
It's all just so upsetting. And I know we're getting closer and closer to this trial where we will hear.
Again, probably for something he was writing, he needed more details. That doesn't mean that he's obsessing over it. It's just part of what
it all seems rather irrelevant to me as well.
Absolutely.
And the searches for non-consensual sex, I mean, that would be relevant if there was any of that happening. But
right, there was nothing like that.
But,
so,
but the way the scene is described, it sounds like it was not sexual in nature. It was very violent, and I mean, it's hard for me to wrap my head around why, you know, and also very personal.
Yeah,
very violent and very personal.
Yes,
and you know, if the motive was sexual in nature, wait till one of them's home alone. Get some time with them. I mean, I don't want to sound like too disgusting, but you know, if that's what gets you off, there's a way to get to that point. And a house with 6 people in it it doesn't seem to be that. It doesn't fit. It just doesn't make sense.
Nope, I do agree. Absolutely.
Actual evidence as opposed to reports. Steve, thank you for that. I also want to let our audience, Steve, know that your family has to travel upwards of 8 hours to be at the trial of Bryan Kohberger, and it's expected to last for months. So, folks, a friend of the Gonzalez family has set up a GoFundMe to help them make that repeated travel. It's called Help Kaylee Gonzalez's Family Attend Trial. If you want to go there, there's the address for you. The name of the GoFundMe account is right there.
Thank you for watching.
Haven't they already received like 50 grand for this?
Or more, I believe. There's a lot that went into that, yeah.
The last time I heard that was months ago. It's probably over 100 now.
Yeah, it's probably double by now. That's covering the bed and breakfast or whatever the hell those places are called, their gas, their stay, everything. It's gonna cover everything. So hey, whatever works.
200,000, they're saying in chat.
It's what I thought. It was up around more like that too, Jesse. I think you're right. So
what are they going to do? Buy a place in Boise?
Maybe they could at that point. Hell, they could rent it for the next 10 years for that price. It's crazy. And they have okay money as well, like their own personal. So, but I understand. You know, I'm not going to say anything ignorant about that. But whatever works. But you know, Brian's family is going to be getting one there. That Dr. Ramblin is going to be staying at them with that. That's so ridiculous. Bloom is an idiot, a complete, total idiot. You guys. Airbnb, that's what they're called. Thank you, guys. And it's probably you're probably right, Rach. It's probably being like given to them because of the situation. And I can imagine. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know. Anything else, gentlemen, that you want to add to today before we shut her down?
Yeah, before I part, I will just communicate this, and I would like to hear both of your opinion on this, because this has been kind of gaining traction, and I really can't pinpoint when. It certainly could be on January 23rd when Ann Taylor was discussing this blood evidence found in the home, you know, unknown male B, blood on the handrail, unknown male D, blood in the glove found outside the crime scene. And then the judge suggests, well, maybe more than one person was involved. You know, it doesn't necessarily exclude Brian. Maybe there is more than one person involved in the crime. So that talking point seems to have gained a little bit of traction. I've heard some people say, well, I am coming to believe that it's certainly absolute in my mind that this crime would have had to have taken more than one person to pull off. And if Brian Kohlberger is one of that party, then he should really pay for this, and justice, hopefully justice is served for him. The problem with that, and see, the other day I was kind of talking about how people say things and repeat things without even giving it full thought of really what they're saying and what that implies. My point is this. If it's more than one person, then that automatically excludes Brian Kohlberger. It can't be him plus another. That is not in your list of possibilities. Eliminate that option from your own mind, because the state isn't bringing this case that way. As far as alternate perpetrators go, the defense, Anna is not allowed to just willy-nilly suggest an alternate perpetrator. Likewise, the state isn't going to say at trial, we believe that, if it was more than one, well, then it's Brian plus another. Well, they can't drop it like that. Their work product doesn't back that up. They didn't bring that case against him. Their warrants didn't show that. Of course, their little experiment with having a agent go through the house and see if this crime can be carried out in 4 minutes or whatever it is, 10 minutes alone. That experiment, although that's a good example as to why the state is not bringing a case of multiple people doing the crime.
Right.
But that is one example. But there's many examples prior to his arrest. Their work product prior to arresting him backs it up. But what I would like your thoughts on is, Jesse and Dago, do you see that? Do you agree with it? Do you understand why it's kind of harmful to have that in our discussions? Have someone saying, well, if it's him plus another, then he really needs the death penalty for this, or he really needs to go to jail for this, whatever. That almost kind of gives a free pass to this whole thing of what's going on, the case that's against him, and true justice. What are your thoughts?
It's like you're saying that it's a free pass for the state to not do their job properly, not get the facts straight, just as long as you reel in one guy, let the rest of them go, don't matter to me kind of thing. But I think we discussed this. I can't remember if it was with Sarge or with Willie or with Jeff H. But
I think it was Sarge.
With Judge had slipped up and seemingly maybe said Kohlberger, and it sort of led me to believe or speculate that maybe both Judge and Judge Hippler have already seen sealed documents that basically suggest that Kopacka and Kohlberger were co-defendants,
right?
And that will come out in the trial, and that he was alluding to that, just slapping her in the face with, you know damn well it was him and him, it was those two idiots, or something along those lines.
I think Ann's going to come with this, as I believe she has thus far, that it's just Brian's not involved at all. That there's alternative suspects, period, that don't include Brian. And I think that that's the way it should be presented, because it like Eddie said, it doesn't fit the way the prosecution is presenting it. It's not Brian and somebody else. It's Brian and Brian. That's it. And therefore, in turn, it doesn't fit. It's not going to fit into the box that way if it comes out that way. So I agree. I do. I do believe that's what you were saying. Am I right, Eddie?
Yeah, you guys got a handle on it, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, yeah, I thought that's what you meant.
Do we think Kopacka is going to be an alternate suspect?
I'm sure he'll be brought up. I think he will be brought up only because there was.
I don't think Hippler is going to allow it unless she has something really concrete.
Oh,
She'd have to.
Yeah,
she'd have to have something super concrete for him to allow it.
I think she's gonna attempt to bring him up. I think there's something because of what the buildup was beforehand. Now, whether, like you said, whether he'll allow it, I can agree. I doubt that he will. Now, I'm telling you though, I really do see other people. I'm waiting to see these names. I've literally, like you, tossed and turned at night thinking about these. Who are these names going to be? Who are these names going to be? And I think when these names are dropped, it's just going to explode. The internet's going to implode, period. So it should be interesting to me. But Brent himself, she may try to bring this, and we'll see if he denies the forego beforehand. Hey, Kiki. She has to present the evidence and the structure for it before she can present the name. So the structure may not be, she might try to, but I don't see it happening. I just don't see it going through. And I think it's only because of the buildup, like I said, the massive buildup that there was in the beginning with his name involved. But I don't see it coming. I don't see it being part of this at all. There could be an attempt because I see her using every strategy she's going to and seeing the reaction to that too. So I don't know. But the other names, I think there's going to be, because she did say the word multiple other. That's more than 2 in my opinion. That's more than 3 in my opinion. So I think we're going to see a good handful.
Well, I mean, the scene does sort of suggest not 1, not 2, but like 4. Mm-hmm. Like if you ask me to pick a number, I'm going with 4.
And I think
one for each decedent.
Yep, that's a pretty square number for me as well. 3 to 4 minimum, okay. But I also think that I'm not saying she's going to pull Hunter as one of them, but I think that it's going to be brought into question as to why he came in and grabbed the knife too. That's going to be something I think it's going to be grounds for structure, at least. I'll say that much. I think all that's going to be brought into question, and I'm really, really anxious to see this for sure.
Just my 2 cents on that. That's more of a genuine reaction. He may have been an unknowing person at that point. They were directed to call a friend, because you can't discover this scene. Someone else has to, right? So that was his true, genuine response, just as probably mine or yours would be if you walked into a house that was not your own, house that was unfamiliar to you, as far as your living space, your day-to-day space, and you knew, or you have some foreknowledge of what that is, because maybe you saw it on your way up the stairs, whatever. Can you imagine the genuine fear you would have as to, who has ever come across a scene like that? That would be just instinctual to try to find self-defense, because, who wants that happening to yourself?
Yeah, agreed.
I think he's just being used for that moment. And you can almost kind of hear his breathing. I still got to believe that's a male that we hear breathing.
I believe that's Dylan. She had the phone in her hand and he's off in the distance. That's Dylan, in my opinion. I can kind of
You didn't think that part was staged? I sort of felt that part was.
It could have been, but that's what Dylan thought. Definitely.
And when the call starts off and they're going, hello, oh, something happened in our house, that part. And then they said, can you give me the address? Oh yeah, it's 112 King. There's a the tone immediately. Who's that?
Sorry, that was me. My fault. My apologies.
Anyways, yeah, the tone changes. All of a sudden, you go from total panic to, oh, I need to recall an address, and it just changes during the 911 call. So, nice background, Kiki.
It's Boston.
Nice. Are you covering Karen Reed?
No, but I feel like I should get down to Canton one of these days.
Yeah, I had good fun watching Alan Jackson rip Trooper Buchanan apart. That was fun.
Yeah, I haven't watched much of the case, but I'm so glad you had me up. Thank you for bringing me on stage, Dago.
Oh, anytime. You're always welcome here. Always. I love your stuff, and I appreciate you joining us whenever you do. So you're always welcome. My door's always open to you, dear. So thank you for being here. Yeah,
sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I heard you guys talking about the alternative suspects coming up, and I thought it was really interesting. And I had so many reactions from that Dateline special last night. I don't know if you guys have talked about that yet. I just tuned in, but I thought I'd join the panel and see if I had anything to add to the conversation.
Please do. Please do. Yeah, anything you feel on it, please put it out there. That's what it's all about.
Well, I mean, before like getting into details, I was just curious if you, I should probably pull up the chat here, if you or the chat had any thoughts about if there will be any possible repercussions for any of the leaked information from this special. Because from what I can tell, I should reference, I did listen to Kathy's Indie Zone this morning, and she has some interesting things to say about it. And some of the leaked information that might have been under the gag order, and I don't know all the details, would have been, like, for instance, that footage, the information on the 8458 number that was tracked by the FBI, also the images that were on Brian's phone, and the Google searches, the actual Google searches themselves. So I'm just curious if it was, against the law, and if there's going to be repercussions for it. So that's the first question that I had for you guys.
It's against the law if you're not above the law, and Dago's muted. I think he was replying, but he's muted. But I think a lot of people believe it's the FBI and they're above the law. So I don't know what are you supposed to do to them? Does Hitler have any jurisdiction when it comes to the FBI? I don't think he does.
No, he doesn't. And there's no, I want to say she did a video last night reviewing it as it was playing, and come out and she said it again too. Cause I was thinking, like, how are they getting this information? Where are they getting it from that they can? She made a statement about, the feds are the only ones that are really not under the gag. So in turn, that makes sense. That would be the only place they could get their information was the FBI. So I can't see there being any repercussions for them per se. Now, as far as what you were saying about the other stuff, about the stuff that they pulled off of his phone, certain types of things, were you referring to the type of material it was, and if there's any repercussions for that itself?
Yes. So I remember vividly, like, Cyray coming out and speaking on this before, when we were hearing about possible social media leakings for Brian Kohberger or other things, which turned out to not be true. But in that case, he came out and he said, you as an audience have to do two things. First off, you have to decide between two things. In a case where something is gag sealed and redacted, it's not a suggestion by the judge. Like, it's a lawful order. So if you violate it, it's a criminal offense. You could go to jail potentially or pay a fine. So if you're seeing information that has been leaked, it's either not true, which we know what we've seen, or it's a crime. Or it's BS, so it's either BS or it's a crime, is what Thai said. And I guess what you're saying is, okay, if you're above the law, then no. But I guess the other questions that it brings up when you talk about that, to me, just because I'm curious, is how does that affect the jury pool? And we do have a previous incident in Latah County where we obviously, I'm saying this to the audience, obviously you guys know this, it was the venue change in Latah, and all of the different things that they thought were affecting the jury pool as far as media coverage. And then we have one of the largest media outlets in the entire world making a piece like this. So I wonder, how does that affect the jury pool? It's a legitimate question. But those were the first questions without even getting into the piece itself. I just generally wanted to know what the audience kind of thought about that. And you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys go ahead, audience, please. It's a great question.
Well, I have an opinion. I'm not an expert, but opinions are cheap these days. I mean, I think it's grounds for a mistrial if you could connect the leak to anybody on the prosecution side. I think that'd be difficult to do. And by when I say connect the leak, I mean if the prosecution leaked it to Steve G, I think Steve G is not actually prohibited from speaking as a family member. I think you have to be a member of the court to fall under the jurisdiction of the gag order. You have to be either the defense or the prosecution. I don't think, or a witness who's going to testify. But as far as victims' families, I believe they were actually exempt from the gag order, but they're not exempt from receiving leaked information and providing it to Dateline. So it could be grounds for a mistrial. I think if it could be linked to the prosecution, but I just don't think they would ever be able to prove that unless it was Steve G and he's been real sloppy. But they're probably not giving Steve G any. I mean, I seriously doubt that Steve G would be the last guy you'd want to give information to the way he's been doing interviews. You were muted, by the way.
I know. Those are really good points. And that just, that just makes me think, well, who gave it to Steve G then? So particularly like if we find out that some of these things are true, such as he found out members of the grand jury, ahead of time, who was telling him that? But again, I don't know if we'll ever see any repercussions for that, but they're broader issues I hope they get addressed for the sake of Brian. And I'm sure Ann Taylor's going to try to address them, but for the broader sake of society and how cases are handled. But when I watched the special last night, and you guys tell me if you felt the same way, I feel like we got a new timeline in a way, but we certainly got an order of death, which was such a hot topic. And I'm sorry, trigger warning. I should say that before we go into some of these details, but it feels like we had a clearer order of death now that we didn't have before. And this was a big deal to like my audience, because the question became, all right, well, if there was such commotion, noise upstairs, and we talk about why didn't DM call 911? Well, why didn't Ethan and Xana call 911? And I think the way that it was portrayed to me last night, that new timeline does kind of explain that. It doesn't change the other questions I have regarding after the crime, before 911 was called. But I do feel like that was one thing that we got a clearer picture of last night. And I don't know if you can argue the things they said, because they should be able to be proven forensically. I can go into more detail.
Were you going to speak? You were muted.
Oh.
I just said no. You're doing great. That great questions, great statements. I love this. Go ahead, Jesse, please.
I mean, my mistake, because when I was watching the Dateline thing, I was so disgusted that I was not giving it enough credibility to actually absorb the information and try to make you asked some great questions, and I'm ashamed of myself that I wasn't asking those questions, because I was so busy trying to hold back the puke in my mouth from the disgusting hit piece, and how a lot of it was, I didn't see any real proof of this, the timeline, and he sat in the chair and he carved Ethan's legs. And I think somebody Jules brought it up that Annie Elise came out with that carving of the legs thing. Yeah. Right. And I think we discussed it, me, you, and Sarge just the other day about the Achilles tendons or whatever. Right. So I didn't really try to make sense of it. I was really sickened by it. But one of the things is, does the timeline allow for all that stuff? Sitting in a chair, carving up legs, several fatal blows to Kaylee Gonzalez, cleaning up. That's an awful lot of things to be doing.
I don't believe so.
And there was an awful lot of speculation. Like when I heard the profiler saying about the sexual frustration and a crime against women, and you're angry at Ethan. There's an awful lot of just, I'm not a big believer in that. I kind of think of that as pseudoscience, and I'm not buying that story.
No, not
and
at all.
and again, it just, I think
he couldn't
certainly-
fillet a fish. He couldn't work at he couldn't fillet a fish, but he did that. I mean, that's ridiculous. Not to mention, to hit on what you're saying now, the timeline. Okay, if there was 4 to 5 people in that house doing this, okay, we can talk about that at that point. But at this point, no. One person in this short period of time to do, there wasn't even enough time for him to complete the basics of the murders, in my opinion, let alone these extra things. Come on, it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. That's my opinion. Sorry. Eddie, anything on that at all? Other than, I know what you think in the aspect of everything, but
yeah, without having watched any of that Dateline piece, my assumption here is, because we're talking about an order that they were killed in, it's the old single perpetrator theory that he goes into the house, goes up to the 3rd floor, takes out 2 people up there, comes down, and then 2 more on the 2nd level. Do I about have that right?
No, I think they changed. Didn't they change it to Ethan and Xana being the first ones?
Where? Last I heard, Xana was the last one to be.
Oh, Xana was the last one.
Yeah.
Did they change it to Xana was the target though, rather than Maddie?
I don't know. But do you have, Kiki? Do you have like the newer timeline based on what you were talking about?
I do. I actually wrote it down in detail. If you want, it depends on where you want me to start. They essentially start the crime timeline at 2:26, but he enters the house, or he does the U-turn at the last mention. The suspect vehicle 1 is 4:07, and that's when he enters the home.
Right.
So I could start there if you want for order of death.
If you want to go back to the 2:26, I'm curious what you got from there and what you took from that too. So if you guys are okay with that, I'm good with that.
Absolutely. Let's get it all the info we can.
Right.
Oh, thank you so much for letting me have the floor. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm very much enjoying this.
Okay, so 2:26, that's when Kaylee started to call her ex-boyfriend. Now, they didn't mention this. Then next at 2:54, BK's phone turned off, and I listened intently. I rewound it several times, just make sure I didn't miss anything. They said turned off. Now that's interesting in this piece because they were so specific about their words. They were specific because they were trying to clear, I think, some things up that possibly were misspoken before, but they said turned off. So the state, this piece goes to the heart of the state's case. So I'm feeling they're doubling down on that. So it'll be really interesting to see what Ray has to say in rebuttal to that. But 2:54, that's when BK's phone turns off. Now, don't forget, we have that letter that attorney Andrew Myers released on YouTube that Steve Gonzalez sent him, last year. And in that letter, it says that Kaylee's phone turns off at 2:56. I'm just noting that it wasn't in the piece last night, but I'll keep going. So the next thing they had on their timeline was 3:26, and that suspect vehicle 1 is seen at the southeast corner of Moscow. They did not name the camera, but if they're going with the state's case, then it's one of the authenticated cameras, and we could probably just go back to the self-authentication and figure that out. At 3:30, suspect vehicle 1 is seen turning towards the 1122 King Road home, and that's in the neighbor's cam that we've all been reviewing recently. And now the following passages are all from the neighbor's cam, and they are passing. So 333 passing, going the opposite way at 338, 340 going back, 359, same thing, and he circles around 358. It's a total of 28 minutes. This suspect vehicle 1, and I'm not saying he anymore. I really want to use the right terminology. It's suspect vehicle 1 they see circling. And then at the last time it is seen on, oh no, I take that back. The next thing on the timeline is 4 a.m. This is when they said most, and this is where I'm saying they were so careful with their terminology. They said most of the girls were in their room. Some were asleep, with the exception of Xana, who received a DoorDash order.
And you back up if you don't mind me real quick. You said 3:59. What was what was going on at 3:59 on that timeline you have?
Let's see. Let me see which type of pass it was. A passing. So passing.
Okay, because that's important to me because we also have been told recently that the DoorDash was 3:59 as well. So there's another pass and DoorDash at the same time. It's the exact same time. So okay.
And now that I'm looking at that, there were 2 passes within 1 minute, and that's where I believe that's where they kind of said the definitive moment. Wait, let me look at my notes. I don't want to make sure. Oh no, that wasn't was traveling. He stopped and turned. Okay, so that wasn't the U-turn. That one, I don't know why these passes are within 1 minute of each other.
Right. Hey, AR,
brother. DoorDash on here on their timeline. So I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Then the next thing they say is 4:06. Now, this is where the suspect vehicle was turning in that camera, and he stopped and he turned, and it looked like he was exiting the neighborhood. And then 4:07 is their last account of suspect vehicle 1 as it approaches the 1122 King Road home. So it's 38 minutes total before it goes off camera. It's circling around. So next, this is where the crime scene begins. And honestly, I will tell you guys, I got emotional watching that, especially when they start talking about Xana. It was so just a trigger warning before I begin. It's difficult to hear some of these details. So
hold on, I'll go ahead and run one real fast for everybody. Thanks for that.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
All right. Just in case.
Thank you, Diego. That was very appropriate and it's respectful for the content that we're about to deliver. So,
absolutely.
So all of this is estimated time from 4:07 to 4:20, but I do have a soundbite I can play you from the audio cam. And I'll get into details about the audio cam in a second. So the killer enters through the sliding glass door. And then he goes straight up to Maddie's room. And this is one of the reasons why they believe Maddie was the target, is he goes directly up to her room. There's so many variables when you're entering a house. We've spoke with AR, so obviously gives us the convict's perspective. So many people who understand how a crime scene is planned from a criminal's perspective. And it was just being with that many people in the house, that many variables, that many unknowns, the potential for a 911 call to go directly up to the 3rd floor is so chancy. So but they say they have something else that they said several things lead to Maddie. So there's something else I don't think we know, but regardless, the killer goes straight up to Maddie's room. And here's the thing is he attacked Maddie and Kaylee, but this is what Dateline says. And this is what I've been saying is why are the police dismissing the fact that DM is saying somebody was running up and down the stairs? They dismiss everything she says. She says, Kaylee said there's someone here. No. That was Xana. It's like they live together. You don't think she knows what her voice sounds like? So regardless, here we go. This is what Dateline said. Xana ran up to the room and the killer, the unalive her, chased her back down and she ran towards her room, trying to get to her boyfriend, trying to get to safety. And she was killed in the doorway of the room. There are some things that need to be emphasized here I don't know what Mr. Gonzalez was referencing, but from Dateline's perspective, she put up a fight. She fought so hard for her life. And we had that reiterated by Jen Joe, who owns the company that did the biohazard cleanup there too.
Yeah.
So this is a known fact. But this is the only thing that explains to me why DM heard so much noise. If Ethan, it doesn't sound like woke up to this noise because it's from Dateline's account. And again, this should be able to be forensically verified. They said that one blow severed an artery. So that was the kill blow. But then the unaliver and their quote, and they said, this is a quote directly from the court paperwork. the unaliver carved his legs. And then he sat down in a chair and it left an impression in blood. And this, I don't know. The thing is that at that point, this is where the audio comes into play, that ring camera audio that we heard. So the whimpering, the struggling, the loud thud. I don't know why that audio in the dog barking. And oh my God, I think that's one of the things. Is this the old Elaine audio that everybody's heard and everybody's played? Yeah, but it just sounded different hearing it again. I don't know. I have it on my phone, but
they probably cleaned it up for that too. I'll say that much.
But this is the one that we've all thought was not real, right?
Yeah.
Is that the same one?
At first, yeah.
Yeah. And now we believe it is real, or Dateline's representing that it's real, obviously, but
yeah.
But what I'm saying is, prior to Dateline, I think most of the people that I've talked to have thought that it's not real.
There were two, Jesse. There was one early on that came out that was definitely not real, and then this one was presented. This is the one that they put in the PCA, the one that I believe Olivia Gonsalves said she heard, as well as Steve. And then the one that, based on that right there, I think a lot of us.
Okay, so this is in the court documents, and it's reference to the dog whimper, the dog barking.
The one that came from 1112, I do believe, from the light bulb camera per se. Am I right with that, Kiki?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the question, Diego?
The audio, sorry, hon. The audio is the one that came from the light bulb cam from 1112 that you're talking about.
I believe it's, I do not know the exact, I believe it was the 1112. Yeah. So the 1112 camera, but I don't know. And I do know one thing though, is when they say they're not going to use the audio has been authenticated. So
sure. That's the one they put in the PCA then. Yes, Jesse, that's it.
But in the PCA, it doesn't reference any human beings. It references dog barking, right?
It says the dog. There's a thud. There's a whimper, and I think there's something else. It's been a minute, but I believe so. So yeah.
And the whimper was left up to interpretation whether that's a dog or a human being.
Basically, in a sense. So yeah.
Okay, I think I'm up to speed now.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Well, but here's the thing: is all the questions you're asking, Jesse, are the same questions that are relevant. I mean, you're just asking all the right questions. Same things that I have. Same thing that makes me curious because that audio was captured at 4:17. So the thud, the whimpering, the dog barking, and then you brought up right a minute ago before I, was talking. You brought up then the sitting down, then the walking back to the car. And then at 4:20, suspect vehicle 1, because the timeline next says, wait, hold on. So after DM crying, then it's the male voice saying, I'm here to help you. Then that's when Dylan brings up the fight or flight response. Mm-hmm. She was frozen shock. The Dateline piece claims they saw each other eye to eye. Oh, good. AR's here. And so that's something new too. I feel like I don't feel like we had a confirmation they saw each other, but from the accounts here, he saw her. But anyway, Jesse, my point was 4:17 was this audio. 4:20, he's seen suspect vehicle 1 is then seen heading off at a high rate of speed, in that same camera. So it's on the same neighbor camera that, all those circling around for 38 minutes. He then is seen at 4:20. So that's 3 minutes. That timeline is super tight. I don't even know.
Way too tight. And I will say I was not impressed with the representation of, see the car, how fast it's going, as if that's evidence of something. It's evidence of a car going fast. I didn't see anything about that car that really convinced me whose car it was, or even what model it was, or even what color it was, based on the fact that infrared cameras show only shades of white and black. But I also want to say, as far as like a plan to go into a house, I'm just trying to picture myself going into a house, going up the stairs, attacking Kaylee and Maddie, then getting confronted by Xana, and then you're going to chase her downstairs. Ethan's in the room, so now you're going to have to contend with Xana and Ethan, and potentially Dylan and Bethany. That's 4 human beings. That's a recipe for disaster. That's not a plan. That is a calamity.
But I do think that may clarify that maybe Ethan was, as she said earlier, that a couple of them were sleeping. I think Ethan and Maddie were the ones that were sleeping, passed out possibly. Okay.
But when did Ethan and Xana even get home? And Xana's going to be getting door dashes, and Ethan's going to be sleeping. And there's a lot of you got to put a lot of pieces together that don't fit all that nicely. To me,
I get it. I agree.
As we were discussing before Kiki arrived, it makes a lot more sense if you throw four people in there and say there was 4 perpetrators.
Of course. By the way, AR, there's a link pinned in the top of the chat, bro. You're welcome to join us if you'd like to. You don't have to, but you're welcome to. No, I agree, Jesse. It makes some sense. Go ahead, Kiki. I'm sorry. These are great statements, great questions. I love that these are being asked. So.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to bounce my thoughts off other people because, this was something that took a long time to review. It's not something you can just watch. Like, I had to pause it and write things down and really listen to what they were saying. It took forever. So it's nice to finally get the chance to talk to someone about it.
Yeah.
So, all right. So a couple notes on what you said, Jesse, just because I just want to build off like what you're saying. You're 100% right. It's not AR's here. I'm sorry. Do you want me to pause for a second?
Welcome, bro. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing well. Don't pause. Keep talking. Don't
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Hayes. I've seen your channel and watched a few of your videos, and I love what you and Pete do. You guys are you and Pete and you and Lucky are great together.
Well, I appreciate that. They're great content creators, and all of you as well. I've been keeping up with you guys as I've been relaxing and staying away. So I don't mean to interrupt. I'm definitely interested in listening to what you guys are talking about. So please continue, Swamp. Don't let me
Appreciate
interrupt.
you joining us, brother. I hope you're doing okay, and it's great to have you here. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, all right. Well, so Jesse, just to build off what you were saying, like all the conversation about the vehicle, whether we can get the color, whether we can get the make of the sedan, the headlights, the back windows, the shape of the windows, whether it has a sunroof, like all these things. What you're getting at is the heart, I think, of the defense. Put Brian in that car. But I think what I saw last night is very likely what suspect vehicle 1 is part of this crime. I mean, the behavior of that car, although, I did think it was running from fleeing from the crime scene. But whether that's BK's car, that's the question. Whether that's BK in his car, that's the question. It's suspect vehicle 1 until, we see how they put him in that vehicle, how they put his cell phone in that vehicle, because they paired the cell phone in the car. And the perpetrator. So, So, and then, I mean, I had a few more things on the timeline there. Interesting conversation. I don't know if you want me to keep going. I went.
Bring it on. I'm good.
Can I just pose one quick question? It won't disturb much. Just while we're on the conversation of a car, quite clearly, we're all aware here about the green car theory. I just wanted to just test the waters. Do you have any thoughts on the green car theory? Because I've been represented. I don't know if you heard prior to you jumping up, but I explained it to somebody in the chat that I'm not going to go all in on the green car theory, but from my point of view, they've got a distinct signifier for that green car that no other car should have. And when people want to pin the white car and say, this is Brian's car, I haven't been given any information that would separate Brian, that the suspect vehicle 1 to a distinct characteristic of a car that Brian owns, that only Brian's car would have that. Whereas that green car with the plate wrapped around the fender, clearly that's going to be the only car in the neighborhood that's got that unique signifier. And that's why I'm giving a little bit of credence to that theory, and wondered if you guys had any thoughts on that.
You know how I feel on that, Jesse. I'm kind of on the same page with you on that. We've discussed it already, but go ahead, Kiki or AR, either one of you guys, please.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, AR.
I personally, I mean, obviously, the green car lives in the neighborhood, I would suspect that we're going to see that car on camera at various points of time. I'm not a car guru. I'm not one that has the capability of looking at these images and trying to decipher which vehicles are which. I can tell you, just based off of the video that we saw, the one leaving at 420 was a definite high rate of speed. I feel like that one's got to be somewhat connected to something to do with the crime. Other cars that are just driving around in circles, I can't tell you whether they did or anything or didn't do anything. I don't know if they just dropped somebody off or if they were the DoorDash driver. I have no idea at this point.
That one you're talking about right there, bud. Sorry to interrupt you. The one that's leaving at a high rate, that is definitely, in my opinion, not an Elantra. I went over that one a couple years back again and again and again and again, and I've come to the conclusion that it is along the lines of a BMW. It's got a soup can motor or exhaust on it, which an Elantra does not have, and it is definitely got more of a powerful, like a turbocharged type motor inside that vehicle. And Elantra is a family sedan. Those two don't match at all, and it's a shorter vehicle than what the Elantra is. You can see it as it's backing out. Whole different build to the car, the shape of it, all of that's different. That is not an Elantra, folks, in my opinion. So just to speak on that, that's how I feel about that one.
Well, let's be clear. The state's own experts couldn't even get the year right? I mean, they had to change the year in the middle of the investigation. They, as far as I know, they haven't offered anything that they claim that's unique to Brian's car. And this Mark B fella, who I don't know what his expertise is. I'm like you, AR. I'm not a car expert. I just find that his. I mean, if it's a court of law and he's an attorney, his case looks a lot more attractive to me than the state's case. It's a more convincing argument. He's pointing out a distinct feature in the front of the car, and he's got a very solid explanation for why it appears white in the IR camera. And the state's case is just trust us, it's that car. I mean, as far as I can see, is trust us. We didn't think it was this year in the first place, but since then we've learned that it's probably just his car, and trust us. I might be a little biased though.
I agree with you. I guess a lot of us were waiting for each other to speak there, so I'll come in and say I absolutely agree with you, Jesse, and I appreciate the fact that you and I appreciate Diego being able to step up to the plate and discuss differences of vehicles and things of that nature. I don't have that capability. I'm that person that I used to know how to change my oil before everything became computerized. And now I'm having eye surgery. So half the time when I walk out to a parking lot, I can't even tell you what car is mine anymore. So,
but don't get it wrong, AR, because I'll tell you, once we hit 2012, I think I'm done. I can't work on it after that because everything's a computer. So you're good.
Yeah, I was proud of myself when I could change oil back in the day, and now I'm glad I could put gas in my wife's car from time to time. So that's always a good feeling.
I'm pretty good with cars. I grew up with them, working on them my whole life, so on and so forth. I know all about them, but like I said, looking at them, sure, and working through what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it could be, sure. Anything new though, you can give me all the tools you want, unless it's a computer, I'm not going to be able to fix it, so I have no idea. But anyway, that's what that looks like to me, and of course, I'm going to try. I think I worked with, good Lord, I can't remember who I was messing around with back then with that. We were both going over this, trying to put it together with different vehicles, and it's what matched up. There were vents on this that matched right up as soon as we did it. And multiple people we've gone over it again since this year recently. It still matches up, and it is not that's not an Elantra that we've seen in that newest video with the bright headlights. That's not an Elantra as far as I'm concerned, you guys. And that's just based on what I know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong because it is a really crappy video, but from what I can see, it's too short of a vehicle to be an Elantra. It looks more like a possible two-door, and it's just got that motor is not an Elantra motor, guys. That sound that you hear that when it takes off, that's not an Elantra. They don't have that kind of power, nor do they have that type of exhaust on it. So that's all I can say at that aspect. And so thank you guys again for your input on it too. I appreciate it. Whether you know it or not, still it helps. That's all I can say there. So go ahead, guys. I didn't mean to drag that out.
Well, I mean, I'm going to definitely do another deep dive on this, particularly if we have some sound also, because like, just like everyone else was saying, I'm really bad at the vehicle identification too. And I think the one thing my mods have pointed out to me in the beginning is pay attention to the testimony of the audiovisual experts. It's going to be huge in this case. And as we're approaching and as we're seeing the evidence that's being put out, obviously it's going to be. And just on a side note, when we were talking about the different things that were leaked into this piece on Dateline, one of the things that they leaked were the images from BK's phone. And I want to say it might have been, I think it was Harsh Reality brought up a good point, which is, what are the contexts of the pictures? Now, a picture where, you know, we could say, okay, somebody looks creepy in this picture. Was the picture a selfie? Was the picture taken by itself, or is this cropped? Because what they said is they didn't change the pictures, but they resized them. And I'm just curious to know if any of those are group shots, if any of those have something else in the background, such as, you know, a landmark or something you'd be catching in the back of the pit. I don't know, but that's another thing audio visually. I know it's off subject, but just on the subject of, you know, the way that we look at these images. But I also want to give a shout out to Mark B while we're talking about this, because he has been a friend to my channel for well over a year and a half. We've gone over so many of his videos identifying the headlights of the Elantra, that down to he's done demonstrations on what, if anything, would be in a kill kit, or how would somebody be able to contain DNA. He's a curious person who asks questions, and he puts so much effort into his videos. They're top notch.
He does a great job. I agree with you. I was just showing a little bit of his stuff earlier. He's been pretty on point with a lot of stuff he's done. So he does an amazing job. I agree with you.
I agree 100% with what you said about the photos. In fact, before you arrived, we had a similar conversation, but it was focused on the pictures of the women. And I was saying, you know, if I've got pictures of random women in my phone and it looks like I've been sneaking pictures of them, might make me look like a perv. But the way those pictures were presented and the pixelation of them would suggest that they might have been cropped from larger photos. So you got a large photo of a courtyard with 20 or 30 different people in it, and some of them are men, some of them are women. There's dogs and cats and cars and trucks, and you just crop out the women and make it seem like the guy's a perv. And it sounds like that's exactly the logic you were using for the pictures with other, not the women, but the other context, the hoodie selfies and hoodie, or were they group pictures? But also, just based on the entire premise of the hit piece, the fact that they had the lyrics of the song and they sort of suggested, they were making a lot of suggestions that were a little bit too far of a leap for me. So they've already suggested to me that they would do something as shady as crop photos to make us believe something that wasn't actually there.
Wow, that's an interesting point, that we're at this point that we actually do come to that with our excellent points. I agree with both of them. And
well, remember when CNN made Joe Rogan's skin yellow? So let's not pretend the major networks aren't doing stuff like that.
Right. Yep. That was wild. I remember that. That's crazy.
If you want, would you like for me to go? I have a few more things on this timeline. I have some questions I think for you guys. I want to pose to you guys. Diego, do you want me to keep going with this timeline? I don't know.
As long as you want to do what you're doing. I haven't been able to have you here yet. I'm very grateful to have you here. I'm down for it as long as Jesse's good for it.
I definitely want to continue the conversation because I think this is an excellent conversation, and it sounds like we're talking to some interesting people. That said, I just want to grab a coffee. So allow me to grab a coffee. I can't. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, so I need an awful lot of coffee to stay involved in the conversation.
And then with you and AR here, I love your guys' input on this. I think it's a great group of people, and I'm grateful to have you both here. So thank you both. We can go as long as you guys are ready to go. I got to shut down at some point here in a couple hours because I got to do a night show tonight on swamp monsters, but that's about it. So.
Oh my gosh! I just looked up the screen. You've been live streaming for 6 hours, Diego.
Oh yeah. but this is Saturday, so it's. I knew it was going to be a long one after what went on last night, so it's all good. Welcome, Wade. Good to see you.
I'm going to stay to the point. Don't worry. So.
No worries.
All
You
right.
can go whichever direction you want to go. Absolutely. All right. Real quick, though, are you doing okay, AR? You feeling all right? Everything healing up good?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm just hanging out with you guys here today. I actually got the eye patch protector off my right eye today, so for the first time, I'm actually moving my eye around after the first surgery on the right eye. Tuesday, we go in for surgery on the left eye, and then a week after that, we go back to the right eye and do the retina detachment surgery, and then I'll be out for probably a month and a half at that point, and try to get rehabbed and put back together by the time this goes to trial. So that's kind of the game plan. That's
Good deal. Good deal. Well, you're always in our thoughts and prayers over here, bro. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Anything we can do, anything you need, please feel free to let me know. Okay.
Definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Had a quick question for you about seeing as the coroner saw the bodies not until 5:30 and yet stating the time of death at 12 based on, I believe, I always struggle with that two-way, and I think it's because that's when officers came on scene, and they're just going to give it that. I because of the period of time, I do believe rigor mortis probably had set in, and then went out, and the body started to pose. Therefore, it made it a little harder to call a time of death, so they just called it at that, which I think is ridiculous still, but that's my opinion, Wade. So hopefully that answers it a little bit. Go ahead, guys. If anybody was going to speak now, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll just continue with what I was saying. And there's some things that I think you guys are going to, some interesting talking points that they discussed and they came up in the timeline last night. So where we kind of left off is the vehicle was speeding away, right? And we got into the discussion of, could we even prove that suspect vehicle 1 was Brian Kohlberger in the car? But undeniably, it looks like this was the car involved in the crime, if the timeline is correct, as far as everything we know. It goes on to say that DM was definitely scared. So there was just to confirm that. None of the roommates answered their phone except BF. So she described the intruder to BF. Then BF, it sounds like, suggested it was Xana back. BF told her to run to her room, and DM ran. And I'm saying this specifically because these are the points that they wanted to put on the record. So I think the question I have now is, when we listen to the victim's parents saying she had a strong alibi, and we're assuming they're talking about DM and BF, the question I'm curious, I ask these questions to be curious, is BF DM's alibi? What is Dylan's strong alibi? I mean, I just don't know. Or is it the forensic download of her phone? I don't know. Just questions, what they're going to, bring up at trial. I don't know if you might pause there and you guys respond to that.
That's a good one. And I always wondered what that meant back then. Here's my question to kind of counteract that question real quick. Do you think that knowing how and all due respect, of course, with the way that Steve has come out and certain things he's said, do you think that statement still stands at this point with him? Based on what you've seen him now, well, let's say this, since these text messages have come out, how you've seen him react to that, the statements he's made about DM and things like that, do you think that statement still stands, that he still feels or thinks that way in that aspect? Before I were to answer that,
I'm going to have to answer that. No, I have a lot of questions about some of the statements that he made, but I don't know, Dago. I shouldn't say that. I don't know. I don't know what. I definitely, the other day I corrected the record on something Steve had said, and I feel horrible, the way I did it. So I'm going to watch what I say to the victim about the victim's parents. I'm not trying to,
No, I understand. It's hard to make statements. That's why I try to say, with all due respect, there's been a lot of things that have stated AR and I have spoke about it slightly before, and I gotta say that a lot of the statements that have been made, I think there's a lot of emotion in front of those statements, and maybe that's why I'm asking that question, because I think some of them have probably been quietly retracted per se. The statement that he made about, Brian's phone touching the Wi-Fi, he was asked about again recently, and he said, well, I must have just misread that. And that's a pretty strong statement to make a mistake. So anyway, I wondered, and I've always wondered from that interview on that you said, to answer your question, if it was, if Bethany was the alibi. But at the same time, I'm kind of glad you brought that question up, because we talked about this not too long ago within the text messages, and this is just my opinion. And if you disagree, I'm good with that. Okay. But from what I read within those text messages, it kind of almost seems to me that Dylan is feeding Bethany information, almost like Bethany has no idea what's going on, and Dylan is just feeding this to her regardless. Okay. So in turn, it made me, with everything else we've seen recently, it made me wonder if this was purposely done, possibly. Okay. As part of a plan, maybe. I know that sounds a little bit of a reach, but what else is it nowadays with what's going on? So every statement in there is something that Dylan's giving to Bethany and telling her. Bethany has no idea, it seems, what's going on, because she's a floor below. Maybe doesn't hear all this stuff, which, okay, fine. So it seems like she's just completely being fed the whole story, and is just going on what Dylan's word was to what she heard, saw, or whatever, and is just going to believe it. And then there's no other, it's over. So she has no way to verify it. Bethany doesn't. So again, is Dylan making her alibi by doing this? If this is answering your question, I wonder. This is all I'm saying. So that's where I'm at with that, based on what you think. So yeah, in a way, maybe she is maybe she is the alibi. Maybe she's trying to make Bethany her alibi per se, or maybe Bethany was her alibi. Whichever way you look at it, whatever way you see it as, that's my thought on it. Sorry for being so long-winded.
I think they're going to need a lot better of an alibi than that. I have a ton of questions, but let's start with Steve G and, the statements that he's made regarding Dylan and Bethany. And let's go back to the original interview with Christy on the Drunk Turkey show, describing the 911 call and how that took place.
Yeah.
And the original story goes like this. They summoned Hunter and Emily. I believe the original story just said Hunter. And the reason they had to summon Hunter was because the Xana and Ethan were behind a locked door, and the two girls couldn't get that door open. And they didn't think of summoning Kaylee and Maddie, so they summoned Hunter. Hunter arrives. Hunter helps pry open the door. Hunter tells them to get out, and then they call 911. That was the original story, right? But then the 911 call comes out, and it's completely different. There's no locked door, and the scenario just doesn't jive with what we've been told. And yeah, there's room for miscommunication, sure, but when in the recent Drunk Turkey interview, Daniel sort of questions Steve and says, a lot's changed with this 911 call. Originally I was told this, and now we find, and Daniel wasn't confronting Steve, he wasn't accusing Steve of anything. He was more or less asking Steve if Steve's concerned, asking him if he's concerned that he was given the wrong, did Hunter tell you this? Because this isn't what happened. Sorry, forgive me. That's too much speculation on my part. I interpreted it that way, let's say. But Steve's answer was disturbing to me, because Steve says, well, they told me about a door. I didn't know if it was the bedroom door or the front door, and what difference does it make? And I just found that answer disturbing, because if he's asking about the 911 call, I would expect him to be listening and getting every detail and paying attention to the detail. And it's kind of important whether it was the bedroom door or the front door, because if it was the front door, that would mean they weren't in the house. You know, they were in the yard and they needed help to get in the house. So where were they? That's a big deal if it was the front door. So when he said that, I thought that was, and to be honest, I find the idea of Dylan and Beth, and now knowing that they weren't sleeping, that they were awake most of the time, and there was 4 decedents in the house building up a smell. And, I find it hard to believe that they just stayed in Bethany's bedroom that entire time. I mean, it just, the Occam's razor hypothesis would suggest that they fled the house and returned shortly before the 911 call. And then Steve's comment about the front door makes more sense. So I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that, but those are my thoughts regarding Steve's comments and the 911 call.
Yeah, I mean, if I could chime in just for a split second, I think one of the biggest issues that I've seen so far is Steve Gonsalves's interviews are only with people that follow the narrative of guilt. So the questions that are being directed for Steve to answer are already like preconceived questions that he could prepare an answer for. Where if you put someone like myself or Dago or yourself, Jesse, or Swamp, to sit down and conduct a real and legitimate interview with direct questions, I guarantee you, and I'm not anything special, and trust me, I'm not an interrogator, I'm nothing of that nature. I've been through enough of them that I've learned the nature. I could get that guy to stumble on his words so fast. In a matter of 5 questions with that guy, I'll have 5 different stories, because he won't be prepared for what's coming based upon what I want to know. And look, I'm not deeming anybody innocent. I'm not deeming anybody guilty of this crime. I've stayed right down the middle to say, I want to know the facts. And unfortunately, everything that I've seen that's come my direction, and look, I've conversed with Steve myself personally, and I give him credit for being very respectful towards me, even in a realm of disagreement. I give him respect for that. But what I don't give respect for is the fact that we're only going to face one directive narrative without opening up the door where there is literally issues within this case that revolve directly around what these young ladies that survived and live in that home are saying, and the conglomerate of people that showed up prior to 911 being called. The stories are all over the place, and this man, to my feelings, is reeling everybody in, protecting their narrative that this man is guilty. We got to refocus that Brian Kohberger's guilty. We can't have any other questions outside of that. So his answers to these things, I think deep down in his stomach, he knows he doesn't believe in some of the things he's saying, but this is the direction that's going to get him what he's truly seeking, and that's justice of a guilty verdict within a courtroom. And this is not how these things are supposed to work. And that's why I've been pretty strong worded and speaking on the nature that I think our system is crashing quickly just based upon these very visuals that we're seeing happen. And, I don't want to call Steve Gonsalves out in any measure, but I guarantee the man won't sit down and have a conversation on a pre-recorded video with me. He won't do a live with me. He won't answer these questions because he's not I'm going to be very direct with him, and I'm going to ask some really difficult questions that are going to stumble him up, and he's not going to want to answer those. So
sounds like we're on the same page when it comes to Steve G. Yeah, but I was just going to point out that there was jump cuts. I know you mentioned friendly. He only does friendly interviews. There was jump cuts in the Drunk Turkey interview. They edited out his answers to a lot of questions. And then there was the Bamfield interview, which where I was the telling the quiet part out loud.
Yes.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I'll let you go ahead. You tell it.
No, that's absolute proof to what I was going to bring that up and say. Proof of that is right there, Jesse. pointed that out the other day too. The interview he did with Ashley Banfield on her own personal channel. She said they're in her pajamas talking to him. The end of the show, she started asking questions that show that she thinks a little bit. And those are the questions, like you said, that are not scripted, that aren't in studio for her to ask, right? She's asking her own questions. And he absolutely fumbled around those questions, couldn't answer those questions. And it was proof right there of what you just said. So it's absolute fact. That is absolute fact, in my opinion. You're right. He would never go anywhere, in my opinion, other than a channel that is 100% Brian's guilty, Brian's guilty, Brian's guilty, period. That's it.
Well, and he's repaying those individuals by doing these interviews because they're gaining financial gain from that as well. And look, I'm a content creator too. And I'm not going to deny the fact that I make an income from my channel. I'm proud of the growth that I've been able to sustain and maintain through the time. So I don't want anybody to feel as though I'm coming out saying content creators should not profit from the work that they put in and the opinions that they share. If people want to share their money with those content creators, that's great. I fully support that. I believe you follow who you trust and who you like. But what I have an issue with is when you have direct influence on a case, meaning you're a victim's family, you're directly linked to this case, and the very words that you share can emotionally drag people into a decision of guilt or innocence prior to this even being in a courtroom for trial. You have to be very careful, and I believe that he is shared behind the scenes leaked information, leaked audio, leaked videos with those in a, hey, thank you for supporting our guilty narrative of this individual. We're going to repay you by getting you, the substantial views and the people to really member up on your channel. And again, if that's his choice to do that, that's his choice. But I just think this comes at a very inappropriate time. I get accused all the time that because I'm an ex-convict, I'm protecting convicts. No, I'm not. I'm very direct in stating if this individual, Brian Koberger, is guilty of this crime or of some of the new accusations in other realms that could potentially be investigated, I'm not supporting any of that. What I'm talking about is a direct link to how our justice system should work and the protections that a person that is on trial, especially for life. I mean, this man's going to lose his life if this goes the wrong way. And I'm not sure I feel comfortable with the I guess just narrative push, bad information. We've seen it now for 2.5 years. I've called garbage since the beginning. And then people, get all over me when I've gone at Dylan and Bethany here and think, now we know potentially, did the perpetrator even have time to sit down in the home and relax and take a break? And nobody thought about calling 911 to get these victims help? I'm still going to speak strongly upon that. And if people don't like the way that I directed at Dylan Mortensen or Bethany, I'm sorry. I'm not attacking them as people because I don't know them as people. I'm attacking their actions and then their reactions to a quadruple homicide that they could have potentially made a difference in saving a life.
And you're good here, bro, because this is a pro-truth channel, pro-justice channel. That's what we're here for. It doesn't matter. So you can say what you got to say, bro. Just know that. You will not be shut down, and people aren't going to come at you for that over here. So we've been saying it for days and weeks. So years, actually. I'm sorry.
Years.
Yeah. I agree with you. I do. I absolutely agree with you. It is a direct consequence of what you can see it. You absolutely can see it. And it is 100% misinformation. We've been calling that in the last, and there's a new one that was just dropped. I just got a link to a new one, another new one. So the world tour continues, as I call it. Okay. And it's all, in my opinion, like AR just said, it directly affects the narrative. It's absolutely nothing but like the engineer of the propaganda train, as far as I'm concerned, and it just keeps happening and happening and happening and happening. 100%. And as we see it, it's convenient. I'm sure the rest of you will agree with me. Everything that has dropped recently, the new documents, the text messages, the 911 call, all these other things, and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. We got to keep that narrative going this direction because I know people are going to look away now. They're going to look away, so we got to keep going this direction. That's exactly what this is, and it's kind of disgusting to me. I'm sorry. That's my feeling on it. So I'm 100% on the boat with you on that, AR.
I don't know if I just want to say too, like when we're talking about this, I don't think it's necessarily just positive or negative media coverage. It's the weaponization of the media. Yes. Because when you talk about, like, my concern isn't necessarily like, you know, we talk about the different interviewers with YouTubers and the victims' families going on. My concern isn't necessarily about the victim's family member going on and doing those interviews. Is this person being, and this is just, I'm just curious because I know how media works. Is somebody running a PR campaign and asking a victim's family member to go out and say things right before a document drop that's going to influence all of us? So, you know, I watched that interview on DT show and it was so raw and so emotional listening to this father talk about this. It affected me. I sat there taking notes, ready to present this to my audience. And lo and behold, the next morning, something comes out that feels slightly prejudicial to the roommates. And you feel like, okay, wait a second. Did somebody just tell the victim's parent to help with a PR stunt? Because you know how the government does this, right? You know, like a Friday night release something when nobody's looking, let the dust settle. And by Monday morning, the talk is done and the news cycle's over. So I'm just throwing it out there. It's more concerning to me, the weaponization of a victim, and, you know, if that's the case. But then again, he could just be doing what he's doing and being a victim's parent, and it could have nothing to do with that. But that's the bigger concern that I have, because I don't know who would do that. Like, like is prosecution state who is doing that PR campaign? If that's the case, if speculation, just speculation.
Yeah, you're a smart lady.
It's playing a game, Dago. I call it out, but I've been around these types of people that have this narcissistic mentality. Even at times, people made the claim that I had a narcissistic, personality when I was committing my crimes. Oh, okay. And I'm not saying Steve Gonzalez is playing a crime, but what he's doing, he's playing a back and forth game. That anytime something beneficial that could come out for the defense, or they're heading in a certain direction, he reels it back in with this. Yep. It's not provable evidence. It's not provable what he's saying is accurate. Right. Yet he's willing to throw it out there. And just like I made the statement in one of my, I don't even remember if it was yesterday, I'm in a whole nother world, but one of my videos that I put out, right, it must have been yesterday, before this dateline, I said that on the fence individuals that are going to watch this show are going to flip over to the guilty side because this is what's being thrown in their face. And this is a game that's a Steve Gonzalez game, because if you realize through the entirety of that show last night, they didn't go to the Gonzalez family for anything to relate to that show last night. And that's because that's their source for a lot of their information that they have. And if they went that direction, people were going to know that for 100% fact and start calling that out. But I'm telling you, that is their source. That is the narrative builder behind this. And it's a moneymaker for everybody. Dateline makes money. NBC makes money. The Gonzalez family are making money. The content creators supporting the narrative are making money. All of that's just generating the popularity of this case. And that's what's going to end up at a guilty verdict, because they're swaying people in groves. Because look at the stuff that they release. Prove to me right now the pornographic information.
Thank you. Thank you.
Prove that to me right now. That's an accusation that you better damn well have proof of. You better damn well have proof of that before you accuse somebody of that. Because in my neck of the world, those people get hurt quick. They get hurt quickly. And to throw that type of information out there without some actual proof, and we have nothing through the courts,
right?
Nothing through a judge's statements, nothing. It just gets thrown out right before we start jury selection.
And that's bingo. And that whole thing, I'm glad you brought that up, because that whole thing was aimed at, well, they're starting to think he's innocent again. This is a problem. So let's make him look like a pervert now. And if they see him in that mode, then they'll believe that he did this too. That's absolutely what that whole game is that they're playing. They do this every time. AR, you know this. Jesse, you've seen this. Kiki, I'm sure you see this as well. We've talked about this before. It's every damn time. And it's absolutely insane that this is allowed to happen. Okay. I cannot understand how this is. I mean, yeah, I agree with you too, by the way, that the source that Dateline has, absolutely 100%. Okay. That only makes sense to me, clearly. And it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. There's going to be more documents that are going to drop that are going to show us something that's going to make us go, okay, here we are. Within a week or 2 weeks, there's going to be interviews, and who knows if another show is going to come out. 48 hours might drop something again. But that is what's going on. And it's going to happen all the way through August.
They'll be held to pay if they catch Steve G providing, you know, if he's getting information leaked to him and he's providing it to Dateline, he's going to find himself in a world of trouble, I think.
Well, Hitler didn't, if I'm right or wrong, somebody can correct me, but I do believe that Hitler, when he realigned the dissemination order, he spoke on anybody related to one of my moderators, I think it was Tomboy, pointed this out to me, that he should be under a gag as well. And whatever he wants, whenever he wants, to whoever he wants to. Like AR said, the specific few that choose to support what he wants to talk
even if he's exempt from it, where is he getting it from? So whoever's giving it to him is not exempt from it, right? Including his own lawyer.
I think, I would imagine that, yeah, because
but
otherwise
Shannon Gray is subject to the gag order, right?
Well, I'm telling you from the information that was shared to me via Steve Gonzalez himself through communication with me, he has direct connections with the FBI that share information with him. And now the FBI is not under any type of gag order. They never would be. They can do whatever the hell they want. And I could prove it by bringing up emails where Steve Gonzalez talks about how the FBI is sharing information in regards to the knife sheet and the DNA, and how there's no way that BK could beat this due to that. So don't get me wrong. I know the FBI has a lot of this little leaking capability as well, because there's nobody that will reel them in. There's nobody that can.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, if you guys remember that back and forth where Steve Gonzalez and Bloom were in this dispute over like a movie type thing or a show. It's coming out right now. You're watching it through Dateline and you're watching it through these shows. Here is their narrative and their movie.
Yeah. And here's the thing. This all points to one end result, guys. If you look at it, why would the FBI want to hand over information about this situation to anybody, let alone him, to have him present it to who they want? And this is just, again, one of my own opinions. But they have no other reason to do this other than to, in my opinion, keep this in one position, not allow this to transverse any other direction. Let's keep on point. Let's keep this going here. You do this, they're going to listen to you because you're a victim's parent, 100%. So yeah, I absolutely agree with that wholeheartedly. And that's what my feeling is on why this is happening like this. So,
and I think 100%, it's just, we can see the media cycle. Like, it's not something that we can deny. When you see an interview like that, and then the next in the next few hours, you see all these documents released that seem a little bit prejudicial towards the other side. And it's not the first time. And when you see it the first time, you're like, okay, well, they knew that documents were, I mean, who knows, but it looked, you know, I don't know. But then when people talk about repercussions for Mr. Gonzalez, if the FBI is leaking it, it goes back to what you were just saying about Jules.
Yeah.
You can't touch the untouchables.
Nope.
You know?
You can't.
And
Does Hitler have that? Nobody does. They're untouchable. You're right. So
how do you guys think Hitler is going to respond to this, though? Because I get the impression that I don't like Hitler. I don't think he likes I think he's very biased. But still, as a judge, as an authoritarian, this is making a mockery of his court. I mean, I sort of think he's the kind of guy that's going to be offended by this. Like, you know, you're turning his court into a joke.
in a sense, I can agree with that, but I don't see him making a big deal about it, only because then it would go in effect towards a family member of one of the victims, and I don't see him wanting to put a negative approach to that, if that makes sense what I'm saying. I don't think he'll say anything. I don't know if AR or Swamp, if you do, I don't think he'll say a word about this. From what I've seen thus far, I think Hitler, granted, you know, he's the judge, but guys, I mean, anybody that's going to sit in court and do this throughout a whole testimony from what the, you know, when the defense is talking and do this and do that, like, the man shows no respect for the defense, none. You don't see him doing that when interrupting Ann the way he does and Eliza the way he does. He doesn't do that for the prosecution. So I don't think he's going to say a word.
I think he's incredibly biased, but you know,
I think at the end of the day, he's going to punish Brian Koberger and his defense team, stating that, you know, if they could have been doing more to move this case along, they wouldn't have the mockery of the court. I mean, for some reason, I sat in that courtroom. I watched Hitler firsthand. I was right there. I got to see him in person. I got to see him during break time. I got to see him actually walking outside of the courthouse. I saw just his mannerisms. I saw everything about the guy. And let me tell you, I don't want that guy on the bench for anything I have to go.
What did you think of Steve Gonzalez's mannerisms and body language? And did you have any interactions with him face to face?
Oh, absolutely. I did throughout the entirety of the day, in and out of the bathroom. You know, one thing I'll say.
Does he know who you are?
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
They know each other.
Oh, absolutely. Well. He 100% knows who I am. He directly looked me right. He knows who I am. He was very respectful towards me. I was very respectful towards him, because that's how we as men should carry ourselves in public places of this nature. I wasn't at that courthouse to be against him, and I wasn't there for any other reason to visually watch what was happening in the courtroom and get a sense of it. Look, I hadn't been back in a courtroom since the last time I was being prosecuted on a case. So it was a whole new adventure for me to step back in and see how I felt even being around the courtroom, because I wanted to begin traveling and going to court hearings and cases for many other cases, just even outside this one. But Steve Gonzalez, the first time I saw him was before the hearing started. We were all waiting just outside the courtroom, and I was joking around with my wife because the prosecution team was waiting outside in the hallway, and I, you know, was watching them and talking. And then all of a sudden, my wife pointed directly to my left, which was maybe 10 feet away. Steve and his wife, Christy, were sitting on the only bench in the hallway. She was fully in tears. And, you know, for the first time, I see them in person and realize they're human just like all of us. And
certainly empathize with them.
Yeah, a little bit to begin with, yeah. And then I did see they were pretty respectful towards other people in and out of the courtroom, including myself and my wife. Steve held the door for my wife to go into the courtroom, which was nice of him to do that. they were very adamant that they had their own side of the courtroom. So, you know, that's one thing. Like, I've been attacked since this new information came out, how I sat behind Brian Koberger in support. That's where we were told to sit. We didn't have an option. We sat where we were told to sit because the opposite side of the courtroom behind the prosecution was Steve and Christie's side of the courtroom. That was theirs.
Did you see the interview on Chris McDonough's channel on the interview room?
I spent all of about 8 minutes on it.
That was a real tearjerker of an interview. They didn't really get much into the details. It was mostly a lot of praising the Lord and praying and emotional stuff. It wasn't until after that I heard some other people point out some things. The one thing I did get from that interview, though, was Christy coming out and saying she's never heard the 911 call. So I mentioned earlier, you got Steve, who's misrepresenting the 911 call and then acting as if the details, that he was never paying attention to the details and that the details don't matter. And then you got Christy, who claims to have not heard the 911 call. And yet both of them, as a couple, as a family, are putting their support behind the roommates without actually knowing what's going on in that 911 call. It seems really odd to me that you don't want, that's a key part of this case, and to not want to know the details, every last detail on that 911 call, seems really odd.
They didn't seem to want to actually hear a lot of the details in the courtroom, even on the day I spent in the courtroom with them. They didn't feel attentive to me. They felt like they were there supporting the cause of the prosecution, but then they were also there because immediately walking out of that courtroom on the main street of Boise, Idaho, in front of the courthouse, they were able to do their interviews. I mean, in a legitimate field, and it was kind of crazy because even my wife, who is very open-minded, she doesn't take sides on anything when it comes to this case, whatever. She doesn't follow it as much as I do. She looked right at me and said, did they really even want to be at this hearing, or are they just here because it's for show? Like, why are they here? They're not paying attention. And I'm like, honey, I don't know. I'm trying to pay attention. Why are you bugging me to point out that they're not paying attention? But, to answer your question, they were very human when I saw them in person in the courtroom. They acted human. But there was a reason why I think they were there, and it's to conduct the interviews and do things like that.
When you listen to Steve speak, it's quite apparent that he might be confused and might not be able to follow along with all of the legal jargon. I mean, I've heard him speak a few times, and he misquotes things. He pronounces pretty straightforward things wrong. He's I don't know what word I should use to politely describe that kind of a person, but it would explain why he's not paying attention, perhaps.
And I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, but I've been around alcohol a lot in my lifetime. I've been around usage because of where I've been in life. And I almost feel as though this may have put enough stress on him that he has a little bit of a drinking habit. He's admitted to having a drinking habit that has led to past issues in life. And I don't want to take away the realness or the actual respect of human nature, but I feel as though maybe there's not a lot of sobriety on an everyday basis.
Christy did an interview once about a year ago, absolutely blitzed, and it was really obvious she was just completely blitzed. But when you lose a child, I don't know. I could certainly be known to have a few too many drinks in a time of crisis.
Well, and I think Dago understands too. When I first came to this platform, I got kind of hooked myself onto you know, a little bit of alcohol nature that changed my demeanor and even the way I wanted to present myself on the platform. And I had to go back and rectify my situation. I had to get sober. And it's done tremendous things, but a lot of things about this case sometimes makes you want to go break open that bottle of wine again and just kind of dive back in. So I can only imagine.
I love myself a good bottle of wine.
Yeah, I'm a sangria drinker, and I had to sober up. But Diego will tell you, I've had a few fun moments on the platform with a couple of drinks in me. So I got to say, I could understand why maybe they would have a few nights of not being completely sober. And I can't argue with them if they do fall into that stressful trap. But that's kind of the get that I got that, you know, when I bumped into him, and he's a much smaller person than I thought he was. Like, I thought he was built. I thought he was a bigger than me guy, and he actually wasn't, and that kind of surprised me. He's rather small.
Vic says he's been on panel drunk, and I said only once, because when I used to come on this channel a couple of years ago, I always used to have a big bottle of red wine, and I'd sit here and drink wine and get a little tipsy and have conversations with Dago. I don't think I'd ever get too blitzed, but yeah. Well, it is nighttime.
No.
I spent a New Year's night with Dago pretty blitzed, I'll tell you what.
It was an interesting New Year's Eve. I had a good time. It was all good.
It was fun. It just taught me a few lessons. That's all.
Listen, guys, I get it. I'm 7 years sober myself, and it's a thing. It's a thing. So no worries. Go ahead, Kiki. I know we've been talking around you for a minute here, so pick up where you left off, dear.
No, I'll let you guys. Well, I'll let you guys handle that subject. Like I said, I don't want to make any more comments about, you know, the victims' families and how they're speaking out. I said a little too much the other day.
Understood.
But
the rest of your stuff, come on with it. Go ahead.
All right. Just a couple more things. Just when we heard it, because when we hear it from the Dateline special, what they are portraying to us is that they've confirmed this timeline. The next thing that I had noticed when they were talking about the confirmation is they described the placement of where DM saw Xana as she ran down the first time. So they describe it not as the hallway, but in the doorway, in her room. So yes. Her head was facing the doorway, her feet towards the wall. And
no, yeah, the other way around, but yeah, you're right.
Hold on, let me look at my notes.
Head towards
the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, feet towards the doorway, head towards the wall. Did I get that right?
Yeah, okay. That's right. You're good.
So, okay, so a couple things, and I don't know like exactly how this played out. So it sounds like Dylan saw DM and saw Xana, and for whatever reason, whether it was dark or she was in shock or whatnot, she didn't see blood. That's apparent by her statement. I thought she was passed out, right? It's just so I don't know. Okay, so what I'm getting at is she goes downstairs, and I don't know if I want to trail to the 911 call or next to BK's, but everyone's bringing up in the chat how the cell phone evidence that's coming up is going to be in question, because the whole timeline jumps from cameras, accounts of the roommates, to now cell phone coverage is where the timeline picks up for them. I'm going to jump to that, and then I'll get back to to when the 911 call was made. So 28 minutes after the Elantra is seen speeding off on that camera at 4:20, so 4:48, the cell phone turns back on, and authorities say that's from authorities, and they say that it turned on. It hit a cell phone tower that covers Blaine. So the phone, I'm trying to think if that would, so that's south.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, and so then the signal moves west after that. 5:20 a.m. it hits a tower on Johnson's Way. 3:39, it's west of Pullman, Washington. Then we got to Brian made some phone calls to his father. 9 a.m. BK's phone was in Moscow for 9 minutes. And at 10:31, that's when the selfie was taken. And it was at his apartment. And I just think it's interesting. It's the next day. So allegedly, if they're saying, you know, if Brian's the perpetrator, he's cleaned up, he's got his new shirt on, his hair comb. Well, okay, well, what's up with a couple things that kind of displaces that we've been talking about? Number one, the shower curtain and the nefarious stuff that we've heard about, a shower curtain missing in there. Well, if a shower curtain was missing, it would be to prevent, you know, the evidence from being on it and disposing of it. Well, it's still there after the cleanup. Yes, and then speaking of, yeah, really. And then the, and then another thing, speaking of cleanups, if we go back to it, where was the cleanup and how does that play in? I don't think it could be on the second floor. Unless, if the cleanup was allegedly by the unaliver, it couldn't be on the second floor because we just talked about a timeline, 4:17 thud and all the noise after the thud, right? Sitting down on the chair, getting up to the car at Linda Lane, speeding off in 3 minutes. Where was the cleanup? It would have had to have been upstairs, but it makes such little sense because Xana's in the kitchen right after that, like 4:12. Well, I don't know at this point, but she runs up the stairs. So the cleanup would have to be on, if it was done by the perpetrator, it would technically have to be on the third floor. I don't know. Or if it was done by the roommates and there's some other part to this that we don't know, like they cleaned up. I don't know, but when would that have happened?
With all that, when was their time, Kiki? Truly, okay. How and when? If it's based on the timeline of him being inside the house committing the crime, how? I mean, there's no way I can believe that ever happened. Now, what I could believe is that once the crime's been committed, in that 8-hour period of time, somewhere in there, sure, there was a cleanup there, maybe, but not during the commission of the crime. I wouldn't believe. It just doesn't make sense.
I'm not buying the shower curtain either because if there's nothing in his car, what is there to clean up, right? I mean, if he's able to get in that car, drive the car home, and there's nothing in that car, and also no signs of cleaning, apparently, I believe that's in the legal documents. No DNA and no signs of cleaning. And then what is there to? Well, what's the shower curtain for? Unless they're trying to suggest he took the shower curtain with him, you know, to the crime.
Part of his kill kit, maybe.
But in that case, that sort of suggests a really haphazard way of, you know, you'd think you'd have something a lot more efficient than a shower curtain. For a guy who keeps your car pristine with no DNA in it, a shower curtain seems like an odd choice of a tool to protect your car.
Now, right, and don't forget what Vix threw in here, along with all of what was just said, because she does have this as well. The dyspraxia that he has affects, at least with her, how she walks, talks, what writes. And she said she couldn't prepare a salad in 8 minutes, let alone what he did. Okay, and that it's a real diagnosis, folks. So there's that too. So you have to add that into account with a cleanup, the murders themselves, this, that, and everything else. I think that's a very important part of that. So,
well, I mean, with all of that, and then even bringing the statement of a kill kit into it, where does this knife sheath fit into the common sense of any of that? You have the capability of protecting your car and everything from blood. You have the capability of getting in and out with all the evidence that you wore in there, but why didn't you just put the knife sheath in a bag and just leave it outside when you came in? You just unsheath your knife, leave it in the bag with everything else that you're going to utilize to take out.
We've had this conversation on this channel so many times, and we were talking about it like 2 days ago with Sergeant Friday, and then this recent Dateline thing that Kiki brought up about the way that he was chasing Xana down the stairs. And what I brought up about if he's chasing Xana down the stairs and then Ethan's in the room behind her and then Dylan and Bethany are there, now he's got to potentially deal with 4 people at once. All this is what our point has always been, is you don't enter a house with 6 people in it with a knife in a sheath. There's no point at any time that you want to be in that house with a knife that's in a sheath, because if a knife's in a sheath, you can't use it to defend yourself. And if you're an attacker trying to take people's lives, they're going to try and take your life. And you leave the sheath in the car, because there is no point, even when you're fleeing back to your car, you want that knife in your hand, ready to defend yourself at all times. I don't see any. I think a sheath is a nonsense that you'd have a sheathed knife during an attack like this.
Well, that would be like me, common sense wise, in the penitentiary, knowing that I'm going into somebody's cell to go at them, potentially shanking somebody, and I have my shank still wrapped up in a sock. So I got to take the time to unwrap my so-called weapon of choice, allowing the person to hit me in the mouth and get the upper hand. Just none of that makes sense. But also chasing Xana down the flight of stairs. Why didn't she run out the back door? Why didn't she continue down the next step out the front door?
Why didn't he run out the back door? To be honest with you,
yeah, I don't understand.
He should be running out the back door at that point, because, as I said, women are not women. They're human beings fighting for their lives. And if I don't like his chances. If Dylan and Bethany, Dylan's a big woman too. Dylan, Bethany, and Xana and Ethan all ganging up on him. It's time.
Xana was no joke either. Xana was a fighter, according to her sister, her mother, and her father. She wasn't going to stand there, as we know. And
if your story is that he was too tired to go after Dylan, and so he left her as a witness, why not leave them all as witnesses then and get out of Dodge after you got the first two? Because you're in danger now. I mean, if you're chasing Xana down the stairs, you're in danger. It's time to leave. And if you're going to leave Dylan there, you should have left Xana there too. So that doesn't make sense either.
It's going to be interesting to know the toxicology on Ethan. Was he literally so inebriated he didn't hear his girlfriend being chased down the stairs screaming, potentially with an attacker behind her, and then losing her life at the foot of the bed, and he just laid in bed until he got nicked in the artery and whatever happened to him? I mean, none of that makes sense. I'm sorry. I call Datelines BS. This is just more unfactual information that's being released, and legitimately it should be at our local Cinemax movie theater, not potentially out trying to describe a true crime case against Brian Cope.
Right. Agreed. And going back to the sheet thing, I wholeheartedly agree. You're not going to go in a house with something that has to take up both. You need a hand to control if you're using the knife for the other hand. So having this in your hand and doing this, that's dumb. It makes no sense. And with Brian's knowledge of something, I can't think he's dumb enough to leave something like that there. You know what I mean? So no, I've never believed in that. Never.
Some people in the chat are casting some serious doubt on my theory that Dylan and Bethany, Xana and Ethan could take Brian because they were drunk and they didn't have a weapon. I will point out Ted Bundy tried to break into a sorority in Florida State University, and he was forced to flee and ended up getting caught. And he was an experienced serial killer when that happened to him. And the point that he has a knife and they don't, it's their house. They've got all sorts of things in that house: golf clubs, knives, whatever. You grab something. I mean, somebody comes into your house to take your life, you're going to find something: a lamp, a glass, a bottle. And if there's four of you, I mean, I'm a pretty big dude. I'm 260 pounds. I can bench press more than 90% of the guys in the NFL. I'm not comfortable taking on four people at a time, even if they're women, even if they're drunk, because it's the odds aren't in your favor.
Right. I can agree. On we go. Go ahead. Next, or finish up with where you were, Kiki. I'm sorry, we keep getting off to the side, but yeah.
No, like I said, I'm just grateful for the conversation to get some feedback, and the shower curtain was kind of what we sparked this conversation from. And I'll just say, aside from saying that the shower curtain could have been used to, like, quote unquote Dexter out his car, that's an unreasonable thing to think to me, because anyone who's conscious or mindful of keeping the crime scene DNA away from their car is going to be mindful and conscious of the fact that the DNA, the disgusting DNA from a shower curtain, would get all over what he's wearing and into the crime scene. So booties, when we talk about booties, the booties aren't necessarily there to prevent the crime scene from coming home with the perpetrator, is to prevent the perpetrator's home from getting in the crime scene on his shoes, you know. So I just want to, I thought it was important to bring up that shower curtain in the selfie the next morning, because it was such a weird part of the conversation for so long. And knowing that cell phone, you know, it's been authenticated due to what they say in Dateline. It's just an important point to make. Another important point to make that's sort of a debunking type thing is the Google search. So the Google search for the Moscow murders, the Idaho, whatever it was, he Googled the crime. Okay. The problem is that the way that it was presented to me before it was, you know, clarified on Dateline was that search happened that morning at 9 a.m. It didn't. It happened on the 16th. And I think that that's an important point to bring home, because the
do you think that was intentional?
Well, without a doubt. I mean, the circumstantial, I don't know how somebody misspeak. I don't know what the deal is, but I mean, that type of circumstantial evidence would be so damning. You know, the only way that would be possible is if some of those rumors that we've heard are true, and they very likely, I mean, there's a high probability some of them are, about Snapchats, about the unaliving, and maybe it reached Pullman, and maybe but other than that, that's very damning circumstantial evidence, and it apparently isn't true. So it's kind of a debunking of sorts, I think, last night on the Dateline, because they have the Google searches and the details that we don't. It's been leaked to them. So that was on the 16th, and I did think that was kind of an important point.
Right.
Yeah. The next thing I kind of wanted to bring up is the second time DM saw Xana, and this is the part I'm still hung up on. I know there's something redacted. I can feel it, or something is really, really off, and my spidey senses are I just don't understand this part. And this, again, I am not attacking the surviving roommates. It is my job to be curious. I am a podcaster. I ask questions. So DM saw Xana the first time that we just discussed in the bedroom, right? Now there was a second time DM saw Xana, and this is what, you know, I don't know. Okay, so she saw blood. She must not have seen the blood the first time as a symptom of shock. The second time she came up, it is implied she didn't see the blood again, but Hunter did. So Hunter saw more, and he told the girls to get back. Now we know the two people he said that to were BF and DM. He was helping them come upstairs to check out their problem. So he yelled to them to come back down. Now DM says she saw Xana again. And she's like, and I just burst out crying because I thought she was all drunk and passed out again.
Hold on. Didn't she say, I burst out crying and then sort of stuttered, like, because I thought, and then I've heard this, and I thought it was, I just sort of thought, and it was almost like she was going to say the quiet part out loud, and then she sort of quickly corrected herself. Almost like the point on the 911 call when she says, can I just tell you what happened pretty much? Sorry.
Well, and that part you're talking about, Kiki, happened twice. That's the problem. It happened twice. It happened once at 11:50, and then again at 11:56 when the 911 call was made. It was reenacted again. That's the biggest problem with what you're talking about right now that I have with that whole thing. And the words that were used were very vague, purposely, in my opinion. There was a glimpse in every aspect that they saw her. It was a glimpse. It wasn't clearly saw. It was a glimpse or a glance at a glance. Okay. Which is a very vague term stating I didn't get it. What would tell me I didn't see it clearly, but I just saw a little bit of it. You know what I mean? And they made sure that those words were used every time that was stated. So they go in once with Hunter. And my understanding based on Judge Hippler's document was that it was Bethany, Dylan, Emily, and Hunter. They go upstairs. Hunter grabs a knife the first time at 11:50. Goes and checks on Xana and says, get out. And they all go back down the stairs running. 6 minutes later, they call 911 and do the exact same thing again, minus the knife. I don't believe any of that at that point. None of it. What I believe, if that actually happened in essence, this is what my thoughts are. I said this earlier before you came in. When Bethany tells Dylan to run downstairs, she claims she runs by and at a glimpse sees Xana laying in the room 14 feet away from her in the dark. Okay. And I know people disagree with what I say here, but that's okay. And knows that it's Xana laying on the floor, passed out. On down to Bethany's room she goes. Now, I don't believe that at all. What I believe truly probably happened, if that whole scenario actually went down, is that she comes by that hallway, looks down the hallway and sees somebody on the floor, yells to her to see if it's Xana, no response, yells again, no response, starts walking that direction to see if she's going to respond, saying her name, no response, till she gets up to her and notices that it's her enough, maybe shakes her, she doesn't move, then she runs down the stairs and tells Bethany what's going on. In turn, also tells Hunter and Emily at some point, which is why I believe that Hunter went for the knife immediately, because she saw the whole situation at that point, but is denying it. That's, if that whole thing happened in any essence, that's what I believe actually probably happened, to answer that.
Wow. Wow, I just have so much to say. You're right. So yes, the words were so vague. Now, as far as Emily being part of that crowd, when they came up the second time, I don't know, Dago. I rewound that part so many times. It really sounded like Dateline said on that second time that DM saw Xana, it was just her BF and Hunter going up the stairs. And I don't know, but
I think I got it out of Judge Hippler's documents. So I could be wrong. I may have misread it or something. So it's okay.
I don't know, but regardless, like I don't know. I don't know if it makes a difference, but I'm just trying to clarify the timeline. But here's the thing: is like with Hunter, when we talk about Dylan not seeing the blood, when we talk about that type of reaction, that type of shock reaction, it has to do with her state of mind and how scared she was. Okay. So with Hunter, it's not the same scenario. And even though I'm not dismissing how he was traumatized or what he saw, that's not what I'm saying.
Sure.
What I'm saying is that that shock of not seeing blood, which people and other crimes who have approached them have said that's happened to them before. I don't know. I don't think Hunter had the same response. I think he did see it, but the part that gets me hung up, the part that gets me curious is when she says, "Oh, I just started crying because I thought she was all drunk and passed out again." And then the mystery thickens for me when the 911 call and you have Hunter, he had them. It said in the Dateline interview, Hunter's the one who said unconscious person. He told them call 911 for unconscious person. So that terminology came from him. So, I mean, first off, I don't know the scenario. I don't know what he saw, but it's an interesting choice to me of the words I would think that he would use, an unconscious person. And then what perplexes me, and I could be, again, speaking out of terms because I'm not a medical professional and I don't know these things, but to me, the thought of asking for a defibrillator does confuse me, because the first thing I would think of was substance abuse, and somebody drunk and passed out on the floor is they touched fentanyl or something. They needed Narcan, or regardless if they're a drug user or not, at a party house where somebody could be using something that everybody and their brother of this generation knows about, knows the dangers of. Why would you not instantly get Narcan to that person, other than we don't know part of this and it's redacted and Hunter said more? I don't know, but it's just confusing the way it's presented to us, and nobody can deny that. Like it doesn't seem like the natural chain of events. And I feel like parts of the info, the testimony, the story, the timeline that they're giving us are still redacted and still not public for this very reason. I don't know. And maybe it's because they don't want things picked apart. But at this point, like, I think I don't know. I think
we had a whole conversation. Go ahead, Jesse. Sorry.
What about when she says, "Can I tell you what happened?" Pretty much. So, I mean, the idea is they're reporting that Xana was passed out. They don't know what happened. That's the whole premise of this whole thing. We don't know what happened. Something happened in my house last night. I'm not sure what. And then it goes from that to, "Can I tell you what happened?" Pretty much. Then she gets cut off. It would have been interesting to hear what she was going to say when she's going to say what happened pretty much. Then I need to know if the operator says, I need to know if she's breathing. So can somebody check if she's breathing? And then summons Bethany. Bethany, come on, we got to check. And that just strikes me as so dishonest. It's 8 hours later. You've been in this house. You've known apparently you've known she's been on the floor since 4:30 in the morning. And you're going to go check. You haven't checked. Why? If you haven't checked, why are you calling 911? It just really doesn't pass the smell test to me. And before you arrived on the panel, we were talking about it. And it's, as I think you sort of hinted toward this, it's not just Dylan's reaction. If it was just Dylan and she was by herself and she was in shock, fine. But you got 4 people that we know of, and I suspect there was even more there. I suspect that, if Hunter and Emily showed up, it's likely there was a few more people on top of that. And for all of them to be in shock and deal with this inappropriately all the same way defies Occam's razor in my mind. And the first reaction from anybody who has any knowledge of anything, even if you've just watched a few movies, is if somebody's laying on the floor and appears to be passed out, they could be choking on their own vomit. You need to stick your finger in their mouth, clear their airway, roll them over, make sure they're not, put them face down instead of face up, attempt CPR, mouth to mouth, so many things you should be doing aside from doing nothing and then calling 8 hours later, calling 911. And just you really dishonest, that whole let's go check. It's like, what do you mean let's go check? You want me to believe that?
Extremely well said, Jesse. Extremely well said.
It's definitely not standard protocol the way that went down for anything with the 911 call. As you were talking about with I think you brought it up, Kiki, about the defibrillator and stuff like that, or you started to. Or did I misunderstand?
No, that's exactly what I was saying. Is it's just odd when I hear asking for a defibrillator, because when I say I have little medical training, I know the basics. I'm a trained phlebotomist. I don't know if that counts. I know how to use a defibrillator. It's something I've been trained in doing every single year when I got my CPR certifications for working in a hospital. So the defibrillator is just, obviously this is a piece of equipment that's in every single place where people gather publicly. It is such a common piece of equipment. So I get why somebody would ask for a defibrillator if you were 45 or if you were like 60 years old. But this is a 20-year-old kid who was drinking and partying the night before in a party house. And I don't know why I feel such a way about it. Just bring up the
same reason why I do, I think, because they didn't, as a first responder, I worked for 17 years in this. By the way, my wife is a phlebotomist as well, and absolutely, you're correct. And she's a dialysis technician now. So they use these everywhere, okay? There was no talk of, hey, do you know if she used any drugs? Do you know if she was drinking alcohol? Do you know this, that, or anything else? Which is typical protocol when you tell them that somebody's passed out. That wasn't spoke on. They didn't go to, do you know CPR? They didn't try to do that. Did you check the airway? They didn't do any of that stuff. They went directly to an AED. That doesn't happen. I've never seen that happen before, because you don't know. What if this person does have a heart murmur or a previous heart condition, and you're just going to go directly to an AED and maybe it was an opioid overdose? We don't know what it is. That's strange to me. I've never seen that type of protocol put into effect ever. Okay. Not to mention the fact that you don't hear any sirens coming in the background after the 911 operator states that they're on their way. I don't hear anything. Nothing. Okay. Not to mention as well that it's just, I granted that the 911 operator seemed irritated because they passed the phone around 4 different times. I get that too. But still, this is the strangest situation. We don't know what, if anything, was wrong with her as a passed out person. None of that was what was approached or spoke about. And I don't understand that either at all. So that's my answer to that question.
What I was speaking of about the shock and the idea that one person could be in shock, but when you get 4 people and potentially even more than that, it's called the wisdom of crowds. You guys are probably familiar with the phenomenon, but when you get a large group of people, their combined intelligence allows them to solve a puzzle at a better rate than a single person. And the wisdom of crowds should have allowed at least one person out of that group to say, we need to check her airway, see if she needs assistance, CPR, mouth to mouth, whatever it is, or is she, assessing the issue and seeing if there's any aid that can be rendered. And I find it absolutely unbelievable that the wisdom of crowds wouldn't allow at least one of them to come up with that.
Not to mention, yeah, right. And then Moscow shows up, the PD shows up, and I think it was timed it. A few people timed it within like 27 seconds. Not to mention you hear radio traffic and throughout the 911 call, which I still don't understand that, but whatever. I'll let that part of it go. No, I agree with you, Jesse. Go ahead, Kiki. I'm sorry. I keep interrupting. I don't mean to.
I don't know. I forgot what my point was. Oh, I don't remember what I was going to say, but I do remember there was one thing I wanted to bring up from the chat when we were talking about the cleanup. An interesting point from one of my mods, Walking Tonka. He says, I think the victims were cleaned up and they forgot Maddie's hands. Wouldn't it be interesting if we did find out that was the cleaning? Oh, am I muted? Oh, okay.
No. I was pointing to my fingernails because, yeah, you noticed that those are the only nails that were brought to question with as far as what was found under them. They didn't talk about anybody else's. So I had to wonder. I think you might be right.
I'm beginning to think so too, because this is so weird when we hear about a cleanup. It's impossible for this cleanup, for me, from my opinion, from what we just discussed with this timeline today, how could it have been on the second floor? Unless it was each of the victims, like anticipating that they would have some forensic under their fingernails. I don't know. Gosh, I wish I hadn't forgot the point I was going to bring up before. I do have to say something though. I kind of have to get off panel. I'm really sorry. It's been so nice to get up here, but I have to get off panel. I just heard my husband downstairs, and we're gonna go order some takeout tonight. So
I'm actually going to take some medication.
I'd like to do this again soon, though, if we can. Even you too, AR. I mean, I know you're going through some stuff, brother, and maybe when you get back to norm, I'd love to have you back as well. Even if you can just use your voice, you're more than welcome at any time. So, well,
I think this is the better way for me to do it anyway. Let me tell you, I feel much more beautiful behind the symbol.
Well, I think this panel is an excellent example of the wisdom of crowds, because what we're doing here on YouTube is putting our heads together, and we've come up with some pretty good stuff over the last
amazing. Yes, Jesse, amazing think tanks with amazing people. Jesse's not a true crime creator, but he is a creator. Amazing creators up here. Eddie joining us as well. I'm ecstatic and very happy to have you all here. I'm grateful. So I can't wait to do it again soon.
Definitely appreciate you having me up, Jesse. It was great meeting you. I hope we get to talk again very soon. Dago, always a pleasure mingling with you, and Kiki. As you know, you're beautiful, and I enjoy spending time with you and discussing things with you. And we'll do it again soon.
And good night, all. Good night, all.
I do want to say thank you, AR, because when I got up here on panel, I text AR and I'm like, I want you to come join me, and I dragged him again up to a live stream, but
I'm glad you did. I miss AR. I love having conversations with him. We always have great conversations. So thank you for that.
This is amazing. And I just also want to thank your chat and your viewers for welcoming my, just up here. The chat was amazing. Your mods are amazing. I just can't thank your viewers enough. Thank you so much. And I hope to do this again.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Again, I can't wait to do it again. Jesse, as always, brother, thank you again. Swamp, please know that you always have an open invitation, just as AR does. He knows that too. And I can't wait to see you guys again for this.
Real quick, Dago, Wade Bird asks if any of us are going to the trial. I do have plans to be at, hopefully, the majority of the 3 months of the trial. I'm hoping to be there as much as I can, depending on the recovery period from surgeries and things of that nature. But the plans are, I've already reserved stay, recommend, everything. So hopefully I can be there.
I'm looking forward to it. I think Twiz said he's trying to do it too. So it'd be great to see you both in there again. Representing the good ones out here. I appreciate you, brother, for doing that too. Thank you so much.
Yep. And you guys have a great one. Appreciate you for having me up again. Thank you, Dago.
Absolutely. And Swamp, again, thank you so very much. I hope you enjoy your dinner tonight. And again, I'm looking forward to the next time we can do this. Have a great night, both of you. Absolutely. And everybody in the chat, such amazing people here. She's right. You guys are the best community as far as I'm concerned. And I absolutely appreciate each and every one of you for welcoming them, everybody on panel, treating them with respect as we all do, and just being the amazing people that you are, guys. I will be back here very shortly. Tonight is weird, creepy, unexplained, and scary Saturday night. We're looking into some swamp monsters tonight. For those of you that are into that stuff, it would be an honor to have you all back for that. Thank you, Gaia, so very much. I appreciate that so much. You guys are amazing. God bless. Again, guys, always a great conversation. I want to thank Eddie for joining us too. He didn't stay the whole time up here, but he's been in chat the whole time. So thank you, Eddie. 100% appreciate you, brother. Always. And that goes for all of you guys that are here supporting this channel on a regular basis. Anybody that dropped any kind of super chat, super stickers, anything, any support you did other than just being here. You guys are amazing. And I didn't get a chance to. I'm trying to get it before I leave. I keep talking. Here we go. RT Traveler dropped 10 new memberships, which is absolutely insanely amazing. Let me pull this up so I can see it real quick again. Plus, I ran a poll. Did you watch the Dateline last night? Yes, no, or somewhat. Some people watched some of it. So I'm going to shut that poll down, and I'm going to find out exactly who are new meatballs. We got 15 new meatballs in the house today. Thank you so much, RT. God bless. That is so very generous. It looks like Jameson got one. Andrew White. Godlike, Ashley Farmer, Kristen, Why Be So Nosy, love your name, College Frolic, Nikita Ditka, Debbie Bergman, Mandy Drishalik. I think that's it. That's 10 new meatballs dropped in the sauce, not to mention the 5 that came before. Thank you so much for that, for everybody doing that. Welcome to the sauce, all you new meatballs. And again, RT, that's so very generous. God bless. I appreciate you so very much. You're amazing. Everybody in the chat, guys. Yes. Absolutely, Miss Wisdom. Everybody in the chat, guys, thank you so much. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. You're why I do what I do. You're why I am here. And guys, don't forget, if you can't trust yourself, who can you trust, folks? And I will see you guys here very soon. Have a great night. Much love. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The flicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls that